Hey, Shalom, Doooovid. Welcome to Week in Review. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, God bless, and Nittelnak. So, back with the regular Week in Review. So, sorry, running a few minutes late, but got a lot of good stuff to cover this week. So, let's let people know there will be a Week in Review, a year in review with Church of Entropy on Saturday night. So, I'll probably do a week in review anyways next week Sunday night, but it's possible that I will not do a week in review Sunday night because I'll be doing a year in review with Jennifer Saturday night, 7 o'clock. Hey, Mr. Boston, shalom, Mark, good to see you. So hopefully we'll cover some interesting things. What we did this year, some of our writing, our research, our streamings, plans for next year, and I guess that's the day before New Year's. New Year's is Sunday night. Okay, Nathaniel, God bless. Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. And we'll see if we have any guests. Any guests want to pop on for our year in review? So I didn't reach out or ask anybody, but maybe I will. And I'll put the link in the chat if anyone wants to hop on tonight. So it's Christmas Eve here in the United States, I guess globally, besides in the Eastern Orthodox who celebrate Christmas on the 12th day, January 5th. So, I guess people have a good time with their family, a nice dinner, getting together with family, gifts, if maybe midnight mass, or so wish everyone the best. If you're choosing to spend your Christmas Eve with Doooovid, we'll hopefully have some good things in store. So we have the usual war update. So, God forbid the war goes on and on and on and on. We'll talk about it more and, what's happening and what's likely to happen and some analysis, some links. And then I have some random papers of some research, different things that I've been meaning to read over the last few months and haven't got to. So hopefully I'll finish reading through the majority of these kind of random papers that I haven't got to over the last few months. And then starting next year, I will go back to trying to have targeted topic week in reviews where my week in review is more targeted on individual topics because I'd been doing that before the Jewish holiday break, and then the war broke out. And after the war broke out, God forbid, it changed my plans for week in review. But so hopefully we'll get back to regular weekly targeted things. So I guess we'll jump right into screen share. We'll look at some links. So tonight is the yahrzeit of Ramesha Bitterman, who the Lelever dynasty, and I was speaking with the Gabbai of the Lelever Rebbe in Borough Park on 49th Street and 18th Avenue, 17th Avenue. I used to daven, pray there, went to the Rebbe there quite often. And Lelev, big Hasidic dynasty, Doooovid Lelever, famous Rebbe. Doooovid Lelever was a Talmud of the Seer of Meblin, who was a Talmud of Rav Elimelech of Lejinsk, who was a Talmud of the Maggid of Mizrich. And Doooovid Lelever has some interesting stories, interesting character, and his son Rav Moshe Lelever went to Israel, and Lelev is a relatively semi-big Hasidus, not one of the huge Hasiduses, but a major Hasidus in Israel. And in Brooklyn, there's a lot of Lelever Rebbes. There's tens of different Lelever Rebbes. It's a big family. The Boston dynasty, the Horowitzes in America, are intermarried with the Lelevers. So Skluski and Elenu, the merit of Rav Moshe Bitterman, and I lit a candle earlier tonight, so may his merit protect us all. Okay, I popped onto Twitter Space with Kevin McCarran this week. So I hadn't really spoken much with Kevin McCarran since that stream I had on Transmigrations of Souls with Church of Entropy, and it got a little bit unfriendly. So, I hadn't been reaching out to talk to him, but I saw he was doing a Twitter spate with Albert Bashai, and I hopped on, and Ryan Dawson was there, and No More News, and then we opened it up, and there was a bunch of Muslims from around the world. We had this Hannah, this Israeli or American Jewish Hasbora agent, and some interesting conversations. A little bit on the metaphysics of group strategy and some interesting issues, but it was more kind of generic, and Ryan Dawson talking about Epstein and various things. So that was really the only thing I popped on this week. Stephen James has been out of commission for the last few weeks. He's been working on Thursday, but he hopes to get back into the regular Thursday stream with Doooovid starting this week. So, share that on Twitter. But it's been a few weeks since Stephen James. We haven't talked, but hopefully that will be back to our regular schedule starting on next week again. So let me okay, I was going to pin the StreamYard's link in case anyone shows up and wants to talk, although it's giving him issue. Ashish Delela wrote a new journal article. He's got another video on his YouTube channel. So I haven't been talking too much with Ashish, but God bless him. Not sure why we had a little falling out over some random thing about Abrahamism, but he's back with the article on Nihilogic and Cyclical Time. So, I promoted his books. I liked his books, and giving a little insight into Vedic science and his general criticism of the West. So I was watching some videos at the Harvard Hillel. A lot of them were kind of related to the war, but they had an interesting conversation, debate with David Wolpe, the rabbi in California, and Steven Pinker. And, they're talking about their shared time at Harvard and various topics: religion, evolution, consciousness, group strategy, a whole bunch of different issues. It was an interesting conversation. Steven Pinker, professor at Harvard, somewhat Noam Chomsky's main protege. So check that out. I also saw that Steven Pinker had a debate conversation with John Mearsheimer that was in the last few weeks at the Institute of Arts and Ideas. So check that out. Also, some interesting topics related to morals and ethics. Is society getting better? And some of the issues of grounding morality in consciousness, or can you have a universal morality and ethics? Steven Pinker, obviously, his book Enlightenment Now, the Better Angels of Our Nature, talking about are things improving? And Mearsheimer was of the opinion that in terms of morality, things are not improving, although certain things might be going down, as Pinker meant in terms of standards of living, in terms of agreement upon moral standards, that humanity is not improving. And Mearsheimer is a realist in terms of political affairs, global politics. In my science streams, we talk about scientific realism. Pinker, I'm not sure what school he falls into. If he's probably more a materialist, but a little bit interesting conversation. Check that out. God forbid I got all these advertisements on my video. So King Luxury, I'd shared King Luxury in the past. Some of these videos about wealthy families and wealthy people. So I saw over the last month, they've been doing a ton of stuff on Israel, a little bit on Hamas, and other things. So if you want to check out some of the your wealthy Israeli families or Hamas Arab families, check out this King Luxury channel. Esoterica this week did a video on who are the Magi in the New Testament, specifically the three non-Jewish Magi in the New Testament. So it was a little bit interesting. Some of it kind of vindicating Adam Green's theories, and obviously there's the historical Jesus. Is the story of the Magi even accurate or not? And then why? What's the purpose of the three Magi story? Where does it originate? Who are the Magi? What do we know about Magi? And so on and so on. I'm not sure Mr. Boston's claiming that there's like modern Magi, or if they come from Zoroastrianism, or if Magi is just this generic word. But also in terms of legitimating the Jesus Christ as Lord, not just of King of Israel, but King of the whole world. So that Jesus Christ, when he was born, is not just as a descendant of King David that will rise to be the possible Messiah, Redeemer of the Jewish people, but the King of the whole world, Savior of the whole world. Yeah, Mr. Boston saying, Magi is from the word that we call magic, and there are various forms of Magi in the Middle East and among the Babylonians, the Zoroastrians, Iran, the Egyptians, and if the New Testament just uses the general term for the three Magi, in the part in the story, just like when he's born, and the three Magi come, and you'll say first visiting Herod, and then in talking about this star is born, also related to what Adam Green's talking about. The star is born, related to the astrology, and that will eventually the star of Jacob that will eventually crush Esau, referring to the West and Christianity in general, but also to legitimate that Jesus Christ is not relevant just to the Jewish people, but Jesus Christ was relevant to the whole world. And you could aggrandize the Magi as being great, prominent people that were advisors to all sorts of kings. Some people, claim that the Magi were kings themselves of foreign nations, but it settles the narrative in order to have Jesus not just important for the Jewish people and Messiah as some redeeming function among the Jewish people, but as a leader of the whole world. Yes, some of the planet are not a star, although the verse in Jacob referring to it as a star. If you talk to the historical, whether there's actually a historical event, the historical Jesus, whether the historical Jesus was actually born in Bethlehem, or whether the story of the Magi was just completely made up or not. But props to Justin Sledge, a good informative stream. Here was big news in the Hasidic world. This was in papers in like the Jerusalem Post and across Jewish papers. This convert who went back to being a goy, in fact, went back to Christianity, Yechiel Bloyd from the Washington area, a child genius who was a prominent convert, became Hasidic, was Satmar, and then all of a sudden disappeared and decided to go back to being a Gentile. And then there was these newspaper articles claiming that he infiltrated. He was never really a convert and he faked it. And so some rabbis, actually I was surprised I knew some of the rabbis that knew him. But some of the rabbis came to defend him and say, no, he was a legitimate convert. He was a good convert. and it's unfortunate that he left Judaism, and also the general ruling that if you convert to Judaism legitimately, that the conversion is permanent. You're a Jew forever. So according to the rabbis, he is not a convert who went back to being a non-Jew. He is a Jew who left the path. And I guess he wrote a book on magic also. So, talking about the Magi, and he finished Talmud twice. He makes a few interesting points in this video. The talk line was Zeb Brenner, and some of the interesting things he makes are like Justin Sledge, general well-known things among Israeli secular scholars, general scholars, was that he really liked the mysticism. He'd wanted to convert to Judaism since he was a child. Then he found Hasidism, and he wanted to be Hasidic. He wanted to serve God with joy, and he loved the Kabbalah. And then he discovered that the Kabbalah is not Jewish in origin, but is Platonic and Greek in origin. And he also came to the conclusion that Judaism is really an ethnic group, not a religion, that he doesn't think you could really convert to Judaism. And Judaism is basically an ethnicity. And some of the callers, they debate or dispute this with him. And obviously that's his conclusion. And a lot of rabbis or scholars would disagree with some of these conclusions. But anyone who's followed my Ask the Rabbi series, the mainstream opinion of even the Israeli scholars is that, yes, Kabbalah is basically Neoplatonism, and that Kabbalah is not a Jewish wisdom that was taken from secular sources, Judas Maccabeus and the anti-Judaic Kabbalists, rabbis that rejected Kabbalah. And but I guess if he said the Kabbalah is what really, really interested in him, and then he found that the Kabbalah doesn't actually derive from Judaism, and that made his interest in Judaism less so, and also that he just felt that Judaism is really just an ethnic group, and he wasn't sure about the legitimacy of converting, even though the Talmud, and there's plenty of understanding, like, yes, Judaism does have conversion, but as I mentioned on my Ask the Rabbi about half Jews and conversion, it's a dispute among secular Jewish scholars. Religious Jewish scholars fully say that conversion is such a thing. King David and the Talmud, but many secular Jewish scholars claim that conversion was made up during the Greek and Roman period, and that just like it used to be patrilineal, that Judaism was patrilineal and matrilineal descent was changed in the time of the Romans, so too conversion, that originally Judaism did not have conversion, and then conversion was added in the time of the Roman occupation, possibly the Greek occupation. So interesting things. It'd be interesting to talk to to Yechiel about some of this stuff, but he looked like he just wanted to move on with his life and go back to being a goy. And I guess being in Washington, there's not that big of a Jewish community there, and so if he just went home, here in Metro Detroit, there's a substantially larger Jewish community than in Washington. And I'm a half Jew, so I left the Hasidic world and somewhat remained Hasidic, half Jew. But God bless. It was an interesting interview, and we'll see if some people are claiming he's going to write a book. He's going to write an expose on Satmar. And he says he doesn't have any complaints about the Hasidic world. He loved being Jewish, but he moved on. He doesn't really believe in it anymore, and he claimed it was largely theological, that he just doesn't believe in it anymore. So we'll see if he has any more conversations or appearances, or what he does. Okay, so those are all my regular week in review things to share, and I did my part 7 stream on the philosophy of science, and I hope it was a good stream. It went over 6 hours. I covered a lot of material, and felt pretty good about my research. I covered models in science, realism and theory change in science, theoretical terms in science, ceteris paribus laws, and mechanisms in science. And I have prepared for next week to talk about um, mathematical and scientific explanation, objectivity, incommensurability, um, which is famous for Kuhn's structure of scientific revolutions, and computer simulation. So I've already prepared 3 of them, and I have 2 more. So we'll talk incommensurability of scientific theories, Kuhn and Feyerabend, and other things. And you can see my philosophy of science. I got 9 more things that hopefully I'll cover in the 10 part, and then I will move on to metaphysics and epistemology, which should be very interesting. Feeling good about my research in that sense. And also week in review, you could see, I just have a handful of articles. The rest of these articles are somewhat related to expertise, creativity. So I'm trying to finish reading some of these random things that I haven't had a time to cover yet. Some of these ones, the multiple truth or whatever, I'll probably read these at eventually some other point. And I have a whole bunch of chess stuff. I'll probably at some point return to do a week in review on chess studies again. Okay, so God forbid, let's talk about the war in Israel. So I'll share a few links. I'll give my thoughts on what's going on in Israel, what's likely to be happening in the future, because I think in all likelihood this war is probably going to drag on. It might even be a few years. It might be permanent. This state of war between Israel and Hamas might. I always said, when you asked me before the war, that I would have always said, uh, Israel has always been at war since 1948, and even before that. Um, Israel has always been in a constant state of war. There's been temporary ceasefires, ebbs, waxing and waning of the state of conflict, but Israel's basically been at a permanent state of war for over 75 years. And so, from that respect, this war is going to keep on going, but the escalation, the severity of the war, um, might carry on like this for definitely months, possibly years. And we'll look, at some of the analysis about what's going on and how to understand it. So one of the big issues facing the war is the Houthis and the bombing of the naval ships. To some extent, the majority of the major shipping containers have basically shut down and stopped going through the strait there, and are now going through Africa. And Yemen also has made peace, and now they've unified Yemen under the Houthis with the civil war, where the Saudi Arabians were favoring the other side, fighting against the Houthis, but they have made peace, and now the Houthis are the main side controlling Yemen, and they're also, so to say, they call them an Iran proxy, and they've been able to basically successfully stop shipping in the Red Sea. And it's unclear whether anyone's going to be able to stop it. So the U.S. has sent their naval fleet into the area, into the Red Sea. There's still some bombings going on. In order to stop this, basically someone would have to declare war against Yemen, most likely a Western power. So there's one question, well, why not Saudi Arabia? What's Saudi Arabia doing in this? Is Saudi Arabia secretly giving the green light to the Yemenis? is Saudi Arabia scared to declare war against Yemen? I mean, Saudi Arabia had basically been at war with Yemen for a long period of time. But either way, Yemen has largely been successful at stopping shipping in the Red Sea. And they've said it's exclusively due to Israel's war against Hamas and um, humanitarian crimes against humanity, uh, the siege on Gaza, the death toll, so on and so on. And the U.S. does not appear to be in a position to basically bomb Yemen. I mean, if you see the Security Council, like Russia, China, Turkey, have somewhat chosen to be neutral. So, if Iran has plausible deniability, where most people think that Iran is either directly behind the bombings or encouraging the bombings, but has plausible deniability. So just like Hamas in Israel, it's acting as an independent actor, that the Houthis are acting as an independent actor. Israel had already, America has already been heavily involved in giving weaponry to Saudi Arabia, to funding wars against the Houthis, to drone strikes, and the United States does not really have the leverage to declare war against Yemen in order to clear up the Red Sea. And as of now, it's unclear how much damage it's going to do. I'd mentioned in somewhat what I call the long prong, where basically Israel and Hamas are going to fight it out for months. And the goal is to weaken the United States, to get the United States to pull out of its military bases, to isolate the U.S. in um, international standing, and then possibly you could see other forces, most likely Syria and certain Iraqi forces, Iran, um, supporting the war against Israel. Although Yemen has actually already formally declared war against Israel, and Saudi Arabia has remained largely neutral. So, in the international stage, besides for like the UN vote, so there was the UN vote, and they finally passed. The U.S. allowed to pass a resolution working towards a ceasefire, but not demanding a ceasefire, and it passed 13 with Russia and the U.S. abstaining. But there is clearly surmounting large international pressure for Israel to stop the war, to stop bombing Gaza, to have a complete ceasefire. And the U.S. supporting Israel has basically lost the majority of the international leverage. So I'm just sorry, I lost. I have another article from the Jerusalem Post, so sorry, just pull this up. But it's something to look at in terms of the international diplomacy, what's going on with the Houthis, what does it mean that there's no international um, ability to form a coalition to stop the Houthis, and okay, sorry about that. Just one of these articles that timed out. Okay, so I mentioned this channel last week. Um, what's going on with shipping? So, God forbid what I got this guy. Okay, so I mentioned last week this channel, what's going on with shipping, and it was pretty interesting. Some of the material, and he's done a lot more. The main thing he's covering right now is the Houthis. So this longer week in review for his shipping, he covers in detail um, what's going on with global shipping, um, going around, how much it cost, the oil, all of the major implications for uh, the closing down of the Red Sea and the Houthis bombing. How long will it take for it to affect prices in the West? How much will it affect prices? How much longer will it take goods? Its effect. So it's mostly economic, mostly supply chain. But it was pretty interesting, some pretty good insight this channel, what's going on with the shipping. And PBS did a special on failure at the fence on October 7th, what happened. So people could check that out. What if all this, the Kirk Doolittle's protege came out with a video on, is Israel leading us to a World War III? So he had some interesting analysis. He's been doing videos. I've been sharing them off and on for a while. Historical analysis. And one of the things he was mentioning is kind of the tinderbox of world affairs, different things that are wrong with the world right now that make the world apt for the possibility of, God forbid, World War III, regional conflict. And he's saying that really it could break out anywhere. So what you have are a whole bunch of tinderboxes, a whole bunch of things. Like, mentioned that Egypt could fall. Egypt is under severe economic problems and different problems. Egypt could fall. Azerbaijan, Iran, any of these wars right now could escalate. And like what I was saying on Kevin McCarran, violence is like laughter; it's contagious. And you want to contain, you want to limit violence, you want to stop it when it starts. But if you don't, violence is contagious. So all of these conflicts, Ukraine and Russia, China and Taiwan, North Korea, Azerbaijan, but most likely Israel, could lead to world war, and a whole bunch of various things that people don't always talk about, like related to demographics, young men, economics, putting all these factors together in the alignment. And I talked about just the basic of the U.S., NATO, European powers versus the axis, which would be Russia, Iran, Turkey, China, and how things might pile up. But this was some pretty interesting analysis of how things might spiral out of control, things related to a whole bunch of various factors that I don't usually talk about, but are very important. Okay, this was the longer, I apologize, the what the shipping, it was this longer video that had the more detail on some of the economics, how much is going around going to cost, who is going around, some of the mapping, how much time does it take, the different kinds of shipping, and the likelihood that this won't be solved. You can see things that have been recently redirected versus now just purposely going around Africa. The question of oil prices. Fuel is significantly higher priced in South Africa than the Americas, and then in the Middle East. So if you need to, dock and refuel in South Africa, it's going to cost a lot more money. Maybe some of the shipping will be switched to air air cargo, so from the more expensive shipping. But yeah, this is extremely good analysis of international shipping, and I just tuned into it. It looked like a good channel. Time is short, so I don't really like logistics in terms like economics is an important topic. I talked about queuing theory, and I go to the engineering conferences and the supply chain. So one of the things I talk about, but I've never really went too deep into, but just related to the Israel-Hamas war, is one of the big factors right now in part of the pressure to limit the war is the Houthis shutting down the Red Sea and the possibility that is going to cause a large increase in price in shipping, which will lead back to further inflation. I found another good channel for Israel war events. So Preston Stewart, I never heard of him before, but military commentary analysis, been doing a lot of focus on Israel, putting out like a video or two every day about what's happening in Israel, pure military analysis. So the other channels like Defense Politics Asia, History Legends, Military Summary, Weeb, some of these other channels I've shown, they do a video about Israel like once every week or two. And so, this channel he's been doing, he probably, mostly Russia, but is now covering mostly Israel. And a lot of his analysis was very interesting, and, go to U.S. Military analysis. And finally, Shalmageed. So I just read Shalmageed's new book, The Necessity of Exile on the Decline of Liberal Zionism. And here he was in conversation with Peter Beinart. He was actually on the Zev Brenner show last night. So I stayed up to like 2 a.m. Watching Zev Brenner to hear Shalmageed. I actually saw Shalmageed. He came to University of Michigan for a symposium with the Judaic Studies. And, interesting man. He was, he wrote the book on Kabbalah. He wrote a book on Reveal Teitelbaum. He's written books on Hasidus. He wrote a book on Meir Kahana. And big author. I think he was at Dartmouth. I think he was at Indiana for a while. When he came to University of Michigan, he was a professor at Indiana, and he was a Baal Tshuva from like the 1970s, and had lived in Israel, was Haredi for a while, lived in Mea Shearim, lived in Borough Park, and then joined the IDF, was like a settler, and then dumped Orthodoxy and went to kind of like spiritual renewal type stuff, and a professor of Jewish studies. So his new book on Zionism, and ironically, he uses the term counter-Zionism. Yeah, Oswald. Yeah, I did watch Kaufness on Zev Brenner. You shared that. I don't watch. Yeah, I remember when I lived in Borough Park, I never once listened to Zev Brenner. He was on the radio. Rabbi Balkany was like his regular guest all the time. Rabbi Balkany was like Zev Brenner's guest almost every week. I don't think I ever once listened to Zev Brenner. I didn't listen to the radio, period, when I lived in Brooklyn. I've watched his YouTube video recordings a handful of times over the last few years. I think I actually watched Shalmageed's interview on Zev Brenner a few years ago about Meir Kahana. I just shared the thing with the convert. I'd watched the thing about like this rabbi in Queens, but I watched the Nathan Kaufness interview. It hadn't came across my feed, so besides the fact that you shared that with me, I didn't even notice it. But yeah, that was a little bit interesting. and conversation, and but this one was pretty interesting. So Sean McGee is calling himself a counter Zionist, and I'm not sure if that's in reference to counter-Semitism and saying, well, he's not an anti-Zionist. He doesn't. Basically, what he's saying is Zionism served its purpose and no longer meets the needs of Israel or the Jewish people at large, and the death of liberal Zionism as an American movement. That liberal Zionism is a uniquely American movement, has died out. The hope of Israel being a liberal state like Western democracy has died out, and Israel has to go its own way, and also shifting away from messianism, where you could interpret Zionism as basically a European-based nation-state movement created by Ashkenazic Jews to create a nation-state in the historic land of Israel, and it succeeded, and you have a Jewish state in historic Israel, and so Zionism fulfilled its function, and now it doesn't have a purpose anymore. And Zionism, drawing upon traditional Judaism to say, well, why should Jews create a homeland in the historic land of Israel, is because of the religious connotations that Jews place significance to Israel, like the next year in Jerusalem, the theological understanding of Zionism, the messianism. So obviously Zionism made sense in order as a method to get the Jews, or at least some of the Jews, to return to the land of Israel and create a homeland for the Jews in biblical Israel. However, now that Israel already exists, what does Zionism add? What benefit is Zionism? And if Zionism is just a word for being pro-Israel, so like if Zionism means like that Jews should try to create a state, well, they already created a state. What does Zionism mean now? And so you have the messianic interpretation of Zionism. You have Zionism as like a religious Zionism in terms of, okay, well, we created a state, but Zionism means the whole of biblical mandated Israel. That I'm a Zionist means that if it's just something, I support the state of Israel, but I don't support anything active than that the state was created and I think it should continue. But it means that I support the basically the annexation of the West Bank and Gaza, or some sort of messianic connotations. And so he said, well, Zionism was to create a secular state, and it succeeded, and now Zionism's not helping Israel. Israel has to move forward, and also the disconnect in America where you had liberal Zionism, where Israel was supposed to be a Western-style liberal democracy, which is failing. Israel is moving more and more to becoming an ethno-nationalist state, constantly at war, unable to integrate the Arabs into it to solve the Arab problem, and so on and so on. And he actually wrote the book before October 7th, but it was just published in November. So even though he wrote it before October 7th, it wasn't published till November, so it doesn't cover any of that, but it's a pretty interesting topic and make you think into Zionism. Okay, so let me look at 3 small articles on what's happening in Israel. So here was the big thing from the New York Times today about the 2,000-pound bombs. Even Ryan Dawson was mentioning it. Times investigation tracked Israel's use of one of the most destructive bombs in South Gaza. During the first 6 weeks of the war in Gaza, Israel routinely used one of its biggest and most destructive bombs in areas it designated safe for civilians, according to analysis of visual evidence by the New York Times. The video investigation focused on the use of 2,000-pound bombs in an area of southern Gaza where Israel had ordered civilians to move for safety. While bombs of that size are used by several Western militaries, munitions experts say that they are almost never dropped by U.S. forces in densely populated areas anymore. The Times programmed an artificial intelligence tool to scan satellite imagery of South Gaza for bomb craters. Times reporters manually reviewed the search results looking for craters measuring roughly 40 feet across or larger. Munitions experts say typically only 2,000-pound bombs form craters of that size in Gaza's light, sandy soil. Ultimately, the investigation identified 208 craters in satellite imagery and drone footage. Because of limited satellite imagery and variations in the bomb's effects, there are likely to have been many cases in which they were not captured, but the findings revealed that the 2,000 bombs posed a pervasive threat to civilians seeking safety across South Gaza. In response to questions about the bombs used in South Gaza, an Israeli military spokesman said in a statement to the Times that Israel's priority was in destroying Hamas, and questions of this kind will be looked into at a later stage. The spokesman also said that the IDF takes feasibility precautions to mitigate civilian harm, but U.S. officials have said that Israel should do more to reduce civilian casualties while fighting Hamas. The Pentagon increased shipments to Israel of smaller bombs that it considers better suited to urban environments like Gaza. Still, since October, the United States has also sent more than 5,000 Mk-84 munitions, a type of 2,000-pound bombs. So just thinking about it, this is in southern Gaza, where Israel basically, told civilians it was safe to go, that they found Israel dropped over 200 of these 2,000-pound bombs. Who knows how many bombs Israel dropped in northern Gaza? Maybe even more than 1,000, maybe 2,000. And then Israel, the United States, since October 7th, since the war has started, has given Israel 5,000 of these 2,000-pound bombs. So, God forbid, Ryan Dawson was mentioning that the U.S. never used more than 500-pound bombs in Iraq. And Israel has already used probably over 1,000 of these 2,000-pound bombs, and America just gave 5,000 more of them to Israel. And so whether Israel is going to keep on using them, the pressure to stop using them, the New York Times, the New York Times is just telling this now already a month and 2.5 months into the war. So, Israel's been dropping these bombs, all U.S. bombs, for 2.5 months now, and the New York Times is just reporting that. So we'll look at two things from the Jerusalem Post. So Gazans' well-being is secondary to Israel's war plans, Israel Jews believe. There's a poll from earlier this week. Almost 2/3 of Israelis do not believe that Israel has a clear plan for the Gaza Strip after the war. More than 80% of Israeli Jews believe that the suffering of Gazan civilians should only be taken into account to a small extent in the context of the war to demolish Hamas, while a large majority fear that more than 100 Israeli hostages held in Israel will not be saved, according to a poll published by the Israeli Democracy Institute on Tuesday. And maybe I'll actually try to get this poll. In complete opposition, 83% of Israeli Arabs believe the Gazans should be taken into account to a larger extent. Many hostages have reportedly died in captivity amid reports of ill treatment, or those who are still alive. The International Committee of the Red Cross has been unable to visit them, and the poll indicated a large majority are pessimistic concerning their fate. Meanwhile, a whopping 91% of Jews believe that the IDF is making an effort to follow international laws in its fighting, as opposed to only 24% of Arabs who believe the same. 2/3 of Arabs believe that the IDF isn't trying at all. Anti-Israeli demonstrations are anti-Semitic, Israelis say. Since October 7th, there's been many protests across the world accusing Israel of committing war crimes and even genocide in Gaza. respondents were asked whether these accusations were due to anti-Semitism and hatred of Israel or because of the large number of civilian casualties. According to the Hamas-run health ministry and the extent of property destruction in Gaza, just under two-thirds of Jews put it down to anti-Semitism, while 52% of Arabs said it was the latter. The opinion of the other 48% was not included in the poll. Another possible reason for the anti-Israel opinions could be the different public relation campaigns waged by Israel and Hamas, while the latter is known to have a very active and not entirely truthful PR campaign. Israel scored low in the poll in this respect, with 72% of Jews and almost 80% of Arabs saying that Israel's PR is poor or so-so. PR side, Israel set two main goals in the war: to destroy Hamas and to bring home the hostages. About two-thirds of respondents think the former is possible, while only 35% think the goal of freeing the hostages will be achieved. Does Israel have a clear plan for Gaza? Israelis think not. Almost two-thirds of the Israelis do not believe that Israel has a clear plan for the Gaza Strip after the war, while Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that Israel won't resettle in Gaza and the Palestinian Authority will not be given control. Neither Hamas stand nor Fatah stand Israelis have yet to be presented with any alternative paths. That might have to wait until after elections. This survey shows that 69% want fresh elections after the war, despite the present government being barely a year old. Voters of the opposition Islamic Party, RAM, are most interested in new elections at 97%, while least support, 29%, came from voters of the ultra-Orthodox United Torah Judaism Party, which is in the present government. Almost half of the Likud voters also believed that elections should be held after the war, despite a drastic decline of Likud in polls since the beginning of the war, from 32 seats in last year's election to 18 in the latest poll published on Monday. The religious Zionist Party, with 8 seats in the present government, would not cross the threshold according to Monday's poll. Nevertheless, the poll indicated that almost half of its voters support elections after the war. So let's see if I could see the actual polls from let's just look at a few of these surveys. I'm not sure. Let's see the dates on these. Okay, yeah, I just want to see the latest survey that so this one was two-thirds of Israelis do not think the government currently has a clear plan of action for the next day, and the majority, even on the right, believe the election should be held as soon as the war ends. Even so, no significant movement is currently indicated between the political blocs. So in your opinion, does the government currently have a clear plan of action for the day after the end of the fighting in Gaza? And no. So vast majority saying no. Although here, is there a high likelihood that Israel will succeed in destroying Hamas's military and political infrastructure and bringing all the hostages home? So right-wing Jews, almost 80%, Jews in general, 70%, Arabs, the least amount, and left-wing Jews, and almost not, so the vast minority of Jews think that the hostages are coming back. So you see that the majority of Israeli Jews have basically resigned to the fact that most of the hostages are going to die. They're never coming home, God forbid. However, a majority of Jews do think that Israel will be successful in toppling Hamas. To what extent should Israelis take into consideration the suffering of the civilian population in Gaza when planning the continuation of the fighting there? And over 80% of Israeli Jews, to a small extent, 40% of Israeli Jews, to a very small extent, 40% of Israeli Jews don't give a crap at all, God forbid, about the suffering of Gazan Palestinians, and another 41% to a fairly small extent. 11% of Israelis do care about the suffering of Palestinians to a large extent, 4.5% to a small extent. So if you're looking at this, 15% of Israelis care about Palestinian suffering in Gaza. 80% of Israelis don't care about Palestinian suffering in Gaza, God forbid. And if you look at the Arabs polled, so just looking at what's going on in the war, what's the sentiment in Israel, and God forbid, hey Jim, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, God bless. God forbid, 80% of Israelis don't care about the suffering of Gazan Palestinians. International law, most Israelis believe that Israel is trying really hard to obey international law. Most Arabs, although a smaller extent, like almost all Jews believe that Israel is doing their best to obey international law, as were 2/3 of Arabs don't think that Israel is trying its best. But if you look, okay, if Doooovid, saying, I'm not sure that Israel is doing its best to obey international law, I would be an extreme minority among Jews, because you see that like over 90% of Jews think that. What grade would you give today Israel's public relations? So why are there demonstrations against Israel? So less than 10% of Jews, God forbid, this is in Israel, this is just in Israel, less than 10% of Israelis think that the reason there's all these mass protests in Israel against Israel is because of the civilian casualties and destruction inflicted during the war. 60% think that it's because of anti-Semitism, just hatred of Israel. 22% both reasons equally. So most Israelis, God forbid, just say they're not concerned with the casualty, with the damage they're inflicting on Gaza. They really just don't care. And they don't even think, like all the protest and everything, they're chalking that up to anti-Semitism. God forbid. So, these polling pretty scary to see this. Many Western countries, there's been mass demonstrations and loud public criticism against Israel for its conduct during the war in Gaza. So the main reason here from left to right, among the right, it's even higher. Only 5% of the right thinks that the protests have anything to do, 6% that has anything to do with the casualties and the damage. Among the left, 22% of the left, you see a wider divide, although the plurality of the left still thinks anti-Semitism is the largest cause. Among the right, it's almost exclusively that they think, well, anti-Semitism. Hey, James, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. So, yeah, there's just the interesting surveys. So when I give my predictions about what's going to happen, I want to put this into perspective. After the war, will you participate in protests calling for the political and military leaders responsible for the failures of October 7 to be held to account? So Among the more Orthodox, United Torah Judaism, 90% no. Shas, 74% no. Yesh Atid, the main Yair Lapid, the main opposition party, 75%. Labor, opposition. National Unity, Benny Gantz, that's been part of it. Even Ram, only 50%. Yisrael Beiteinu. Elections after the war and the new polling related to that. So, to what extent has your personal life returned to normal or close to normal recently? So, for Haredim, 2/3 of Haredim have basically returned to normal life despite the war, the national religious, the secular only half. So you think like, okay, the secular Jews are actually facing the larger burden of the war than the religious people. Compared to the period before the outbreak of the war, do you now feel closer or further from religion? So the majority no change, although there's a sizable chunk, 18% much closer, 16% slightly closer, and 4% slightly further, 6% much further. So the war has definitely made more people closer to religion, but the sizable chunk is still unchanged. And here was the two-state solution. This was from a few weeks ago. Hostage deal. So if people want to look at this on their own, I'll let people look at it on their own. So I'll look at this last article from the Jerusalem Post, and then I'll give some concluding thoughts, then we'll get back to the research. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Boston, for being active in the chat. The Middle East is under a three-linked conflict opinion. Since October 7th, most media coverage has tended to regard the Gaza war as the central arena and the other two fronts as subsidiary to it. This perspective needs to be revised. And, so this is obviously the Israeli perspective, and I'll discuss this after. Three-linked conflicts are currently underway in the Middle East. There are the Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza, the lower intensity battle underway between Israel and Hezbollah in the north, and the Houthis' maritime campaign in support of Hamas against international shipping in the Red Sea Gulf of Aden area. Since October 7th, most media coverage has tended to regard the Gaza war as the central arena and the other two fronts as subsidiary to it. This perspective needs to be revised. All three of these fronts are part of a larger regional dynamic, and all three are currently at or approaching a hinge point. Northern border. We're focusing our efforts on the south, but Hezbollah is continuing to act with aggression, said Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, speaking to journalists in Kibbutz Rosh Hanikra earlier this week. We can do the same if needed against Hezbollah. As we are doing against Hamas, we have evacuated our civilians from the immediate danger zone, and we're in a defensive posture because we're focused on operations in Gaza. As I mentioned in the New York Times article, that God forbid, America just gave Israel 5,000, 2,000-pound bombs. So, if he means that they could bomb the hell out of Lebanon, just like they're bombing Gaza, certainly the U.S. has given the Israel the weapons to do that. A low to medium intensity conflict is currently going on north and south of Israel's border with Lebanon, with daily exchanges of fire, constant alerts. Deaths on both sides. Israel clearly enjoys the tactical advantage, and this is reflected in the casualty figures. Somewhere just over 100 Hezbollah fighters have died so far, along with 17 Lebanese civilians and 1 soldier of the Lebanese armed forces. According to the AFP, on the Israeli side, 7 soldiers and 4 civilians have died, as reported by Reuters. And obviously the main advantage that Israel has is American weapons. The mood among the Israeli troops deployed in the north appears upbeat and determined. We're learning every day. Leader, a company commander mobilized since October 8th, told me I was in the Kafir brigade in the regular army. So we're seeing many things for the first time, but we're learning every day and we're ready for anything. But while tactically Israel clearly has the upper hand on the strategic level, the situation is less positive. About 86,000 Israelis have left their homes as a result of Hezbollah's engagement in support of Hamas further south. There are no indications that they will be ready to return unless Hezbollah's deployment along the border comes to an end. As to how this can be achieved, there has been reports of a U.S.-led diplomatic effort to move Hezbollah forces from the border. The prospects for such an effort appear poor. It is not clear what inducements the U.S. would bring to the table to make Hezbollah act in a way contrary to its core outlook and purpose, but the reports do indicate that the U.S. remains opposed to any unilateral Israel military move to drive the Iran-supported Shia Islamicists from the border area. The continued maintenance of an effective security zone on the Israeli side of the border is untenable for Israel. When, with the basis for diplomacy unclear and military action evidently contrary to U.S. wishes, the situation remains black. For as long as it is not resolved, the current reality represents a gain for the Iran-led regional bloc goal of the slow chipping away at the chance for a normal life for Israelis. Gaza. Israel's goal in the war in Gaza is the destruction of Hamas-led authority, which has ruled the area since 2007 and which ordered and carried out the massacre on October 7th. Tactically, again, Israel's performed well. The IDF has moved forward methodologically and effectively in northern Gaza, with Israel resistance is now only sporadic. Major operations remain in the south to make achieving Israel's stated goals possible. But again, the strategic picture is less encouraging. These contradictory timetables have been operating throughout with regard to Israel's operation in Gaza. They're the military timetable, that is the time that Israel needs to pursue its operation to the point where the Hamas authority has been destroyed, and efforts towards the creation of a successor authority can begin with Israel maintaining its security hold on Gaza. The diplomatic timetable, that is the amount of time available until international pressure begins for Israel to wind up operations. The stance of the U.S., which historically has defended Israel for a limited period against pressure of this kind before joining it, is the crucial variable here. The hostage timetable, that is ongoing effort to bring about the release of Israeli hostages taken on October 7th. These timetables are contrary because the focus on the hostages will tend to slow down the military effort, while only a limited window for this effort exists until diplomatic pressure to bring it to a close begins in earnest. The obvious Hamas intention is to use the hostage issue in order to run out the clock until such time as Israel is forced to break off the military effort before its goal has been achieved. Israel's interest in ensuring this does not happen. As of now, it appears the U.S. and Western pressure for Israel to cease the high-intensity maneuver phase of the war by early January, establish a buffer zone, and continue raids and pinpointed operations into Gaza is growing. If Israel acquiesces to this, it becomes likely that Hamas will reemerge as the de facto authority in the large part of Gaza. This will be seen justifiably by Hamas and its supporters as victory and motivation for further attacks. Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, Yemen. The third conflict front that has been opened as a result of October 7th is the maritime contest taking place in the area of the Bab el-Mandab Strait, the Gulf of Aden, and the Red Sea. In terms of the potential global consequence, this may be the most important front of all. As of now, the Houthis who control northern Yemen are engaged in a campaign of attacks on international shipping. More than a dozen ships have been targeted. 6 million barrels of oil a day pass through the Bab el-Mandab Strait. About 12% of global trade transits here on the way to the Suez Canal. As a result, the Houthis terrorizing of ships passing through the strait on their way to the canal. A number of major shipping companies, including MSC, Hapag-Lloyd, CMA, CGM, and Maersk have announced that they have suspended passage to the Red Sea because of the threat. Energy giant BP this week recorded a similar suspension. The cost for companies of shipping to Europe via the Cape of Good Hope instead of the Suez Canal is set to have a major economic impact. Oil prices have already risen since the attacks began. The U.S. this week announced a formation of a 10-nation naval coalition to defend shipping in the Red Sea from attacks by the Houthis. The Houthis have said the attacks will continue. Mohammed al-Bukhati, a senior Houthi official, was quoted by Al Jazeera as saying that even if the U.S. succeeds in mobilizing the entire world, our military operations will not stop, no matter the sacrifices it costs. The dimensions and nature of the operation that the new coalition will take to ensure the protection of shipping in the area remain to be seen. So 3 fronts of the conflict in the Middle East with a number of common factors. All three derive from the support afforded to movements of political Islam by the Islamic Republic of Iran as part of its push for regional domination. All three are currently at a hinge point where it will be determined if the opponents of the Iranian Islamist side will take the necessary and determined action to push back their enemy, or if the enemy will be permitted to unilaterally reshape their strategic balance. The outcome of all three therefore depends on the extent of will possessed by the anti-Iranian, anti-Islamist side. Much regarding the future of Israel and the Middle East may depend on the results of the contest on all three of these fronts. Okay, so that's all of my links. Let me see if I could get a quick map. Of Gaza. I'll finish this up. Let me see if I get a quick map of the latest Gaza war map. I'm forgetting the Twitter page that had sorry about this. Want to get a clear map of what's going on in Israel. So this guy Preston Stewart, I forget, there's a Twitter page that has regular updated maps. And okay, so here's like a most recent update map of what's going on in Gaza, and you could see that Israel is extending their campaign into southern Gaza, Khan Yunis. You could see quite an extent of Israeli activity, although you mentioned that these maps are misleading. These are areas, as opposed to the general like Ukraine-Russia war maps, where the color difference generally represents territory that one side has taken and held, where most of these mappings in Israel only show area that Israel at one point held. So if you look like in northern Gaza, Israel does not hold all this territory. These are places where Israel's done operations, but Israel is not occupying. They don't currently have troops in all these areas, and Hamas is operating out of many of these areas, and a lot of this area has just been bombed and destroyed. Some of these areas, like Israel has went in with some troops or some tanks or some activities. but they're not actually occupying them. And in Khan Yunis, God forbid, the humanitarian safe zone, God forbid, close to 2 million people. We discussed that a few weeks ago, the likely humanitarian disaster. So you're just getting a little look at the map. So let me give a little concluding thoughts. I don't have any guest plan. I don't see anyone in the chat that's likely to be joining, but I'll give a look at concluding thoughts on the war, and then we'll continue on with some of the research. So sorry about the low energy tonight. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, I think it's pretty likely that the war is going to go on for a long time. Probably, maybe even a few years. I'm saying, like, from my perspective, my analysis, I would say Israel's always been at war. Israel was founded by war. And although there's been certain peace treaties with Jordan and Egypt, in terms of the Palestinians, the Lebanese, the Syrians, Iran, Israel is still at war 75 years later. There's no sign of that ending. That's why the Abraham Accords were such an important deal. It was the hope that Israel would not be permanently at war. And there was coming to an end of the hostilities where Israel would be recognized by the Arab nations, and then from there be able to move into some form of lasting peace with the Palestinians. Did not work out that way. It does not look like it's working out that way. And, looking at that Jerusalem Post article, Israel would like to frame this as basically Iran versus the rest of the world. And Israel is just like, it's like Israel is fighting the battle of the West. The big bad guy is Iran. And in order to solve this, they need to do a regime change in Iran. And it does not look like that's happening. Even with the Chinese bringing together some sort of new diplomatic relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran, Russia teaming up with Iran and China, largely due to the war in Ukraine. So it would appear, the unipolar from multipolar, where the U.S. and NATO backing Ukraine failing, however that's going to end, but the likelihood that Ukraine is going to have to surrender or negotiate some sort of settlement where they're going to lose a significant amount of territory to Russia. Russia increased their partnership with Iran and China and India, and the Eurasianism largely happened with Russia and Iran. So the U.S. lost its leverage against Iran in the war against Russia because Iran became a big weapons supplier to Russia, and the U.S. was not successful in Ukraine's counteroffensive like we talked about last week. So at this point, there's really the U.S. has no leverage to counter Iran. I mean, we still have sanctions, and the sanctions are going on, and obviously the U.S. and Iran still has a lot of problems. But from the Israeli perspective, where Israel basically, like, until you have a regime change in Iran, Israel is going to be at a constant state of war. Iran is a huge country. Iran is a huge military supplier. Iran is giving weapons to Hezbollah, to Hamas, to the Houthis, and all of those countries are hostile to Israel. And even Syria, possibly Turkey, Russia now, even in terms of recognizing Hamas, that like many countries also recognize Hamas as a legitimate political entity that's resisting Zionist occupation, including Russia. So from the Israeli perspective of trying to create a broader coalition against Iran is basically hopeless at this point. So, like I had said from the beginning, and it's already been 2.5 months of basically isolated war between Israel and Hamas. So we're already 2.5 months into the Israel-Hamas war, and it doesn't show any signs of slowing, any signs of stopping. In terms of like the hostages, as it showed, 2/3 of Israelis think that the rest of the hostages are not going to come home, that they're basically accepting that the other 100+ hostages are likely to die. Although a huge amount of Israelis, we saw 80% of Israelis, more than 80% of Israelis want to completely eradicate Hamas and could care less or very little about the humanitarian condition of Palestinians in Gaza, not just Hamas, any of them. So when you see the polling, 80% of Israelis don't really care about the humanitarian condition of Gazans. And we've shown earlier, like expulsion, even see a little bit like, there's pressure like Israel. There was a false flag, and I don't think that it was true, but, that Israel is going to try to take over the Rafah crossing into Egypt, that Israel at some point will militarily try to take over the Rafah crossing in order to force the Palestinian current refugees out of Israel. It seems unlikely. Israel's in a very bad position right now. God forbid. Israel is unlikely to defeat Hamas. I mean, even said, like, the ground campaign has not really started yet. So Israel has stepped up a little bit in the last week, and they're starting to face some bigger casualties. So, like this week, Israel has been facing about 5 deaths a day over the weekend. Like, God forbid, like 15 Israelis were killed. But Israel has not really went in with their troops yet. Israel has largely just been doing bombing and a little bit on the outskirts of the area with a little bit of troops. And when Israel is sending in troops, they're getting killed. So, what I mentioned last week, for Israel to get the job done, Israel will have to sacrifice the lives of probably well over 10,000 Israeli troops. And that's just talking about northern Gaza. And it doesn't look like Israel's going to do it. Israel's had 2.5 months already. They have 250,000 plus soldiers. At this point, there's more Israeli soldiers in northern Gaza than there's left citizens in totality. So if Israel went into northern Gaza, they could go in with 100,000 ground troops for maybe 20,000 Hamas fighters and maybe another 100 to 200,000 civilians that are still left in northern Gaza. And when the war first started, the military experts saying that was what they thought was going to happen. Eventually, they thought eventually Israel would go in with a full ground invasion into northern Gaza, and there would be a fight between tens of thousands of Hamas guerrilla warriors in the tunnels and the various things, and a full ground invasion. Israel has not done the ground invasion, most likely because they're scared of losing troops. So they bomb the hell out of them. They keep on bombing them. They're still bombing them, but the bombs are not really been effective in taking out Hamas. You have the numbers. Now Israel is going to claim, maybe they've killed 7,000 Hamas fighters, although it's hard to verify. Most experts don't think that's the case. Israel's maybe killed 3,000 to 4,000 Hamas fighters, and in order to, God forbid, limit the amount, they're just going to claim that basically like all the adult males that have died are Hamas fighters. But as you can see with the heavy fighting, some of the bombing, 2.5 months, and they're still sending in bombs into Israel. Not as much, not as often, but still 2.5 months later, you still have sirens going off in Israel from regular bombings. And what happens if Israel doesn't do the ground invasion? I mean, if they don't do the ground invasion, they're not going to eliminate Hamas. And so at this point, it's been like 2.5 months. So if they're going to do the ground invasion, why did they wait till now? Saying like they could have done the ground invasion 2 months ago already. Like what happened in the last 2 months when they first started bombing and ordering the evacuation to now, what advantage would have Israel had if they start the ground invasion now versus if they did 2 months ago? And maybe they would limit civilian, military casualties to say, if Israel now did the full ground invasion with some of the damage they've done, some of the intelligence they've gathered, that Israel would only lose 5,000 soldiers if they did a ground invasion now, as opposed to the 10,000 soldiers they would have lost if they started the ground invasion 2 months ago. So I would have to speculate Israel is unlikely to do the ground invasion. So what happens if Israel doesn't do the ground invasion? It means that basically it's just going to be hide and seek for 6 months, a year, maybe forever, where basically Israel's going to have a few troops on the outside, a few tanks, a few strategic maneuvers, but basically just hide and seek. Anytime Hamas comes out, they're going to bomb them, and Hamas is just going to stay hidden, and there's going to be continued hide and seek for a few months until there's no longer enough support from America for Israel to continue the war. And then Israel's going to have to pull out, and is going to be a disaster because the humanitarian disaster that Gaza has basically been completely destroyed. And if they start allowing money back into Gaza, Hamas is likely to still be in control, and there's likely to be continued warfare. So, I mean, God forbid, I think Israel's really messed this up really badly, and they've put themselves into a no-win situation. So I really can't see it. Like if Israel now, I mean, and they might, like Israel might be at the point of no return where they're basically seeing that they're going to pull out. Hamas is still going to be there. There's still going to be regular missiles being fired, rockets fired into Israel. Hezbollah is still going to be right there on the northern border. Israel's international standing is going to be severely weakened. U.S. support for Israel is going to be at all-time lows, and they won't have gained anything. I mean, I said that from the first time that like the bombing was just dumb. Right after October 7th, within the next day, Israel started dropping bombs. And I said that on October 9th, the first stream, October 9th, Israel's already dropping bombs. And I said, it's just bad strategy. It's a bad idea. The bombs don't help Israel. And so Israel now has already created this huge refugee crisis. There's close to 2 million Gazan refugees. They've already destroyed a quarter, half of Gaza. And maybe they've destroyed like 10 to 25% of Hamas. But the vast majority of Hamas is still intact. The leaders of Hamas might still be intact. I mean, now that like the Israeli papers are talking about exiling the Hamas leaders in return for a ceasefire, and there could be at the point where it doesn't even benefit Hamas to take a ceasefire now. Like, because what is Israel going to do that it hasn't done already? And the one thing that Hamas wants Israel to do, Israel doesn't appear to do. It doesn't appear to actually want to do, and that's the ground invasion. Because if they did a ground invasion, then Hamas would have the chance to go head to head on their home turf against IDF soldiers, and it would be a bloodbath like some of the battles in Russia, Ukraine, where you had hundreds of people dying on both sides every day. But Israel, if they went through it with a full ground invasion, they used their 100,000 reserves, and they just started invading northern Gaza in maybe 3 months, and 50,000 dead people from now, Israel will have cleaned out Hamas from Gaza City. Otherwise, Hamas will still be in Gaza City. Yeah, I mean, as well, I don't think Netanyahu is important to this at all. Netanyahu's 74 years old. You see the polling. The war in Gaza is extremely popular among Israelis. Even a left-wing coalition, any leadership right now would be waging the same war in Gaza. There's no light of day between any of the senior Israeli officials on what's happening in Gaza right now. So it wouldn't make a difference if there was elections tomorrow, if Benny Gantz, if Yair Lapid, or another Likud person, any of these people, the facts on the ground in terms of the war would be the exact same. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if anyone watching has speculation, anyone's following. I don't think Israel is going to do the ground invasion. And I think Israel's looking weak on multiple fronts. Israel is one thing, they put all this effort into it, and they're going to pull away that they didn't defeat Hamas. A majority of the Hamas leadership will remain there. Hamas will remain in power. Another thing, Israel has demonstrated itself to be completely reliant on U.S. support. That basically the only thing Israel did was drop U.S. bombs. So for 2.5 months, Israel did a little incursions. They rounded up some prisoners, the vast majority of them civilians. They created a refugee crisis of nearly 2 million people. But basically, all Israel did was drop U.S. bombs for 2.5 months now. That the only thing Israel has done is drop U.S. bombs. And like I read a few weeks ago that thing on war narratives. And so this narrative that Israel's been selling, like October 7th, the elimination of Hamas. And really what Israel needed to do is an ethnic cleansing. At this point, can Israel even do an ethnic cleansing? Israel would have to go to war with Egypt. At this point, basically the whole world is against Israel in this war. So for Israel to like take over the Rafah crossing and just start forcing Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula has to be like very little chance that Israel is going to do that. For Israel to do a full ground campaign already 2.5 months into it, very little chance. I mean, Israel, if they were going to do that, they would have already done it. So either the ethnic cleansing or the ground invasion. If Israel were going to do it, they would have already done it. There's no sense in having waited 2.5 months, let international pressure turn against Israel, let Americans protest every day, and then all of a sudden now they're going to start a ground campaign, and you'll have these staggering death totals. So, now because with the bombings, I mean, basically all Israel could do is just keep on bombing. And like, who are they bombing? They're bombing really just buildings. And so, basically almost everyone in Gaza has fled into the tiny refugee camp. you have a huge humanitarian crisis. God forbid I mention, the likelihood that those refugees are going to start coming to the West. How quickly can those refugees return back to Israel? So Israel's going to have some sort of military operation for the next 6 months. And as I said, it's just going to be like 6 months of hide and seek where basically Israel's bombing and bombing. And even if Israel killed, God forbid, 100 Hamas every day, it would still take basically a year to eliminate Hamas. So you talk like half a year, and it's unlikely Israel is killing 100 Hamas a day. Israel might be lucky. I mean, probably like low estimate, Israel's killing like 25 Hamas people every day. But even if Israel was killing 50 Hamas people a day on average, that's 1,500 a month. And that would be like a year. And it still wouldn't have eliminated all of Hamas. And so the only way for Israel to really eliminate Hamas would be a mass ground invasion, which would involve tens of thousands of troops. So I don't think Israel's went in with more than like 100 troops in one operation. I think Israel's Israel's been strategic. They've done like a single operation. They've sent like 100 troops into one area. They've done a little here and there, and then they pulled out. And Israel's not even really occupying. They're not even holding on to any of the territory that it's taken. So what Israel would need to do would be to do a massive ground invasion with like 100,000 troops and to take and occupy every inch of land in Gaza. And if they start with northern Gaza, and Israel would suffer horrendous casualties. Israel, said, the estimates were at least 10,000 soldier losses. So if Israel started the ground invasion, 100,000 troops coming in on Gaza from all angles, slowly encircling it, bulldozing, eliminating all the infrastructure, the tunnels, everything. The first few days, you would probably see hundreds of Israeli soldiers killed every day. And maybe after a few weeks, probably the first week or two, you would see hundreds of Israeli soldiers killed every day. And then maybe after 2 weeks, the bleeding would stop a little bit and it'd go down to 50 Israeli soldiers every day. Although every once in a while, there still might be a few hundred Israeli soldiers killed. And eventually, over 2 or 3 months, Israel would be able to conquer all of Gaza City and seal the tunnels, get rid of the booby traps, take over all of the Hamas territories, eliminate any Hamas fighter that's still there, and so the casualties. So these were the predictions from the beginning. So Defense Politics says, all the military experts said this at the beginning when Israel claimed it was going to do a ground invasion. And Israel could have done this October 15th. Israel already had the reserves. November 1st, Israel could have started doing this. They didn't. So the likelihood that Israel is going to do it now is very small, although it's possible. Israel could do a full ground invasion, and it will probably cost 50,000 lives, maybe 100,000 lives. That if Israel wants to eradicate Hamas, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, just in Gaza, northern Gaza, it will probably cost at least 50,000 lives, including 10,000 Israeli soldiers' lives. And that would be, you said, that basically Israel would have to do a ground invasion from all corners of Gaza City, closing it in street by street, tunnel by tunnel, until they've occupied and basically brought to rubble the majority of Gaza. You might have a few buildings standing, but Israel would have to use like 100,000 troops and completely occupy northern Gaza. And if there's still like 150,000 Gazan civilians there, probably 50,000 civilians would die, 10,000 Israeli troops would die, and 15,000 Hamas soldiers, 20,000 Hamas soldiers would die. And then Israel might have to do the same thing in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. So, I mean, Israel could attempt to do a ground invasion in Khan Yunis and northern Gaza at the same time, or they could do it one at a time. So, it'd be maybe 100,000 troops in Gaza and 50,000 troops in Khan Yunis. And this is assuming that there's no escalation with Hezbollah, international Houthis. And you say, well, why didn't Israel do the ground invasion? And so, in all likelihood, you said, well, Israel's scared. I mean, the obvious reason why Israel didn't do it and why they're not likely to do it is because Israel is scared. And Israel's scared of three main factors. And Israel is scared of the mass casualties of soldiers that it would take to get the job done. Israel does not have it in them to do what Russia did, to do what Ukraine did, and sacrifice the life of 10,000 Israeli soldiers to do a full ground invasion. 2, Israel is scared that it will permanently rupture and lose support from America, the West, whatever the other nations are supporting Israel. And 3, Israel is scared of regional war escalation. Possibly, Egypt could break their peace treaty. Jordan, the Hezbollah could start launching rockets. If Hezbollah launched all its rockets, it could kill hundreds of thousands of Israeli civilians. Iran could get involved, Syria. But basically, Israel wimped out. Israel was scared, and now Israel is in a disaster situation that Israel has basically got itself into a war, and they haven't done anything with it. To some extent, the war could have already been majority over if Israel had just went in with the ground invasion at the beginning, like most of the military experts were expecting. Right now, we might be looking at 50 to 100,000 casualties, including over 10,000 Israelis, but Israel would basically already control northern Gaza. They would have already eliminated, they would have already filled in a lot of the tunnels. But Israel was scared they didn't do it. So the chance that Israel is going to do it now is close to zero. So I wouldn't predict a ground invasion. Like I said, because if Israel was going to do it, they would have done it already. What sense does it make that they're now going to do a ground invasion? And I mean, possibly. So Israel still might do a ground invasion to some extent, but just because they have no choice. And at this point, because what is their other choice? So as Israel loses the international support to keep on doing the mass bombings, they don't really help them anyways. These mass bombings have not really helped in the elimination of Hamas. Hamas was prepared for the bombings. All the bombings did was kill civilians and cause a refugee crisis. And as every time Israel tries to do a ground invasion operations, they face opposition and they face casualties. So God forbid, this week, Israel feeling the pressure, trying to do more ground operations, they face casualties, multiple casualties every day. And these are just a drop in the bucket, God forbid. So, 15 casualties this weekend, and it's the most casualties Israel's faced since October 7th. And it's just a drop in the bucket. If Israel, got the balls to do the ground campaign the first few days, there would be hundreds of Israeli casualties every day, like Ukraine, like the meat grinder. Bakhmut was a meat grinder, and for many days in Bakhmut in Russia, there were close to 1,000 casualties on both sides every day. So basically, it would be a meat grinder like Bakhmut in Russia if Israel went through with the ground invasion, and there would be hundreds of casualties on both sides every day. But because Israel has so much bigger number that um, after a week or two of the meat grinder, so if Israel starts the ground invasion, you have the meat grinder where hundreds of Israelis and Hamas are being killed each day. After 2 weeks, you're going to have about 3,000 Israeli IDF casualties and maybe about 5,000 Hamas casualties. And after a month, you're going to have 5 to 10,000 Israeli casualties and 10 to 20,000 Hamas casualties. And then after that, it might dwindle where you'll have only tens of Israeli casualties every day, and they will slowly be able to completely take over all of northern Gaza, completely destroy the tunnel networks and all of the Hamas infrastructure. But Israel has to invest hundreds of casualties every day to start this, and they're not willing to do it. And I don't think they're going to do it. Because as I said, like if they were going to do it, they would have done it already. All the military experts said that in Israel, all they did was drop American bombs, and they haven't accomplished that many of their military goals. It's unclear. Israel's claiming 1 out of 3 of the people they've killed in Gaza are Hamas. It's probably more like 1 out of 10. Maybe it's 1 out of 7. And Khan Yunis and the basically, like you're reading, what Israel really wants to do is ethnic cleansing. They want to force hundreds of thousands or millions of Gazans out of Gaza. But if they failed at that, so what happens if basically America pulls the plug and says no more bombing? So one thing, the refugees could try going back to where they came from. Although, God forbid, like half of their area, like in certainly northern Gaza, has been destroyed. A quarter of the area, even in the south, has been destroyed. So a lot of these new refugees have no place to go. There's 500,000 people, 500,000 Gazans that have no place to go back to. They're in a permanent refugee status place, and they're in desperate need of international aid. And they won't be able to rebuild unless there's a permanent ceasefire, no more Israeli military operations, and then they could, God forbid, like rebuild the houses, infrastructure, construction, but they're not going to be able to do that while there's still military operations. So Israel's really shot herself in the foot here because they didn't do what they needed to do, and now they're going to be in for a long-term tit-for-tat minor war that doesn't even accomplish anything. So like basically it's going to be like hide and seek. You're going to have like a little Hamas, rockets firing, Israel going in with like some special forces, small ground fire exchange, and it could go on like this for 6 months. And even 6 months from now, like if Israel's not willing to go through the meat grinder of the ground invasion, 6 months from now, Israel will probably only have eliminated another 5,000 more Hamas soldiers. Maybe there's still going to be 20,000 Hamas soldiers. And God forbid, like of the billion plus, 2 million refugees, probably more people are going to join Hamas. If they're just sitting there in a refugee camp, they might join Hamas and join the war. So it could be a replenishment. So, God forbid, this is a complete disaster. Israel has really shot itself in the foot. It has no good way to extricate itself from this situation. Um, Israel's options, as say, like Israel basically has three areas of options, and all of them are bad. So, option one, start the ground invasion now. And you say, well, God forbid Israel, if it was going to do the ground invasion, it should have done it 2 months ago. So why are they going to start the ground invasion now? But so option one, Israel goes forward with the ground invasion and basically sends in 100,000+ troops into northern Gaza, all corners, does the meat grinder, accepts the loss of thousands, maybe tens of thousands of Israeli troops, and fully eradicates Hamas. Completely gets rid of Hamas in all totality, completely occupies militarily and takes over all of the Gaza Strip besides for the refugee area. That's option one. I think it's very unlikely. Option two is ethnic cleansing. I mean, it could be related, but I mean, we'll put option two would be forced ethnic cleansing, which would basically mean militarily taking over the Rafah crossing and forcing the Gazan refugees into the Sinai Peninsula and just bombing the hell out of, destroying chemical weapons or whatever to basically kill everyone who remains. So I say that's unlikely, but that Israel would move forward, basically ethnic cleansing, forcing the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula. That would basically necessitate waging war, declaring war against Egypt. Very unlikely. So I'll put option one and two together. So I said three options. So the ethnic cleansing and the ground invasion kind of go hand in hand, because I mean, but they don't have to. Like the ethnic cleansing is kind of separate. Like, but I would say the ethnic cleansing is possible in any of the scenarios. It's most likely in the ground invasion scenario, but the ethnic cleansing could actually be part of any of the scenarios. I mean, any of the first two scenarios. So the second scenario is the most likely thing that's going to happen. Is basically Israel is just going to do this tit for tat. They're going to keep the refugees in the safe zone. They're going to do small operations in bombing in all over Gaza, north, south, everywhere for the next 6 months. And basically, every time Hamas fighters pop up, they're going to try to kill them. They're going to drop bombs. They're going to do special operations. And you'll see a trickle of small operations, and there'll be regular Israeli casualties, 5-10 Israeli casualties a day for the next 6 months. So maybe 6 months from now, there'll be like 1,000 Israeli soldiers killed and another 5,000 Hamas soldiers killed and maybe another 20,000 Palestinian civilians killed. And it'll just be 6 months of basically nothing. And God forbid, I would say like 80%, this I would say is like the 80% likelihood. This is the most likely option. That's just going to be like this status quo of this pointless war that doesn't really eliminate Hamas, and just keeps close to 2 million Gazan refugees and regular daily deaths of a few hundred Palestinian civilians and a handful of Israeli soldiers and maybe like tens of Hamas soldiers. So if you had like 6 months where, if they on average, let's say 20 Hamas soldiers are killed every day. So that's only like 600 a month. So 6 months from now, that's only going to be like less than 5,000 Hamas soldiers killed. So, what's likely to happen for 6 months, Israel's going to keep this tit for tat. They're going to keep the 2 million refugees in the refugee camps, horrible condition. They're going to be small operations. You're going to have a handful of Israelis killed, soldiers killed every day, and a handful of Hamas soldiers killed every day, and maybe a few hundred, probably an average of like 100 Palestinian civilians killed every day. So after 6 months, you'll have like 5,000 Hamas soldiers killed, 1,000 IDF soldiers killed, and um, another 20, 30,000 Palestinian civilians killed. Besides whatever happens, like God forbid, with the refugees, like God forbid, what's going to happen with the 2 million refugees? Like, will there be sickness? Will there start being something that causes mass death among the refugees? But I would say this is the most likely. I would say almost like over 75% chance this is what happens. Where basically what you've seen the last month is just going to go on for another 6 months. And, every day you're going to see like, a handful of Israeli soldiers killed, a handful of Hamas soldiers killed, hundreds of Palestinian civilians killed. And God forbid, 6 months from now, it's still going to be the basic same situation. So it leads into the third option, because like when I'm saying the most likely option, the second option is the tit for tat continued small bombing, small operations carrying on for like another 6 months. Will eventually lead into the third option. I mean, it could also lead back to the ground invasion. Like eventually, is like 3 months from now, Israel could be like, okay, screw it, we're doing the ground invasion now. Although I'd say it's less likely. Like the longer that goes on that Israel hasn't done the full ground invasion, the less and less likely that is to happen. So the third option is Israel just pulls out of Gaza and rebuilds the wall, and maybe they still drop an occasional bomb into Gaza, but basically they pull out of Gaza and let the Gazans do whatever the hell they want. And who knows what's going to happen then. But like eventually that's probably what's going to happen. But like it's probably going to be like another 6 months of continuing what's happening now before that happens. But I mean, really, that could happen tomorrow. Israel could just be like, okay, we're pulling out. And they got Iron Dome, and they're going to rebuild the wall, and Hamas could be on the other side of the wall, and they're just be more careful about militarizing the wall and to make sure Hamas can't break through, and the Iron Dome. But all of these are basically strategic defeats for Israel. Like the only way that Israel is not going to be strategically defeated is if they do the ground campaign. That's why I'd say like, okay, there's still a 5-10% chance that Israel will actually carry forward and do the full ground invasion, because basically that's the only way Israel could regain their dignity, and the only way that Israel won't suffer strategic defeat is to completely eliminate Hamas. And in order to completely eliminate Hamas, they got to do a full ground invasion. So I'll still leave like up to 10% chance that's going to happen. Maybe like up to 10% chance that Israel just like, screw it, we failed, we can't do it. Let's just rebuild the wall, and we have no control of what they do in Gaza. They're probably Hamas is going to take over. They're probably going to raise an army to do October 7th again and keep on sending rockets into Israel. But we got no other choice. There's nothing we could do. So the best that Israel could do is just pull out, rebuild the wall, and try to do a better attempt at a militarization of the wall. And, so those are like your bookends. The full ground invasion to just rebuilding the wall and letting the Gazans and Hamas regroup, and trusting the wall and Iron Dome to limit. And then the middle, you have basically like the tit for tat, where Israel is doing some form of ground invasion, troops, bombings, keeping the Gazans in a refugee status, possibly in hopes of an ethnic cleansing. That they say, like, well, why would Israel just be in this waiting game? It's like, if Israel's going to do the ground invasion, why not now? And if Israel's just going to allow Hamas to rebuild and take back over Gaza, why not now? So my speculation is because Israel still wants to do an ethnic cleansing. They still want to force the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula. They're still hoping that someone will take them. And, as I said, probably the only people that are going to take Gazans are going to be the West. And so if America, after the diplomatic fallout that is basically happening right now, the pressure is going to happen almost immediately to relieve the humanitarian crisis of the refugees. And the only way to relieve that will be allowing them in mass to come to the West, Europe, and America. So, God forbid it doesn't look good. And I didn't even talk about escalation, like Iran and the other forces, because I think that's dependent upon the U.S. turning against Israel. So, I mean, and also the further weakening of America. So you can see moving into election. So I say if this lasts like another 6 months, and like Oswald was talking about Netanyahu, like, yeah, Netanyahu's like 75 years old. Like, I mean, he might be prime minister till he dies, but like, I mean, besides for like his corruption and people don't like him and his failed policy, I mean, he's a geezer. Netanyahu's older than my dad. He's 75 years old. He's on his last legs. He's got to be replaced. But Netanyahu might last another 6 months. He might last another year. And you could have this kind of incompetence, another 6 months of these failed operations in Gaza, where, 6 months from now, you have another 20, 30,000 dead civilians and 1,000 dead Israeli soldiers and 5,000 dead Hamas fighters. And, still just like the status quo, Hezbollah still tit for tat on the northern border. So how much would the American status be weakened? So I could see from the axis, from the Chinese, Russia, Iran perspective, when Boston, you wouldn't count Netanyahu out? I mean, the dude's 75 years old. He had a heart attack this summer. I mean, like, he's more just like a figurehead. I mean, like you talk like Biden, like Netanyahu is like Biden. I mean, he's just like a public figurehead. He really from the Israeli perspective, he's like Biden. They're just like wheeling him out, giving him a teleprompter, writing speeches, and hoping he doesn't have dementia during his speech. I mean, okay, Biden's like, I guess Biden's a few years older than Netanyahu, but like Netanyahu's 75 years old. He's got to be facing dementia. Like, you see him on the media, he's not with it. He's from the previous generation. But yeah, in terms you're likely, if this carries on another 6 months, the only way that you're going to see, so if Israel pulls out and reseals and then they have elections, and Israel would basically have to end the war. And, basically, I mean, Israel would pull out of Gaza, rebuild the wall, and then they'd move into elections. And elections, I think, are usually 3 months away. So, maybe at the end of January, that Israel just declares victory. Netanyahu will declare victory. They'll pull out of Gaza. They'll rebuild the wall. They'll claim that they killed over half of the Hamas fighters, even though in reality they probably got less than 25% of them. And, so he'll just declare victory, retire, and there'll be a new election. That's possible, but the elections are 3 months away. And I mean, it'd be such a disaster for Israel to pull out and try to declare victory. So you're likely to see this continued tit for tat go on for another few months. And I think the reason is largely incompetent. So the Israel is incompetent and the US is incompetent. Who is not incompetent is probably China, Russia, Iran, Turkey. Like they're probably not incompetent. They probably to some extent know what they're doing. And they want to drag this out as long as possible just between Israel and Hamas. So if you saw for, like Israel is scared on multiple fronts. One thing, just Hezbollah, like just tit for tat. If it's just tit for tat for another few months, shipping. So if the Houthis disrupt shipping and it causes another crisis in Europe of inflation and gas prices in Europe, it'll affect the U.S. a little bit. So like what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea doesn't affect the U.S. that much. It might cause a little bit of an increase in oil prices and another bout of inflation. So like in terms of election and Biden's policy, there'll be some pushback, but what the Houthis are doing, even if they completely close the Suez Canal, it probably wouldn't have major effects on the U.S. Although it would have some effects in terms of inflation. It'd have much greater effects on Europe. And it would definitely have more effects on the U.S. standing. So what you could see, another 6 months of tit for tat operations like Israel is doing now. The Suez Canal might end up being fully closed. There'll be inflation. We'll see what happens with Ukraine. Like if the Suez Canal gets closed, Europe faces another crisis like inflation and gas prices, especially in the winter. There's going to be a cold winter in Europe facing inflation, higher oil prices, Ukraine losing the war. That part of the strategy could be to get Ukraine to surrender. So let's say 3 months from now, 2 months from now, that basically nothing's happened. We're just seeing the small news day by day, the same old happening. Another 2 months from now, it's basically the same situation of the tit for tat with the war in Israel and Gaza, and tit for tat in the northern border between Hezbollah and Israel, and also tit for tat between Yemen and shipping, where Europe has basically shut down its shipping through the Suez Canal and the Red Sea. And that will cause economic damage and political fallout to Europe, so much so that Ukraine is likely to surrender. So what is going to look like when Ukraine surrenders? Will Russia then give more support towards Israel? Or Russia's already tied up with Iran, and Russia probably wants Americans' bases out of the Middle East. So, the long-term strategy you have between Hamas, Russia, Iran, Hezbollah, Syria is to get a complete pullout and withdrawal of the United States from the Middle East. And that might take another few months. It might take another few years, but it might move into elections. God forbid, the U.S. elections could completely destabilize the United States, where the United States could fall, balkanization. The elections could be a complete disaster for the United States. We have to see, to the point where after November and the disaster that U.S. elections might be, that the U.S. would completely pull out of all of our bases in the Middle East. And then you could have a larger Iran strategy and, God forbid, maybe the complete elimination of Israel. So, but this strategy, basically, until the U.S. global empire collapses, you're not likely to see much increased involvement on the Iranian front with hey Dave, Merry Christmas, God bless. I'm about to end up on the Israel war and move into some of my papers. But yeah, Merry Christmas, Dave. But so I think on the larger strategy, like the Russia, China, Iran strategy, they want to see the downfall of the global empire of the United States, and they're probably predicting that that's going to be towards the end of 2024 after some sort of election disaster. And you know, we'll see what happens if it turns out to be Trump versus Biden. Nobody trusts the results. Congress, what's going to happen with the congressional seats? Can they pass a budget to the being a real disaster where the U.S. would basically have to pull out of its Middle Eastern military bases? But till that happens, I think you have a long-term strategy where basically what the axes, China, Russia, Iran, want to see is they want to see a small-scale war in Israel continue all of 2024. And God forbid, I think Israel's incompetent. So I think that's likely to happen because Israel probably still wants to do an ethnic cleansing. Like I said, like the bombing, just October 7th itself, I think Israel's largely incompetent, and they will probably wage war all of 2024 with almost no progress, where you have 6 months from now and Israel will still largely be in the same situation where they're still fighting Hamas all over northern Gaza and Khan Yunis and having casualties every day in the huge refugee crisis. But even 6 months from now, they will not have eliminated Hamas because they will not have had the courage to do the full ground invasion. So that's probably what Russia, China, Iran are thinking. And the goal is to bring down America through Israelis' incompetence. And God forbid, like I'm a Jew. I love Israel. I studied in Israel. I tried my whole life to help Jews in Israel. I'm American. I love America. But I think we're going to lose this. I think we're going to lose it bad. And just here on the American side, there's incompetence all over the place. I'm just a dissident streamer. Nobody listens to me. I'm just a chess coach, who rambles on the internet. And if anyone who knew me heard my ramblings, they just think I'm a bitter, crazy person rambling on the internet. And I've been talking about balkanization of America for 5 years now, but I don't think we're going to make it past 2024. I think 2024, the elections, is going to be the last federal election, and you're going to see the balkanization. I think the Israeli war will drag probably into the election time, into 2024. There may be no major escalations. God forbid you have the World War III scenario, like the what if all this tinderbox, it's a tinderbox. Anything could happen that could escalate to World War III, Armageddon. Hezbollah could hit their missiles. But I think most likely you're going to have this small tit for tat. It's unclear, if Ukraine surrenders, what does that mean for the war in Israel? It might not mean anything. That Ukraine could surrender. There could be a rebooting of NATO in Europe. And then the only major war could be Israel and Gaza. But saying violence and war is contagious. And anytime something could happen that could trigger an escalation, like the Houthis, one Western power, Saudi Arabia, somebody could wage war against Yemen, and that could escalate. Iran and the Azerbaijan, anything could escalate, and the tinderbox, World War III, God forbid. But it could also you could see America could deglobalize, the American empire could largely come to an end. You might have some form of fall of the federal government, but it may not be violent. It could just be a stabilization of a weaker America. Israel, I mean, like, people could declare peace. Like, this could move into confederation, one state solution. Because like eventually, probably Israel is going to have to pull out, declare victory, and allow Hamas to take back over Gaza. Hey, Pilleater, God bless, Merry Christmas. Good to see you. So yeah, pretty disastrous. So not much good to say. See on the front, I give my full analysis. So the link is pinned in the chat. I don't know, Pilleater or Dave or anybody else, if you want to come on and talk real quick. Otherwise, I'm going to read some articles and I'll keep up with some research. And I gave my full prognosis. And a lot of this stuff I've already articulated. Oh, I think I articulated to the fullest form this week. And I don't think there's going to be major updates in the war in Israel. So, just because there's people dying and it's the biggest news story, and one of my biggest expertise and knowledge is Judaism in Israel, I'll probably keep on talking about it, but I don't think there's going to be major news updates. I think it's just going to be the same trickle. It's going to be like Ukraine and Russia, where you're going to be looking at a map and it's going to change like a few feet, and you're going to hear like every day a few people killed on each side. Maybe the refugee crisis will get out of hand, but there's not really going to be much updates on that. So doesn't look like anyone's grabbing the link. So let's get back into my research. 2024, I want to be a year of my research. Hopefully I'll be on active inference. I think I'm, getting ready. Like I'm rounding the corner definitely on my research, and there's so much stuff to cover, but I feel like I've done significant due diligence, and I know a lot about a lot of topics now. And, even to know like, okay, I know a little about a lot, and I know a lot about quite a bit. And I'll be at a point where I'll be able to start writing and really bringing forth new insights and writing. So God willing, that's where you're going to see 2024. Doooovid's just a half Jew in Detroit, tried my best. I love the Jewish people, the Judaism in Israel, but 2024, look for a focus on my research. So I was looking at this, like, there is a logical form of what's called belief revision. So we talk about, well, what is consciousness? What is belief? Talk with Kevin McCarran about the connection between belief and action, and like obviously the hard problem of consciousness. So you have computer simulations of belief, logical formulations of belief, and then how would you have belief revised? And so from a logical format, let's just look briefly at this because most of this is kind of logical notation. We got Pilleater. Hello, Pill.
Merry Christmas, Doooovid.
Oh, you got blessed. Long time no see.
Yes, long time no see. I am in San Francisco right now, and it is 6:27, and getting prepared for Christmas tomorrow. I might have some friends over, but just here with my son, making sure my son goes to bed, and he's sleeping right now. So.
You have a son?
Yes, I have a son.
Wait, a baby or?
A baby.
Wait, half Asian?
Yes.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Yes, thank you very much. So this is his first Christmas.
I mean, the last time we spoke was on Ralph's stream on the House of Comments that you just appeared on, that I was a panelist. And then probably the last time before that we spoke was on like a Babscast, maybe like 2-3 years ago.
Babscast, yeah, the Ralph stream.
I mean, I've seen you on the chat, like on Twitter or something, but the last time we actually spoke was probably Babscast. And then that one time you popped onto Ralph, a House of Comments, I happened to be one of the panelists.
If I recall, it was a conversation about Stacy's and Chad's and the type of women archetype.
He covers a lot of topics. I mean, like Ralph, he also likes Israel, Zionism, House of Comments. He floats back between Germany and London. But
during that time, I was actually hanging out with Babs in person. So I'm in San Francisco at the moment. So now I'm West Coast, not in New York City. So
yeah, I wish Babs the best. I mean, he disappeared. I haven't heard of. I called him. I tried to hook him up.
I'm connected well with him. He's just busy doing work, IRL white collar work. So I understand. I'm kind of in the same situation. He's still congregated in New York City. I'm in San Francisco, so it's been a little difficult. I mean, I met him literally last year again in Williamsburg when we met up for a weird party of sorts. And
I guess the identity crisis where if you say if you're a streamer and you have an online personality and it becomes too dissonant from your IRL personality, they had to go cold turkey and just completely stop streaming. That doesn't even make sense that like he's coming on, and it's just too much of an identity crisis.
Well, the thing is, my internet persona pretty much matches who I am in person, and what I say I'm always responsible for. So there's never been an issue of what I do on the internet and who I am in person. I mean, it's also true that if you're working like
you got a wife and a kid, you're still doing it. I mean,
exactly. If I work for a design firm, if I work for
the right woman and she told me to stop streaming, like maybe I would give up streaming. Yeah, like I mean, at this point, I don't think I'd get a job and I move into a job but yeah, I mean, it's remotely possible. But you were able to find a wife and bear your child, and
that's what I'm saying. So it's like even as a dad, I can still have the hobbyism of being Pilleater, but as well doing the things I like to do. Because I was about to say I could be working at a design firm, and they don't even care what you do on the internet. They think it's some like niche cute thing because now everybody's on the internet. Everybody makes a YouTube video. It inflates out, and it's not like 2013 anymore. So it's like whatever,
Well, today, and you're an intellectual and author, so like okay, well, you're in there because you're an intellectual and you're an author. You're promoting your work. Babs might. I mean,
Babs is a different. It's he's in a different.
He had to have like been in the genre of like troll to Jewish activist.
So yeah, I kind of know where he's at. And
if he was a combination of like troll to Jewish activist. I mean, he's also kind of an intellectual, but he'd have to so if he was going to continue streaming, it'd probably have to be as a Jewish activist, and he might not have the, find the narrative voice to come on as a Jewish activist now. Would he be like pro-Israel if he was a Jewish activist now? Would he be trying to convince people?
Right. I mean, today, right now, it's huge. Like,
or would he come on anti-Israel? He'd be like an anti-Israel activist. And I don't think
that's the whole thing. This year. It's like a return to the rivalry. It's like, are you pro-Israel, pro-Palestine? It's like returned. It seems like that was a 2009 meme, and now it's back. So
and he can't be. I don't think he can be an independent scholar like me because he probably doesn't know enough. Like, so I could just be an independent scholar where, like, yeah, like it doesn't matter what I think, but I know a bunch about the topic, so let me ramble. He would probably have to be an activist, and I doubt he could pick a side. Like, it'd probably be too much of an identity crisis because he'd have to go all in, either pro-Israel or anti-Israel.
For my situation, I've always had a history of studying the far right. In fact, my bachelor's was about the alternative right in 2015. And today that's kind of looked as silly because they use the term dissident right now. And if you're in liberal connections, they think it's brave and smart that you tell other liberals about opponents of liberalism. And then doors are open and all of a sudden you're working for the Atlantic and other journalist institutes. And that's kind of like where I was. But then going to graduate school in New York City, I changed markets and I was like, well, I like talking about design and art. And then that gets into the graduate school of ideals and what they call ideology. And I mean, the past 2 years, I was working at a design firm in East Village, and I would go in person during COVID. And that's kind of just telling clientele who work for Pepsi, you kind of coach them what to do, what not. And all I was the guy who wrote the syllabus, right? But it's like those jobs are so, again, it's high clientele with hardly any, like it's very like a niche market that like people are not going to care about. It seems like they're out of touch older people who want to look good on this resume market and Toastmastering. And you kind of work there and it's just managerial. You're managing the managers and it's really strange. And I'm kind of in that same position now on the West Coast in San Francisco, where my wife works a job, I work a job, but job is more, the whole freelance thing. Now that since COVID, everybody's indoors, you don't actually go to the office. You kind of create this fake persona of existing and managing other people, which I think is
freelance for corporate.
Yeah, it's like a mix between the two.
I mean, San Francisco is extremely expensive. So, I mean, I know Elliot Blatt's there. I still speak to him occasionally. He's selling books.
Right. It's all. I know how it. Right. It's all. So I've told this history to another friend too. And
well, yeah, I mean, if you had good education, you're smart that you were able to do some sort of bureaucratic computer type thing, or if it's even sales for a corporate thing to afford to live.
You can see from there's City Hall right down there. City Hall is green and red for Christmas right now. I'm right on near Japantown. So I'm between Japantown and Ellis Street. See right there from my place where, yeah, I basically see City Hall every day. And, it's kind of weird because, right over across the street is Tenderloin, perhaps the most infamous poor, right next to Kensington, Philadelphia, one of the worst places in the United States because everybody's so poor, and yet there's just isolated pockets of rent-a-buildings here. So, everybody goes, it's only a 15-minute walk to Twitter. So if anything was wrong with Twitter, I can go walk 15 minutes to the Twitter HQ, or I could, but again, if you have a car,
in Manhattan?
I think it's the same price as Manhattan. It's I think that San Francisco went down in price because San Francisco doesn't produce anything. What's happening is, I was about to say this, what's happening is everybody, the internet startup businesses are congregated on the peninsula here. And the issue is you're not producing anything. You're just creating a weird consultant state where people want to be on your service, but then you sell the data to like Chinese people or something. And then that's where they stay in these like weird beach houses near Haight-Ashbury and all that. So, but again, it's a faulty business. And if you work with computers and programming, or at least I don't think people program anymore in the Bay Area. So what you're doing is you're working with this constant gig economy freelance corporate managing, where if you manage everybody, nobody produces anything anymore. And I think it's a breaking point. So eventually, I think what's going to happen is when my son gets a little older, we'll probably move out and go somewhere nice, like I don't know, Reno, Nevada.
Yeah, but there really is nowhere nice. I'm saying like, because we talked about in the Babscast where you have the reverse ghetto, where what's happening, you have urban decay in all areas. So you have a ghetto for rich people,
right.
and then it's extremely expensive to get into the rich person's ghetto, where basically you have to be
West Philadelphia. Philadelphia would probably be the perfect rich people ghetto because Philadelphia orbits
every major U.S. place is like that, where you have increased crime and urban decay, and then you have a little pocket of like a rich person's ghetto, maybe a few good suburbs, or a new urbanist place that has gentrification, and the prices are just overwhelmingly expensive. Like even Manhattan, I don't even like Williamsburg or something, where you just have like tiny areas that are like yuppies, gentrified,
right.
have good police. They still
they say now that Williamsburg is more pricier than Tribeca, which is kind of ridiculous if you think about it. It's kind of the point where Oakland, right over the bridge, is expensive for no apparent reason other than there's Berkeley, but Oakland doesn't produce anything. It has an airport and it has a fishing dock, but
when you mean go somewhere nice, I mean either you have to be in the rat race to be worthy to be in the urban rich person's ghetto, or you have to give up on the urban rich person's ghetto and possibly find somewhere suburban. Like I'm sure Reno has.
Yeah, that's why I say Reno. Reno is like so nice.
But even there, you probably you need your nest egg. Like probably if Reno has like a decent suburb, it's probably going to be
that's what's happening. Everybody from
$500,000, $1 million, or even in Detroit, like you want to get into a good suburb, it's still going to be like $500,000 to get your house. And Detroit's one of the cheaper places. Like Reno, it's probably $1 million to get your house there in like not like the urban ghetto, urban rich person's ghetto, but just a nice suburb where your kids could play on the street and go to a good school. You'll have to be a millionaire.
Oh yeah. That's the threshold. You said everything I was about to say, because right now it's like, Oakland SF is unlivable, and then Sacramento you can't live because that's the capital and all the politicians go there. So what's left is Reno, and Reno was, $300,000, but now the problem is everybody's catching on to Reno, so Amazon is putting a base there. Apple might put a base in Reno. It has an international airport that goes straight to New York and Philly. So then what's going to happen is that, you're right, everything's now being $600,000, double the amount, and it's a normal suburb with a front yard, backyard. Because in Reno you have both suburbia and a little bit of casino and big city life, and you have the Four Seasons. So everybody's now investing into Reno.
I've been to Reno a few times. My mother actually used to do business. I mean, she was a lawyer, real bankruptcy, but she had real estate customers that had partly based on Detroit who had like condominiums and stuff. And she traveled to Reno. I went there a few times. I was in San Francisco as a chess tournament as a kid. I remember riding the BART and seeing a few museums, but like Reno, I'd went a few times. Like Salt Lake City's obviously one of the nicest places on earth, but there you got like $10 million, like even.
If you're a Mormon, you can live there,
But yeah, I mean, like Reno, like okay, like yeah, I mean, you could have an area where to say, okay, you're going to be, and you're not going to have more than I have here in Detroit. Like my 200 now it's $250,000. My house that's 1,800 square feet, 5 bedrooms, but I live amongst all blacks. But it was saying, but you're not going to have more in Reno than I have here in Detroit. Unlikely. It's just but I live amongst all blacks in the suburbs of Detroit, and like the same thing in Metro Detroit that was among all whites would be $500,000. Like in terms like the house wouldn't be any nicer. It would just be instead of 80% blacks, 10-20% blacks. The house
really all the wealth is really coming from Lake Tahoe. I mean, if Zuckerberg has $1 million place in Incline Village, Reno's only 30 minutes away. So that's what's happening. All the wealth has been bought up from Tahoe. Next up is Reno. So
yeah, so that's what my mother. I mean, it was probably wealthy people in Detroit that were pivoting their money into condominium developments in Reno. And I mean, there are probably so many. I think they also had like 0% tax or something, state tax. But there's such a point where there are so many people from Detroit that was what they were investing in is condominium complexes in Reno, or maybe suburban development that like someone like you now would be moving out into these newly built suburbs, like like a McMansion.
But again, Reno is going to be unlivable in the next decade because it'll just be built up, gentrified from the leftover Bay Area, and it's becoming the rich person ghetto. It's not exactly.
You could move out like and get your McMansion in the suburbs, or they even have like that where you're going to live like 30 miles from the city center in some new McMansion development.
Yeah, Sparks and Elko is probably going to be built up because that's in between Salt Lake and Reno. So I don't know, but it's too isolated out there. But that's kind of the kind of like
where you make your money, and then you could live in McMansion in an urban area. And
like another like secluded place that's wealth from a different country is Missoula, Montana, because it's so close to Calgary. So if you're doing business in Calgary and you want to move to the United States, 2 hours away is Missoula, Montana. So then Missoula, Montana is all privatized rich Canadians who become American. Very strange. But it's like nobody would move to Missoula. It's too isolated. It's like not even Billings can make up for it. It's I just think it just orbits Calgary. So it becomes this weird
well, I mean, you have to I mean, if you're a qualified globalist, you may not be able to be a qualified globalist and make your money from Montana, but you will from Reno. You'll be close enough where you could work for a major company. Like enough people are in or out. They have an office in Reno, and then you could have your McMansion, so to say, in some suburb. I mean, really, you could have a McMansion anywhere. It's
out of subjective taste. Like, where would you want to go? Like, I think in Jackson, Mississippi, $1 million mansion would be like 3 times the amount you would get in Pennsylvania, because like Jackson is so poor, but at the same time, the high standard of what you would put down for $1 million or $500,000 is a lot in Jackson, even if the water is contaminated. You just head to the airport and then I guess work in Seattle or something. I don't know.
The economics, like you made yourself useful, you got your degrees, you understand the corporate structure, and if you're in that place where even if your company goes under or gets acquired by another company, that you're following technology and the trends, you'll be useful to the larger globalist corporate structure. You could find in these days, like it's basically international, so like you could basically go anywhere. And because I studied urban planning, it's a great subject. These things are going to be similar all across America, even globally. Like the nature of where you're going to live, or the business sector, the suburban, the housing, the crime.
It seems like the rich cosmopolitan would live in a nice part of Europe or somewhere, and then have some, if not real, make money in America, and then they'll find their life hack in Catalonia or something, or that's English speaking. I don't know.
As an owner, I was saying if you're labor, or eventually move into management. So I mean, you could be labor your whole life and get your McMansion, but like if you want to have your power, then you have to move into management where you have some stake in the city and the suburb, or could build out. And I'm not sure if you're plan on pivoting to management or ownership.
Yeah, it's really difficult to say at this moment, because it's more like
trying to find company where you get stock options, or you hope you're going to get bought out or acquired. Or my sister's, she's been Scrum Master IT, and she moved around in different companies, but she's enough useful. She's been to India.
Well, what happens is when you work for a company long enough, they tell you to invest in their stocks. So then if the company does succeed, you get rich with the company. And then you could sell the said stocks, buy a McMansion, or somewhere in Daly City. I don't know, but it's a risk management thing. There's no guarantee, there's no promise. So that's why people would just give up and just want classic security and move where they're comfortable, where they have access to everything. And
you can't really get into a McMansion and labor. Like you could be upper middle class, you get like in the suburban area, but like you have to move into management, or because you even earning
right.
Getting over $100,000 a year or something with these is very difficult. And these bouncing around type, you're just like how to do some useful bureaucratic function for corporations, that even if your company folds, or like the ethos or whatever changes, that you'll be able to move from one to the other, that with inflation, but like it's gonna have a hard time getting over $100,000 a year. Like you got to move into management, you got to get stock options, and and then if you move into management, then these, like in a global market where like then you're gonna have to start traveling globally, start doing sales,
ultimately I think this is the issue of San Francisco, is that it relied its industry way too much on internet gimmicks and weird application services, because technology rapidly moves within a decade period. And if you have an app business like Stripe or something, where it's a loaning company, it's not going to work for long when people find different outlets than using Google Play Store, because it seems like every single internet gig here relies on Google or YouTube or Facebook, which are in San Bruno, and these miniature, even Substack is around the corner, where it's like, okay, you're challenging to beat WordPress or Blogspot, but who knows, there might be another monopolize internet app coming out. And it seems like that can only really happen in San Francisco, because it seems like the government just gives out these companies these money hoping they will succeed, but none of them are succeeding, because when you invest in this faddish technology, it can only last for like a decade until the money runs out, and then another generation comes in and there's nothing really that's being made. And I think that's ultimately the Facebook crisis. It's a huge domino effect to it.
Yeah, there's no stability. And saying I interviewed out of university for IT companies. It's like you got to learn a new language every year. We got Wesley. Is that Wesley? You've been here before.
Hi,
Is that you? You were the Christian we spoke a few months ago?
I'm the man of the earth who gave Noah the plumb. Jesus gave Noah the words blend, don't mix, the words you are not to write on paper or tell outside the house, the only Jewish secret.
So you're here to preach to me Jesus on Christmas and Pilleater.
I'm the man that speaks and interprets every language known to mankind and have the dove.
Oh, well, I guess I'm honored you wanted to spend your Christmas with Doooovid. This is the well, do you have anything else interesting, Pill? I mean, are you still writing, or like now you're moving into the Family Guy? We just work, or you still producing? I mean, I didn't ask you, like, because obviously the far right has completely changed, largely due to the complete like the white nationalism, wherever, like it's just not happening. Diversity, the Republican Party, Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy, like I don't think any white nationalist is falling behind any of the Republican candidates or Trump. It's all multicultural. So like
Never met any of them. Never personally meet them for a little bit of time.
Well, I'm saying just what Pill used to study. We used to talk back about in that time when Trump first came to power. It's not applicable now. I mean, the Christian stuff is more applicable to the current political situation than like the dissident right. I mean,
Well,
the people
anybody that tells you that they're a Christian is a fraud.
Well, it's just a group identity. I mean, if you're talking like some
imagination. Jesus returned and everybody denied it.
Is that you got anything?
Sure. The weapon, the way to bring the peace is there's a Jewish light inside of everybody's soul. It was given the night that Jesus said it is time, and emulating Jesus, the father of Islam, Satan, spoke the word sad and delicious. And everybody began having the vision at that time. I saw it one time, and I spent 8 years telling it to thousands and thousands and thousands of people in Chicago. I saw the vision too. I fail to believe in the forgiveness of Jesus, and that's the meaning of the foot not bleeding that is cut off. I fail him not reading the Bible every day, and that's the square pit. When I don't get involved, I fail you. When I fail you, I fail God, and he is Jesus. And that's the meaning of the palm trees with the orange red in the bottom dark green leaves. Only the bottom half of the leaves have dark green in them. There were two creatures wearing wedding clothes with big heads and mangy hair and pointing ears. They are interpreted that I failed Jesus, being double-minded and double-tongued and double-hearted. There's a black shoe that's on the foot that is cut off. It is interpreted by the Spirit of God that it means all my reasons, all my why, and it's cut off with the foot. The foot cut off means one will do. There's a full moon, a bronze aura, a starless night, a curved river in the middle of the valley with no wind on the surface of the water. On the horizon, I couldn't see if it was morning or if it was evening. And there are straight trees on the left side in a row. They're thin and branchless in a neat line with a single group of bright green leaves on top. Those straight trees represent or are interpreted that I fail you from my branchless faith. And when I fail you, I fail God. And he is Jesus. He is.
I have to go right now, guys. I have to take care of
So
my son.
that's the
but
vision
God bless.
Jesus
Merry
said to
Christmas.
tell.
Okay, Merry Christmas. Thanks for joining. Hopefully talk again.
And the devil, the father of Islam, is Satan. The father of Buddhism and Krishna is Satan. He tried to tell you, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. He tried to tell you, don't tell the vision. And I'm just telling you, this vision is the way that I'm going to fall him and fall Islam. It's a Jewish light in the belly. And when it's told, it transforms and restores the soul into light from death. Those ashes are death. The wages of sin is death. Those ashes are the shadow of death written in Psalm 23.
Well, thanks for sharing. I mean,
That's
I
the
guess
only thing I'm bringing to the world when I come back in the 7 years of hell, is that vision. And 10,000 Muslims are going to fall dead at my feet and is at the fraud Mecca shrine.
Okay,
And
well,
then
God forbid.
turn to dust.
God forbid. Okay, well, anything else? I'm going to get back to my research.
You hush up, hush up. Hey, got a dog. One moment. Let me see if I can take care of someone's at my door.
Okay, well, I'll see if Wesley has anything else. Like, he's not really much of a converser. He kind of just preaches. I mean, Pilleater was good to catch up with him. I'm sure he's a schmoozer. We could talk for hours, but, okay, he's a dad now, so congratulations. He's a working man. So the days of him talking endless hours and hours streaming has came to an end, but I appreciate it. He came on and said hi. So any updates, anything you want to share besides that, Wesley?
There are 144,000 Jewish children. They are the government of Israel. They are the remnant.
Yeah, I mean, you're just preaching. Like, I mean, I don't mind talking to you, but like I'm not really in the mood to be preached to. Like, I'll just get back to my research.
Well, I'm just going to tell you the words that they were given, and if you let me, what they mean. They are prophecies. They are Jewish words. Bad boom, boom, mark of the 10, the black, death, war, Yavol, and hell. Yavol are the enforcers of the mark of the 10, the mark of the beast. The mark of the 10 is going to be called Omni, and it will be coming with an amount of Islam money, $32,523, to be branded with a barcode on the right hand wrist of the forehead. Tell the vision, you shall not need the mark.
Okay, well, I guess Merry Christmas. And
the bad boom is the wheel in the book of Ezekiel, the color of beryl. It's a green Volvo. It will be making the fire enfolding in itself in the city of Chicago, and hell begins that day. Hell, 1/3 of mankind will die of the fires and 1/3 of diseases. That's the meaning of hell. War is what you are doing now. You war against God by not telling the vision. That's the meaning of war. And let's see, bad boom, boom, mark of the 10, the black. Everyone that takes the Omni mark, everyone that takes the $32,523 to be branded with a barcode, everyone that takes it gets the black, a skin disease that will reveal the ashes in their soul, in their skin, on their faces and loins and bodies. Only those that take the mark of the beast, the Omni, the blotch of Egypt, only those will get the skin disease, the black.
Okay, well, thanks for your advice. I might want to continue my research. I mean, you kind of just like preaching.
Sure, well, just say that I saw green grass in the dream from Yeshua, and it means everybody saw the vision. Would you please? For Isaiah wrote, surely the people is grass.
Okay, well, God bless, Wes. Thanks for joining.
I hope you had a happy Hanukkah, and I will be visiting you.
Okay, so God bless. Thanks for popping on. I'll get back to my research. Okay, so thanks to Pilleater and Wesley for popping in. And so let's get back to the research. A lot to cover. And so, yeah, just mentioning belief revision as a logical template for how belief revision works. So let me just read here. Belief revision is a process of changing beliefs to take into account a new piece of information. The logical formulation of belief revision is researched in philosophy, in databases, and artificial intelligence for the design of rational agents. Revision and update. There are two kinds of changes that are usually distinguished. Update. The new information is about the situation at present, while the old belief refers to the past. Update is the operation of changing the old beliefs to take into account the change. Revision, both the old beliefs and the new information refer to the same situation An inconsistency between the new and old information is explained by the possibility of old information being less reliable than the new one. Revision is the process of inserting new information into the set of old beliefs without generating any inconsistency. The main assumption of belief revision is that a minimal change acknowledged before and after the change should be as similar as possible. In the case of the update, the principle formalizes the assumption of inertia. In the case of revision, this principle enforces as much information as possible to preserve by the change. Yeah, okay, Dave. Yeah. Hey, Bird Flu. God bless. Good to see you. Happy holidays. So if you want to pop on a chat a minute, the link is pinned. So, Bird Flu, if you're spending your Christmas with Doooovid, whatever you want to pop on and chat a few minutes. Otherwise, I'm about to read some articles. So this formalization, like a logical formalization of belief revision from a computer programming perspective, which is important. I'm showing kind of random stuff related to my research that I hadn't really fit in the last few months. So I'm just putting it out here now. So you have contraction, expansion, revision, consolidation, merging. In the setting in which all beliefs refer to the same situation, the distinction between various operations that can be performed is made. Contraction, removal of a belief, expansion, addition of a belief without checking consistency, revision, addition of a belief while maintaining consistency, extraction, extracting a consistent set of beliefs and or epistemic entrenchment, ordering, consolidation, restoring consistency of a set of beliefs, merging, fusing two or more sets of beliefs while maintaining consistency. Revision and merging differ in that the first operation is done with a new belief when the new belief to incorporate is considered more reliable than the old ones. Therefore, consistency is maintained by removing some of the old beliefs. Merging is more general operation, and the priority among the belief set may or may not be the same. Revision can be performed by first incorporating the new fact and then restoring consistency via consolidation. This is actually a form of merging rather than revision, as the new information is not always treated as more reliable than the old knowledge. So this is kind of like cognitive dissonance, where cognitive dissonance is kind of like a psychological general theory, but there's no actual mechanism for some of the theories of how cognitive dissonance works and forming new beliefs or doubling down on other beliefs. There's a possible mathematical formulation, but problems the hard problem of consciousness, as opposed to a computer formalization if you were trying to program, or a logical formulation of belief sets. So there's the AGM postulates based on the work of Elachorin, Gardenfors, and Mackinson, which is a logical operation for computer programming, or just a generic formalization of possibly the logic how this might work. And if people were watching the Philosophy of Science, I talked about Ramsey sentences, the famous Frank Ramsey, logician. So some of it is based on Frank Ramsey and his logic sentence operators. Different formulations of the models for how this might work. So there's different models. I just thought I'd mention it here. Social choice theory, just look at this related because it goes into social choice and group formation and identity formation. Like belief revisions is important for identity and identity crisis, and to try to put that in some sort of straight logical formulation. Many revisions proposals involve orderings over models representing the relative plausibility of the possible alternatives. The problem of merging amounts to combine a set of orderings into a single one expressing the combined plausibility of the alternatives. This is similar with what is done in social choice theory, which is the study of how the preferences of a group of agents can be combined in a rational way. Belief revision and social choice theory are similar in that they combine a set of orderings into one. They differ in how these orderings are interpreted. Preferences in social choice theory, plausibility in belief revision. Another difference is that the alternatives are explicitly enumerated in social choice theory, while they are the propositions models over a given alphabet in belief revision. So this is a topic I might come back to in the future and try to bring together some of my truth theories and other researchers, cognitive dissonance with the multiple truth theory and some sort of model of consciousness. It's like active inference. So active inference and the free energy principle of are more mathematical models. It's hard to see if you could actually reduce like the free energy principle to an individual belief change, and even say, well, like a model. So active inference is getting at the same fact, Carl Friston, but it's not in the formulation of a logical, like, what is my belief, to put the belief into some sort of logical formulation, like a Ramsey sentence, and then to go through the process of the predictive mind and how a belief might change. So you could have like the Markov blankets and the Bayesian reasoning, but active inference does not actually have a logical model operator to describe a belief change system. Maybe it could be adapted, although that's unclear, because like, can you reduce active inference, Markov blankets, and Bayesian reasoning to logical operators like a Ramsey sentence that would clearly define a belief and then show how the belief change process works? So I'm not sure, like, if Dave is in the chat or knows something about it. I'm not actually sure what the current state of research, if anyone has got to that yet, or if that's something, but it's a further direction of work, and where you're actually talking about something, not like a general thing like active inference and Markov blankets, or cognitive dissonance, where you could understand the process of cognitive dissonance, but can you actually reduce cognitive dissonance to like a cognitive model computer program where you actually have belief defined in a clearly defined logical statement, and then show why the belief needs to be revised in the exact process for how the belief is revised. So I thought that was interesting. It's definitely an area I'm going to return to in the future, and it'll be more complicated, like say, because it isn't to be expressed like, okay, I have a belief, but as opposed to expressing my belief in language, I would have to reduce the language to a formal logical operator, something like Ramsey sentences, or the alternatives, Carnap sentences, or some sort of reduction of contemporary language to an actual logical operator, and that operator could be programmed and operated with. So it's just something to think about, and something I'll be returning to in 2024. So, hey, Ud Health, God bless also. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I'm not going to go into the logical notation and formulations, so that's as complicated as it's going to get. I just was mentioning it, but I hope to cover it more in the future. So let's look at this article about, I've had this for like half a year now and I haven't had time to read it. It's a little bit interesting, tying in some of these things related to the philosophy of science, inevitability, contingency, and the epistemic significance of time, by Libor Benda, 2020. A considerable attention has been given recently to the analysis of the temporal dimensions of science and the impact of the changes therein on scientific work. One of the questions that has emerged from the rapidly growing discussion is whether, and if so, how these changes affect not only the general structure aspect of scientific practice, but also the very content of scientific knowledge. In this study, I critically examined these epistemological considerations in the average body of work on scientific temporality, and argue that while there has been significant progress in our understanding of the manifold temporal layers of scientific practice, the analysis of their epistemic impact has remained rather limited in certain aspects. In particular, whereas the recent studies of academic time successfully overcome the binary perspective of fast versus slow academia, their considerations of the epistemic role of scientific temporality in particular seems nevertheless still couched in similar binary terms. Against this background, the study explores in a deliberately speculative fashion how the available investigations in the temporal structure of science can be progressively utilized and further developed so as to enable and even more complex non-binary understanding of the manifold way in which scientific practice is affected by its temporal conditions, drawing on the contingentism, inevitabilism debate in the contemporary philosophy of science, as well as on Andrew Pickering's Mangle theory of practice. I develop a tentative argument that is temporal structure of the scientific work should be perceived as affecting not merely the speed of scientific development, whether negatively or positively, but more importantly, also its direction. Introduction. Despite the apparent progress that has been achieved over the last 2 decades with regard to our understanding of the temporal dimensions of science, the epistemic considerations in particular drawn therefore have remained rather unchanged, and more surprisingly, even unchallenged so far. The amount of articles discussing the topic of scientific temporality and the impact of its recent transformations on scientific practice has been steadily growing over the last years within science and technology studies. Yet even though the topic has been extensively researched in several respects, the epistemological questions regarding the recent changes within the structure of academic time, that is mainly the question of how these impinge on the very content of scientific knowledge, have been touched only upon most implicitly without the appropriate level of attention. Indeed, the critical focus of the accumulating articles seems to lie mainly in the attempt to comprehensively describe the structure of scientific temporality, its multiple dimensions and the interconnections between them, and the changes therein as a result of the transformation of academia at large. While the particular question of epistemic relation between the temporal conditions under which scientists operate and the knowledge they produce, although it has been discussed to a limited extent, seems to have not received that much critical consideration. In fact, I'm going to argue that after inspecting the available relevant literature, only a little, if anything, has apparently changed in this regard since time became a topic of its own for science studies more than a decade ago. Rather than becoming a topic for critical investigation, the epistemic function of time, that is, particular way of how temporal conditions of academic work affect the very content of scientific knowledge produced therein, seems to have been taken for granted. Apparently, there has not been a single controversy or even a disagreement regarding the epistemic impact of the recent changes within academic temporality, even though there also has not been a single attempt to critically analyze this topic with proper attention and focus as a topic of its own. In other words, the analysis of scientific temporality seems to focus on the temporal features of various scientific practices, even by categorizing their several temporal dimensions and timescapes, or by dissecting the temporal conflicts therein, such as the conflict between process time and project time, without delving deeper into the actual epistemic level of the matter. Against the backdrop of recent investigations in the temporal structure of science, I want to explore in a deliberately speculative fashion how these can be progressively utilized and further developed so as to enable an even more complex understanding of the manifold ways in which scientific practice is affected by its temporal conditions. From the perspective I'm going to propose, the current approach offers a somewhat limited perspective on the epistemic significance of scientific temporality, and while they certainly shed a valuable light on how recent changes within the temporal structure of academia affect the process of scientific knowledge production, they appear rather conservative in their considerations of what I find the most puzzling, but also the most relevant questions, the question of whether, and if so, how the temporal conditions of scientific practice impact not only the process of scientific knowledge production, but also its very outcome. In this study, I try to outline the limitations of the current inquiries into the epistemic role of scientific temporality, indicate the direction in which these can be productively elaborated to enable a more in-depth investigation, as well as more nuanced conceptualizations of the matter. The structure of the article will be as follows. I will begin by providing a comprehensive review of the most recent body of work on the temporal conditions of scientific progress and their epistemic impact, taking a look at several representative contributions of the contemporary analysis of scientific temporality. I'm going to characterize their relevant common features in order to schematically outline the different available perspectives on the epistemic role of time that are enabled by them. In this regard, I focus on their binary treatment thereof, which will be critically discussed in the following part of the article, as I am going to claim, with recent studies of academic time successfully overcome the binary perspective of fast versus slow academia. Their considerations of the epistemic role of scientific temporality in particular seem nevertheless still crouched in similarly binary terms, drawing on the contingentism, inevitabilism debate in the contemporary science of philosophy of science, as well as Andrew Pickering's Mangle theory of practice. I will then provide arguments in favor of a non-binary treatment of the epistemic function of time that would hopefully allow for a comparatively more profound and complex investigation of the matter on both descriptive and normative level. In particular, I'm going to claim that the temporal structure of academic work should not be seen merely as affecting, whether negatively or positively, the speed of scientific development, but rather its direction. Accelerating academia and decelerating scientific progress. The transformation of academia under the influence of the neoliberal economy has been extensively documented and critically studied for quite some time now. Over the last few decades, countless books and articles about neoliberalism's impact on the university and higher education have been published, many of them written from more or less different theoretical perspectives, all of them nevertheless indicating that something severely upsetting is indeed going on. The political economical processes that are reforming academia are pushing it in a somewhat new and unprecedented direction, have been analyzed and described using a vast array of concepts and labels. It has been claimed that academia has undergone a silent revolution and entered a new entrepreneurial era of academic capitalism that have been invaded by audit culture, embodying new rationality, new morality, and new norms of conduct and professional behavior that had been transformed to the public sector from the financial domain, that it had been progressively colonized by the ideology of new managerialism and the new public management, emphasizing effectiveness and performance as the core goals to be aimed for, that it has been McDonaldized under the dictum of the principles of efficiency, quantity, predictability, and control, or that it had been swept in the wider process of the projectification of society. While these different conceptualizations of neoliberal changes within academia focus on different aspects and features of the ongoing process, it has been rather uniformly argued that all these changes contributed particularly to a significant shift within the temporal order of academia, with further consequences for academic work following therefrom, in accord with the general argument that modern society is accelerating as a result of the neoliberal capitalist economy, as well as technological progress in the development of new ICTs. It has been argued that academia has not been exempt from these accelerating effects, and its temporal dynamics have been likewise becoming progressively faster, more hasty, and more rushed than ever. Pell's 2003 was among the first people to provide a systematic argument that the external economic and political pressures exerted upon academia threaten its traditional unhasty temporal regime, as the realm of politics and economy are characterized by relatively faster temporalities, and these are consequently colonizing the slow temporality of academia as part of the process, with potentially disastrous effects on academia's fundamental function of producing useful and reliable knowledge, and thus contributing to the creation of a better and more just society. As he writes, the pressures of globalization, the morality of publish or perish, the imperatives of academic entrepreneurship and self-generating funding, the competition for promotional image and education market share, the growing salience of the intellectual celebrity system, the relentless machinery of research and teaching assessments, the endless administrative restructuring, and the resultant hypertrophy of academic leadership and management, lots of talks and endless meetings and no time for writing, together produce a threatening acceleration which undermines the weak boundaries of science and turns the tempo and habitus of the fast decision makers into an infrastructure routine. However, as both Plato and Nietzsche were aware, we need time in order to develop untimely considerations. Felling Pell's further study and text lamenting the alleged acceleration of academia and urgently calling for its unhasting or slowing down proliferated. During recent years, the growing number of empirically based ethnographic studies of academia's temporal dimension gradually contributed to a substantial reconsideration of the initial one-dimension conceptualization of science temporality in terms of fast versus slow dichotomy. Instead of that, a much more nuanced, multifaceted, or multidimensional picture of academic time has been offered, grounded not only in empirical data, but also in concepts developed within the sociology of time, such as Barbara Adam 2004 notion of timescapes, which has been creatively utilized by Yojoki and Felt. However, even though the conceptualizations of academic time have gone well beyond the simplistic facts versus slow dichotomy towards much more elaborate and complex categorizations, one thing has remained the same since Pell's call for unhastening science, and that is the ever-present perception of a genuine conflict between the externally forced changes within the structure of academic time, on the one hand, and academia's fundamental goal of producing reliable knowledge and contributing to scientific and thus social progress on the other. The recent collection of articles on academic temporality from the leading scholars in the field, Universities in the Flux of Time, Gibbs 2015, is indicative of this attitude. So basically, all the articles that somehow inquire into the epistemic impact of these changes express a certain discomfort in this regard and warn against the possibility of disruptive effects of the temporal changes within academia on the process of scientific knowledge production. Thus, Hassan 2015, for example, argues that the contemporary accelerated conditions of academic work forced by the political and economic pressures create an environment in which the traditional purpose of the university, the advancement of knowledge, is getting into a substantial conflict with the individual academics concerned with the meeting and criteria required for securing their career track. In such circumstances, he continues, missions are increasingly discouraged from the activity of truth-seeking in favor of a more pragmatic approach to research, focusing more on the quantity of the published articles rather than their quality in order to achieve excellence, which is the primary aim to be strived for. Similarly, Barnett, 2015, developed an argument that the temporal reordering of academia effectively diminishes the possibility for independent and authentic thinking, and the time of reason is being under attack from the external forces of politics and economy, resulting in a proliferating cases of bad analysis of data, premature judgments, and fraud. Murphy, 2015, is even more explicit in this regard when he contrasts between what he calls temporality of discovery and temporality of delivery. He claims that the old order of the university, which was characterized by slow tempo, deliberate contemplation, and focus on discovery, has been redefined under progressive bureaucratization into a new order, which is characterized by fast tempo, means ends rationality, and a primary focus on delivery. This new delivery-oriented mode of the university allegedly smothers discovery in unattended ways, as a productive delivery system and the productive discovery system are quite different in temporality, rhythm, and resulting ethos. While the time of discovery is in accord to him one of a long duration, as it requires a sustained indwelling in the topic and prolonged exploration in a variety of remote associations, the now prevalent time of discovery is fast, businesslike, sequential, governed by means-end rationality, and accompanied by constant sense of now, soon, or tomorrow. As a result of this incompatibility between discovery and delivery, he claims the university's capacity for discovery has been diluted, discovery has accordingly diminished, and scientific progress has ultimately decelerated, as he writes in his very Pelzian fashion. In non-world, there is no time for thinking, no time to pause for thought. There's no gap, no hiatus, and no suspension of action. There's a strange condition for a university. For a university, suspension is a mark of thought, is the interruption that signals the coming eruption of ideas. The contemporary university issues an invisible decree. All suspensions of action has been hereby suspended. Likewise, Yiljaki 2015 draws analogous epistemic consequences from her formal distinction between what she calls process time, that is the temporality embedded in the internal logic of research activity, and project time, that is the scheduled time of a research project as it is on paper. She argues that these two temporalities, similar to her earlier distinction between timeless time and scheduled time, are in mutual conflict, as a process time is slow, emergent, temporally blurred, multi-directional, and content-dependent, whereas project time is, by contrast, fast, highly scheduled, predictable, linear, and decontextualized. Yet, as a consequence of the political economic challenge within academia, process time has been progressively colonized by project time, resulting in the emergence of several new conflicts and dilemmas in research work. According to Yiljaki, some of these tensions, especially the general preference for short-term against long-term research, negatively impact the overall quality of produced knowledge, as they favor a particularly conservative selection of topics and methods that are feasible in a given project schedule and encourage conformist mainstreaming thinking that is likely to get financed instead of risky new openings, all at the cost of scientific progress and scholarly development. The critical perspective on this temporal conflicts within academic work is further reinforced even outside of the collection of essays mentioned above. For example, Noonan, 2016, in different terms, but in a manner very similar, argues that during recent decades, thought time, which forms a precondition for a successful pursuit of the university's fundamental goal, producing valuable knowledge and providing better quality of life has become increasingly colonized by money time, which represents capitalist market forces and economic interests regardless of the actual effect on planetary or human life, thus making scientific research less progressive and less beneficial for society. On the other hand, Vostell partially diverts from the mainstream standpoint when he argues that the changes in the structure of academic time can have both inhibitive as well as stimulant effects on scientific knowledge production, and therefore needs to be thought of in more ambivalent fashion. His arguments is nonetheless still rooted in the overall implicit presupposition that the changes within the temporal conditions of academic work affect on the epistemic level merely the speed of scientific knowledge production. That is, they can either represent an obstacle for the development of scientific knowledge or they can positively stimulate it. This is far from exhaustive, but I believe it is illustrated enough at this point to provide a plausible general picture of how epistemic function of time is conceptualized within the contemporary scholarship on scientific temporality. As outlined above, it should be apparent that the various accounts of time's epistemic function allow only for two possible effects of changes within the temporal structure of academic work. They can either have an accelerating effect on scientific progress or they can decelerate. In fact, within the exception of Vostell's ambivalent account, all of the authors uniformly express the sentiment that the colonization of academia by faster temporalities has a detrimental effect on the quality of knowledge produced and thus on the speed of scientific progress. While it is the slow temporalities and rhythms that are the necessary prerequisites of high-quality scientific work and efficient contribution to the growth of knowledge. I believe, however, that such binary treatment of the epistemic significance of time is unnecessarily restrictive on both descriptive and normative levels, and that the available body of work on the temporal conditions of science and the epistemic impact, in fact, opens up a substantially broader and deeper perspective on the relationship between scientific temporality and scientific knowledge that invites further exploration. On the descriptive level, the current perspective makes it very hard, if not impossible, to conceive of the epistemic impact of temporal changes within academia in a more complex way and supports instead rather simplified descriptions thereof. If the changes within the structure of academic time and conceptualized as affecting merely the speed of scientific progress, then there will likely be no space for more detailed questions such as, for example, whether the temporal conditions of scientific research influence the very content of our scientific theories, and thus whether there would be different theories under different temporal conditions. This kind of question could possibly enable a substantial shift in our understanding of the temporal conditions of scientific practice, as these would be ascribed a much more fundamental role in the production of scientific knowledge. Yet, as it is, these kinds of questions are beyond the scope of the available body of work. More importantly, on the normative level, the current perspective severely constrains the imagination of what can be extrapolated from the accumulated empirical analysis of academic time. What I mean by that is that there are now basically three standpoints towards the epistemic impact of the changes within academic time. First, there are those who are critical of the changes for the reasons that they have pernicious effect on the production of scientific knowledge, such as the advocates of unhastening or slowing down science. Second, there are those who are ambivalent about the changes, as they can arguably have both stimulant as well as detrimental effect on scientific knowledge production. And third, there will be naturally those who are not worried about the changes whatsoever, but that seems to be rather shallow or narrow scope for normative theory of academic time. Instead of treating the epistemic effect of the temporal changes within academia as either good or bad or somewhere in between, would it not actually be more fruitful and revealing to discard the binary categories of good or bad in favor of a more open analysis of how the temporal conditions of academic research and changes therein actually imprint on the very content of the scientific knowledge produced? Such an approach would likely open new vistas for the normative theorizing about the temporality of scientific knowledge producing, going beyond good and evil toward a more nuanced, sophisticated, and thus even more responsible treatment. In the next section, I want to reinforce this line of argument by drawing attention to contemporary philosophical debate on inevitability and contingency in the history of science. What we learn from this debate is that on the epistemic level, the temporal conditions of scientific work are likely to have a more qualitative impact on its outcomes, affecting not simply the speed of scientific knowledge production, but rather its very content or the particular direction in which it develops. Inevitability versus contingency. To paraphrase the title of Ian Hacking's article, How Inevitable Are the Results of Successful Science, one of the earliest formulations of the contingentism versus inevitabilism issue Inevitabilism can be understood as a position according to which the results of a successful science, our current scientific theories, concepts, and explanations, are inevitable in the sense that if anybody anywhere in the world began their own scientific research, they would sooner or later necessarily end up with roughly the same theories and the same scientific results that we have, as described by Pickering. Any community that embarks on a project akin to science will end up believing what we do. In other words, inevitabilist holds that scientific progress necessarily follows a single predetermined path. Sometimes science will encounter an obstacle that would prevent it from moving forward. Sometimes it will be led astray completely, but eventually it'll get back on track, overcome the obstacles, and continue its journey towards the truth. As such, inevitabilism stands in direct opposition to the other possible view of the development of science, contingentism. According to contingentism, there's nothing inevitable in the present state of scientific knowledge. Scientific development is, by contrast, considered as contingent in the sense that science could have likely evolved in a radically different, incommensurable, yet equally or even more successful way. In other words, the contingentist claim is that under different historical conditions, the very content of our scientific knowledge could have ended up being entirely incommensurable with the present content of our scientific theories. There exists a multitude of possible scientific ontologies, a multitude of different possible trajectories that scientific progress could legitimately follow without being at the same time any less progressive, less successful, or simply worse than the others. Contrary to the inevitabilist position, then it makes no sense for a contingentist to conceive of scientific changes in terms of either supporting or hindering scientific progress, as there's no single right path of scientific development, but a myriad of equally legitimate ways whose comparative scientific promise cannot be reliably estimated in advance. My argument here is that while from the inevitabilist perspective, the binary treatment of the epistemic role of time as affecting merely the speed of scientific knowledge production is perfectly fine, and there is only one direction of scientific progress that we can at most temporarily divert from, the contingentist perspective offers a radically different and much more complex picture of the possible epistemic impact of the temporal as well as other conditions of scientific work. In particular, it seems too simplistic from the contingentist standpoint to discuss the epistemic impact of the temporal conflicts within scientific practice in terms of them having either positive, stimulative, or negative inhibitive effect on scientific research. Rather, just like the recent empirical inquiries demonstrate that scientific temporality is too complex to be grasped in the simple terms of fast versus slow science, and thus requires a more nuanced conceptualization, the contingentist perspective complexifies the epistemic significance of scientific temporality in a similar manner. Now, it should be acknowledged that the inevitabilist position cannot by any means be proven wrong. Inevitabilism is perfectly consistent on its own terms, as Searle directly acknowledges that the dispute between inevitabilism and contingentism very likely cannot be brought to a definite closure. Nevertheless, I want to take the contingentist position into serious consideration and tentatively explore its possible consequences for thinking about the relationship between the very content of scientific knowledge and the temporal conditions that enable its production. In this regard, some arguments in favor of contingentism as opposed to the inevitabilist alternative should be provided. Even though the dispute between inevitabilism and contingentism appears ultimately undecided, Searle argued that there is a strong empirical evidence in favor of contingentism. Nevertheless, she is referring here to a large body of work accumulated under the sociology of scientific knowledge approach that enabled the social scientists to accumulate data in support of what Trizio 2008 later labeled as the multiplicity thesis, that is, the view that there is one world and any number of different descriptions of it. For example, Andrew Pickering, in his sociological analysis of particle physics constructing quarks, argued that despite the fact that the old paradigm of particle physics of the 1960s has been eventually superseded by the new quarky paradigm of the 1980s, there was nothing inevitable or necessary about the developments, as the non-quarky paradigm could have successfully continued to develop, so that there would have been a very different but no less sound physics today. Similar Collins' study on scientific controversies, where he introduced the notion of the experimenter's regress, that is, a situation where the questions of what is the correct result of an experiment and what is the correctly performed experiment cannot be decided independently of each other, have demonstrated that there are always more legitimate trajectories in which science can develop, and it is only within hindsight that the direction actually taken appears as more rational than the others, or simply as the correct path taken seriously within the sociology of scientific knowledge. Studies that are simply irreconcilable with the inevitabilist view that there is only one necessary path of scientific progress. Actually, I'm going to see if I could do a poll here. So I'm just making a poll here to see whether people are inevitabilist or contingentist. I gotta make sure I'm spelling these right. Okay. So I got that poll up and running. Moreover, I believe that there are several normative benefits of taking the contingentist perspective seriously with regard to the analysis of the epistemic role of scientific temporality. As it is, the inevitabilist approach allows only for a very limited normative perspective on the debate about the temporal conditions of academic work that can be perceived as good, meaning they provide suitable environment for achieving scientific progress, or they be considered bad in the sense that they thwart it by depriving the scientist of the quality time that they need for their work to be efficient enough. The inevitabilist position, together with its inherent binarity, simply does not allow for a more complex conceptual grasp of the matter. The contingent standpoint, on the other hand, provides a qualitatively richer picture, opening up new questions to be asked. What direction of scientific development do these temporal conditions of scientific work support? New problems to care about. Is this line of scientific development desirable? Or a new essential topic to discuss, the relevance of the contingency of scientific development and its relationship to the temporal conditions of scientific practice for scientific policy. Even though it's ultimately impossible to disprove inevitabilism in favor of the contingentist counterpart, it is certainly worth exploring the latter approach in this regard to actually discover its possible contribution to the debate, more so as it is the inevitabilist view that is likely to govern the contemporary discussion, presumably because many philosophers and scientists share inevitabilist instinct. In this context, I can not but agree with Searle that is precisely the instinctive nature of the inevitabilist position that encourages an examination of what lies behind it. Exploring contingencies. Okay, I put the poll out there, so no one's voted yet, but are you inevitabilist or contingent leaning? Exploring contingency. In this section, I'm now going to tentatively sketch out the direction in which such a non-binary treatment of the epistemic function of time could be developed, drawing on Andrew Pickering's Mangle theory of scientific practice, which not only professes an openly pluralistic and contingentist attitude towards scientific knowledge development, but also represents one of the rare time-sensitive approaches within the scientific knowledge. I will outline what it means to conceptualize the epistemic role of the temporal conditions of academic work in both pluralist and contingentist fashion. Pickering's time-sensitive approach. Pickering's perspective, comprehensively developed mainly in his The Mangle of Practice, 1995, provides a valuable insight into the limitations of the current treatment of the epistemic function of time. It very nicely indicates that the time impact on the production of scientific knowledge appears much more complex than just supporting or inhibiting scientific progress when approached from a pluralistic and contingentist standpoint by stressing the temporality emergent structures of scientific research. His approach is particularly illustrative in this regard, as it not only supports the contingentist view of scientific progress, but it also time-sensitive in that it explicitly takes time into account when explaining the production and development of scientific knowledge. The core concept of Pickering's approach is what he calls the real-time dialectic of resistance and accommodation. In his account, it is of a peculiar dialectic process that characterizes the dynamic and temporality emergent nature of scientific practice and all its components. As he puts it, all sorts of heterogeneous cultural strata, material, conceptual, social, and whatever, are continuously mangled in the real-time dialectic of practice. To articulate what he means by this dialectic and manglish nature of scientific practice, Pickering provides several case studies from the areas of particle physics, mathematics, as well as industry, including the development of the bubble chamber by Donald Glaser and his adversary Luis Alvarez, Yamako Morpurgo's experimental attempts to detect isolated quarks, William Hamilton's discovery of quadrarinos, and the development of numerically controlled machine tools and their introduction into the industrial workplace. Since each of these case studies serves its own distinctive purpose with regard to Pickering's articulation of his account of scientific practice, each focuses on a different aspect of the Mangle. However, using either of them on its own as an illustrated example would inevitably provide only a partial picture of Pickering's approach. For that reason, I will rather directly focus on the relevant conceptual features of the Mangle theory and refer to the particular case studies whatever necessary or appropriate. The first fundamental conceptual feature of Pickering's dialectic account of scientific practice is the notion of interactive stabilization. As he demonstrates in the case study, scientific practice is far from a straightforward enterprise. It is a process of mutual interaction and interplay between various components, conceptual, material, social, and other, and it is indeterministic and multidirectional in the sense that none of these components necessarily determines its further development and ultimate outcome. Rather, they are all to be treated symmetrically, as each of these components is continuously and open-endedly mangled in real-time scientific practice in order that they are made to fit together to create a coherent, robust whole. That is, in order that the interactive stabilization between the component is achieved. Thus, in the case of the attempts to locate an isolated quark, Morpurgo constantly struggled with the incoherence between the conceptual component of his research and the material component. He was ready to accept measurement of either third integral fractional changes, which equaled the theoretical prediction for quarks, or standard hole changes, but the actual measurements he initially performed did not fall into either of these categories. In his attempt to interactively stabilize these two components, then, Morpurgo decided to mangle the material component, his experimental apparatus, so that the measurements would be compatible with the conceptual components. Now, the important thing to note here, however, is that even though Morpurgo's decision appears completely natural, Pickering's remarked that there was nothing necessary about the particular step he decided to take. He was equally free to mangle the conceptual component, that is, to challenge the theoretically predicted third integral charge value of quarks. In this regard, the process of interactive stabilizations, the Mangle of scientific practice, is ultimately contingent. In Pickering's own words, as far as a real-time analysis is concerned, therefore, no pre-existing principle explains or lies behind the trajectory of evolution of Morpurgo's material apparatus, or is it performatively, or his interpretive account of his apparatus, or the facts that he or it produced. There is the only Mangle. This brings us to the notion of resistance and accommodation, the obstacles on the path to making the various components of a particular scientific enterprise interactively stable. Obstacles, which are indeed ubiquitous in day-to-day scientific practice, are what Pickering calls resistances. In his own words, they are the occurrences of a block on the path to some goal. Particular examples of such resistances include Morpurgo's measurement of change incompatible with either of the two models he deemed plausible, or the various failures encountered by Glaser on his path to developing a functional prototype of the bubble chamber. Now, the two important features of these resistances is that they demand a response on the scientist's part, and at the same time they disclose and narrow down the possible pathways towards reaching the scientist's goal. Thus, both Morpurgo and Glaser encountered several resistances in their attempt to achieve the goals they set for themselves, locating the theoretically predicted isolated quarks or developing a functional bubble chamber, respectively. And each of these resistances demanded a response on their part in the form of mangling the various components of their research in a way that would overcome the resistance and eventually led to interactively stable closure. These responses to the encountered resistance, then, are what Pickering calls accommodations, and similar to resistances, which are simply features in achieving the desired goal and can appear in many different forms. The accommodations can be of a various kind as well. In his case study of Glazer's development of the bubble chamber, Pickering introduces three particular kinds of accommodations: material transformations, changing the working substance used for the apparatus; conceptual transformations, changing the background theory; and a revision of the desired goal. But this list is by no means exhaustive, and Pickering makes clear that such accommodations can include mangling of virtually any resource at a scientist's disposal, material, conceptual, social, or whatever, as long as it's relevant within the process of interactive stabilization. In this dialectic of resistances and accommodations, every component of scientific research is open-endedly mangled in practice. And in this sense, the particular features and trajectories of a given scientific research emerge in the course of time and practice. The final fundamental conceptual feature of Pickering's dialectic account of scientific practice, then, is the notion of temporal emergence. What he means by that is that, in simple terms, there is no way of predicting any of the resistances to be encountered in advance as these emerge in the real-time dialectic of resistance and accommodation. And likewise, there's nothing that determines the particular choice of the accommodations to be made. In Pickering's own words regarding the temporally emergent nature of Glazer's development of the bubble chamber, Glaser had no way of knowing in advance that most of his attempts to go beyond the cloud chamber would fail, but that his prototype bubble chamber would succeed. In fact, nothing identifiably present when he embarked on these passages of practice determined the future evolution of the material configuration of the chamber and its powers. Glaser had to find out, in the real time of practice, what the contours of the material agency might be. There was no real-time explanation for the particular pattern of resistance that Glaser encountered in his attempt to go beyond the cloud chamber. In his practice, these resistances appeared as if by chance they just happened. It just happened that when Glaser configured his instrument this way, or this, it did not produce tracks, but when he configured it that way, it did. This is the strong sense of temporal emergence implicit in the Mangle. Indeed, Pickering acknowledges that Glaser had several options of how to go on with his research anytime he encountered a new resistance. He had decided otherwise. In some cases, his project may have developed in a fundamentally different way. If he had limited time for his project, for example, he would presumably choose different accommodations than he did, probably changing his original goal in favor of another one, possibly never being able to reach his original goal altogether, but maybe achieving an entirely different result instead. Similarly, Morpungo was free to mangle the conceptual component of his research instead of the material one. Had he decided to challenge the theoretical prediction of the third integral charge value for quarks, the quark research would have likely developed in an entirely different way. Where would these alternative trajectories of research have eventually led? We do not know, but from Pickering's perspective, there's no reason to think of them as being any less progressive or correct than the actual ones. God forbid no one's done the poll. Mr. Boston, affluent, Ulhelf, any of you inevitabilist or contingentist? Time is a component of the Mangle. Now, having outlined Pickering's pluralist and contingentist approach to the analysis of scientific practice, it is time to discuss its comparative import to the understanding of the epistemic function of time as opposed to the binary treatment thereof. Let us start with a general remark that by putting emphasis on the temporal emergent character of scientific knowledge, Pickering's account provides a novel perspective on time as an epistemic factor in scientific research. What he tells us is not only that time is something that has to be taken into account when investigating scientific practice, but more importantly, that time represents a factor that has a fundamental impact on the very content of scientific knowledge and therefore also on the trajectory according to which scientific knowledge develops. Approach through the optics of his Mangle theory of scientific practice, the impact of scientists' temporal setting on the results of their work emerges as far more complex than just affecting the speed of their progress forward. In fact, it does not even make good sense to conceive of them in this manner, as Pickering's approach, together with his contingentist standpoint, abstains from too easily qualifying a particular scientific change as good or bad. For him, there is simply a multiplicity of possible scientific trajectories on scientific progress, and the fact that one of them always eventually emerges victorious does not make it more progressive than the others. Rather than affecting the speed of scientific progress, the temporal conditions of scientific practice appear to have a more constitutive role in the production of scientific knowledge. Indeed, To return once more to one of his case studies, where as Glazer's 30-centimeter xenon-filled bubble chamber was constructed and ready for experiments already in 1958, but was useless for big science research, Alvarez's 72-inch liquid hydrogen bubble chamber set a basis for the big science approach to particle physics experiment. Yet it was ready no sooner than 1964. In this case, different temporal conditions have led to different scientific results, but without either of them being better or more progressive than the other. But there is more to be learned from Pickering's approach with regard to our understanding of the epistemic function of time. Pickering's Mangle theory provides a particularly novel way of conceptualizing the role of time in the production of scientific knowledge, as it makes it possible to conceive of the temporal conditions of scientific practice as being a component of the Mangle. Even though Pickering himself does not explicitly recognize time's epistemic role in this manner, in his case study he instead focuses on the material, conceptual, and social components of the Mangle in particular. His account implies that the temporal conditions of scientific work can be conceptualized in the very same way as other components of the Mangle that he draws attention to in his analysis. Indeed, he makes it clear when he writes that while he analyzed Morpurgo's work in terms of the interactive stabilization of just three cultural elements, his material instrument, his interpretive account of the instrument, his phenomenal accounts of how the world might be, there's nothing magical about the number three. Rather, we have an amplification of the multiplicity of scientific culture. In other words, there's a plethora of heterogeneous cultural strata that enter the Mangle. As Pickering puts it, they are material, conceptual, social, and whatever. And it is precisely this whatever where time, that is, the temporal conditions of scientific practice, can enter the Mangle as its active temporal emergent constitutive component. Approached from this perspective, time would no longer represent merely the background against which the real-time dialectic of resistance and accommodation operates. On the contrary, time, in the sense of the temporal conditions of scientific work, would itself enter this dialectic as a constitutive and also mangleable component. How do the temporal conditions of scientific work enter the Mangle? And how can they affect scientific research, not merely on the level of practice, inhibiting or stimulating it, but on the generally epistemic level as affecting what kind of knowledge is being produced? Provide an illustrative example by their pluralist reconceptualization of scientific temporality in terms of three distinctive temporal clusters: experimental, cognitive, and institutional, and even more importantly, by their concept of agentic synchronization. According to their claim, the relationship between scientists and the temporal conditions of their work is not by any means asymmetrical in the sense that scientists are simply passive victims to the forces of acceleration as often portrayed. On the contrary, scientists should be regarded as temporal agents who can actively and for the most part intentionally manage the temporal aspects, demands, and pressures of their work. Drawing your Pickering's view of scientific practice as a dialectic of resistance and accommodation, Vostell describes the temporal conditions of scientific work as not simply given by constantly reemerging from the scientist's active struggle to achieve the balances between the demands of the manifold timescapes of scientific practice. In other words, conflicts between the experimental, cognitive, and institutional temporality are resolved by adequately mangling either of these temporal clusters in the process of interactive stabilization so that they are maintained in a relatively stable state. Far from being deterministic, however, this process involves what the authors describe as temporal intentionality. That is, a certain maneuvering space allowing for multiple possible ways of achieving stabilization and therefore also multiple different trajectories of scientific development. In their own words, maneuvering, unbending, disconnecting, responding and reacting to rerouting and reorienting both expected and unexpected tempos of experimental, cognitive, and institutional nature constitutes a fundamental feature of the process of scientific knowledge production. Another example of how such temporal juggling can affect the very content and direction of scientific research is suggested by Brninchik, whose ethnographic study of three research facilities develops an image of scientific research as an activity which is structured across multiple temporal registers that do not necessarily unfold synchronously and that are therefore in need of constant synchronization, which involves multiple strategies of time work. In order to maintain organizational stability as well as maximum efficiency, according to Brninchik, technicians at these facilities are faced with the daily task of navigating between the different demands of organizational time and instrumental time, but their synchronization work, while ensuring organizational stability, has also epistemic ramifications as it directly affects the daily work of researchers themselves, for instance, via control over the availability of research instruments. From the contingentist perspective, again, the particular way of resolving the conflict between the organizational and instrumental temporality in scientific work is not to be perceived as merely a matter of efficiency of research facilities, but rather as a matter of the very content of scientific research as different strategies of time work, most likely those that would not adhere to the imperative of efficiency, are likely to create more space for the exploration of multiple alternative open-ended possibilities of scientific inquiry. Using Pickering's pluralistic account, therefore, allows us to approach time not as a constraint in the sense that the less quality time scientists have at their disposal, the less scientific progress they achieve, but instead as a central and most importantly mangleable resource in scientific practice, treated symmetrically with all the other components of the mangle and against the backdrop of the contingentist view of scientific development. The temporal conditions of scientific practice can be ascribed as a fundamentally new role in the production of scientific knowledge, as they also become part of the process of interactive stabilization with all the other material, conceptual, social, relevant components of scientific practice. From this perspective, the temporal conditions of scientific practice do not affect merely the speed of scientific knowledge development. Instead, they directly affect the very trajectories and outcomes of scientific research, similarly to the way that the material, conceptual, and social components of the mangle interact with each other and temporarily emerge in the process of interactive stabilization as documented by Pickering's case studies. So do also the temporal conditions of scientific practice, temporally emergent by themselves, enter this dialectical process and affect not just the development of the other components, but also its overall outcome. Having approached the epistemic function of time in scientific practice from the perspective of Pickering's theory, we are thus left with a picture substantially dissimilar to and noticeably richer than that offered by the currently available analysis of scientific temporality. Rather than affecting the speed of scientific progress, whether positively or negatively, the temporal conditions of scientific work and changes therein appear to affect the direction of scientific progress in the sense that differing temporal settings of scientific work likely lead to different pathways of scientific development to be pursued, and thus to different content of scientific knowledge to be created. From this perspective, it is too simplistic to conceptualize the temporal changes within academia in terms of the increasing, decreasing the quality of research, scientific research, or stimulating, inhibiting the scientific progress, as the matter seems to be much more complex and appears too hasty and spurious to qualify the impact of these changes in such a binary manner. What we learn from Pickering's account instead is that the temporal conditions of scientific practice, being a part of the mangle, affect their very content of scientific knowledge in a manner that is very difficult to qualify. In general, we learn that under different temporal conditions, different, neither better nor worse, simply different, scientific decisions would be probably taken, and science would thus develop in a different direction that cannot be classified as necessarily more or less progressive. That being said, the question of the particular impact of the temporal changes within academia, the question of the actual epistemic role of time, still remains unanswered. Would that direction of scientific development be better than the actual one? Or more particularly, if the recent temporal changes within academia associated with the phenomenon of academic capitalism, new managerialism, did not take place, would scientific knowledge actually develop in a more desirable way? This is something that we do not know, and the demands further investigation. What I've tried to show is that contrary to the binary view of the relationship between the temporal conditions of scientific practice and its outcome, Pickering's contingentist approach makes it such a critical investigation at least conceptually possible. Moreover, the conceptual alternative outlined above would not only enable a comparatively more open-minded and more complex understanding of the epistemic function of time, but it will also open up a whole new perspective on the issue of the normative level, whereas when considered as having either inhibitive or stimulative effect on scientific development, the temporal conditions of scientific work are epistemologically relevant solely in terms of the efficiency of scientific knowledge production, which itself is, in fact, appears to be surprisingly neoliberalized conceptualization of the issue under the alternative Manglish approach suggested here. The temporal dimension of science would acquire truly critical importance as it would become a factor not in the effectiveness of scientific knowledge production, but in the very direction of scientific development, and therefore also to the development of society at large. In other words, the temporal conditions of academic work would cease to become a matter of how fast or efficiently we progress to the future, and become instead a matter of what kind of future we are going to have. Concluding remarks. I've attempted to provide an analysis of the way that the epistemic function of time has been conceptualized within the contemporary analysis of scientific temporality, and to develop an argument that the prevalent conceptualization of the matter is unnecessarily restrictive in several aspects, in spite of being present within the majority of recent scholarship on academic time and the impact of its changes on scientific practice. I've characterized the current outlook and still embedded in a binary perspective, which makes the critical inquiry into the epistemic function of time significantly limited on both descriptive and normative levels. Drawing a Pickering's Manglish account of scientific progress, I have then outlined a contingentist conceptual alternative that, according to my opinion, provides a comparatively deeper, more complex, and less prejudiced understanding of the matter. Instead of approaching the epistemic significance of time only in terms of speed, where the temporal conditions of scientific practice are being evaluated as either favorable or harmful for the development of scientific knowledge, the contingentist perspective regards time not as a factor of speed, but rather as a factor of direction. It opens ways of thinking about the temporal conditions of scientific work as affecting, together with the other components of the Mangle, the particular trajectories along which science develops. Still, one may remain wondering whether the issue is really that important and whether the current critical treatment of time's epistemic function is not fine as it is. Indeed, as I've already partially argued above, there is something inherently attractive and reasonable about the various critiques of acceleration of academia as well as its progressive neoliberalization. They just feel right. And yet, even though they resonate with me on an emotional level, I cannot help but find these critiques wanting or questionable, at least on the level of epistemology. In the light of the argument presented above, the criticism of the recent temporal changes within academia as decreasing the quality of knowledge and slowing down scientific progress appears at the very least spurious and unwarranted, as the authors come up with the qualifications of the epistemic impact of these changes rather too prematurely, instead of subjecting the nature of this impact to further investigation, recognizing the limitations of the current conceptualization of the epistemic impact of time and embracing the contingentist view of scientific development, I've argued, is then the first step to make such an investigation possible. But a question may arise, would not such a contingentist approach deprive the current analysis of scientific temporality of their ability to criticize, that is, to maintain a critical stance towards certain developments within the structure of the scientific time, while favoring and supporting others, compared with the current body of work which enables us to perceive the recent developments as more pernicious for science and offers a ready antidote, that is, preventing the progressive neoliberalization of academia? Does not the adoption of the contingentist standpoint actually restrict the scope of possible criticism, since it demands that one abstains from the all too hasty qualifications of these development impact? I consider such worries misplaced, as the perspective outlined above is capable of providing even deeper criticism of the temporal conditions of academic work, while the currently prevalent binary treatment of time's epistemic function indeed offers a critical perspective on this issue. I've tried to make clear that it is ultimately one-dimensional and thus very limiting in its critical sensibilities. On the contrary, approaching the issue from the Manglish perspective suggested here is far from conformist and uncritical, as it actually enables, albeit in an admittedly speculative fashion, a more cautious as well as a more complex analysis beyond the binary opposition of good and bad, thus possibly leading to a better understanding of the matter and consequently a more responsible criticism along the lines with the argument developed by Felt. The contingentist approach would likely enable comparably much more careful treatment of the temporal conditions of academic work. In her own words, it would likely help to develop a deeper sensibility towards and understanding of temporal orders and more careful temporal policies in order to support the creation of sufficiently diverse knowledge resources and secure attractive epistemic living spaces for further research that will enable us to develop solutions to currently unknown problems in the future. It remains to be seen, of course, what is conveyed by this deeper sensibility towards the temporal conditions of scientific work, recognizing the limitations of the available analysis of the epistemic significance of this time, and the first necessary step to find that out. Okay, so I got one vote for contingentist. Doooovid leans contingentist. I think the multiple truth hypothesis, although it could work in an inevitabilist camp, is more contingentist understanding. You think like inevitabilism is somewhat messianic. Like there's one truth and we're eventually going to get there. It's just a matter of time, maybe quicker or slower. Where contingentist, there may not be a truth that we're moving towards. So like in religious messianic terms, like, okay, maybe I'm an inevitabilist. But in terms of science and truth, I'm definitely leaning contingentist. I like Pickering in his Manglism. I've read some of his work in the philosophy of science. So I've had this article for a few months and not really sure where it ties in with some of my other research, but throw it in there. So let's do one more on science and modeling. This one's somewhat related to some of the stuff this week in the philosophy of science series I was doing in the history of scientific models, is where we used to have scientific theories and now we're more leaning towards scientific models. So I guess I'm going to close the poll. So only one person voted. Appreciate you voting. Yeah, I thought that article was pretty interesting. And I've had it there for a while. So, well, go contingentism. Okay. Tracing the development of models in the philosophy of science by Daniela Baylor-Jones of Germany. An overview is provided how the concept of a scientific model has developed and changed in the philosophy of science in the course of the century. I identified three shifts of interest in the treatment of the topic of scientific models. First, only from the 1950s did models begin to be considered relevant to scientific enterprise, motivated by the desire to account for issues such as theory change and creativity in scientific discovery. Second, I examined how philosophers then increasingly concentrated on the analysis of the function of models for explanation or for guiding and suggesting new experiments. Finally, show analysis of the functions of models could lead to the consideration of their function, not just within science, but also in human cognition, so that models are now sometimes viewed as tools of actual rather than logically reconstructed scientific thinking. Introduction. Are scientific models a topic discussed as part of the standard canon of philosophy of science? Well, even if they are today, this has certainly not always been the case. During the first half of the century, theories are not models were the exclusive focus of theories and not models were the exclusive focus of investigation. Then the early 50s, interest in models first arose and began to accumulate. Not only did models undergo a period of intensive study in the 60s, there are also recent signs of continuing or renewed interest. This is reflected in the conference sessions at the PSA in 1996 and article collections and in journals issues dedicated to the topic. However, the motives for the study of models has changed over time. In fact, they did not so in tune with three shifts of interest, which I shall identify. Philosophy of science itself has progressed over the last decades, and its development has, not surprisingly, also repercussions on the treatment of models. Rising awareness of the issues of theory change and that of creativity and scientific discovery was an outstanding importance for such change. I shall, in this paper, trace the career of scientific models from almost total disregard to the point where topics such as model-based reasoning in scientific discovery have become prominent in the philosophy of science. I identified three shifts in interest regarding models under the following headings: from disregard to popularity, from formal accounts to functional characterization of models, and from the role of models in science to the role in human cognition. These shifts describe tendencies in research, interests, and opinions not necessarily received at a time. The shifts have resulted from changes in emphasis and extensions of interest. In other words, if I claim, for instance, there has been a development away from disregard to increased interest in models due to such and such an issue or insight, then this is not to say that such a shift has been universal. It is not to deny that there may be some or many philosophers who continue to think that models are either of no interest whatsoever or are of interest for completely different reasons from those suggested by the shift. Not everybody followed a shift, and views on models do not cease to exist merely because a group of researchers abandons them. The shifts I identify here are not exclusive. They address tendencies and aim to trace roots of the current discussion. Moreover, they did not happen consecutively in a strict sense, but overlap in time. The order into which I put them is roughly historical, although on many occasions different developments took place synchronically and were intertwined with each other. From disregard to popularity, a negative attitude towards scientific models has a long tradition going back to the beginning of the century. Pierre Duhem depicts the relationship between models and theories as follows. The descriptive part is developed on its own by proper and autonomous methods of theoretical physics. The explanatory part has come to this fully formed organism and attached itself like a parasite. The latter models features as no more than appendices to theories. They have no crucial role and are redundant as far as any relevant aspect of scientific development is concerned. Duhem sharply distinguished theories from models. For him, a physical theory is not an explanation. It is a system of mathematical propositions deduced from a small number of principles which aim to represent as simply, as completely, and as exactly as possible a set of experimental laws. Duhem considers this type of theory as the driving force of scientific progress and the only means of scientific development. Such theories are the descriptive part and are only subsequently supplemented by models. He has mechanical models in mind to serve explanatory purposes. It is nevertheless interesting to observe that Duhem, while he goes to great pains to disclaim the role of models in scientific enterprises, succeeds in spite of himself in spelling out the immense potential of scientific models. As is well known, Duhem makes a distinction between the abstract minds of the French and the ample minds of the English. He supports this classification with the claim that the English scientific tradition models almost invariably accompany the exposition of theories. While Duhem is full of contempt for this approach, he stresses the importance of models for the English-type mind. Understanding a physical phenomenon is therefore for the physicist of the English school the same thing as designing a model imitating the phenomenon, whence the nature of material things is to be understood by imagining a mechanism whose performance will represent and simulate the properties of the bodies. The object of the English physicist is to create a visible and palpable image of the abstract laws that the Englishman's mind cannot grasp without the aid of this model. Duhem maintains categorically, however, that only abstract and general principles can guide the mind in unknown regions and suggest to it the solutions of unforeseen difficulties. Despite all this, Duhem admits in the end that even in the face of any superiority or scientific rigor, we are never quite free from the need of some imagination. At the bottom of our most clearly formulated and most rigorously deduced doctrines, we always find again that confused collection of tendencies, aspirations, and intuitions. No analysis is penetrating enough to separate them or to decompose them into simpler elements. Duhem, against his own interest, provides an insightful and rather modern-sounding characterization of models. Although he is highly adverse to any benefits of models, he embodies the dichotomy of theory bias and model need, which is to shape struggles to come. However, if a model need not grudgingly acknowledge on occasion, it still took many years until models were taken seriously as a topic of philosophical investigation. An important reason for this lies in the outlook and the philosophical interest of the very influential movement of logical empiricism associated with the Vienna Circle. Rudolf Carnap, for instance, attributed only a very minor role to models. It is important to realize that the discovery of the model has no more than an aesthetic or didactic or at best a heuristic value, but is not at all essential for a successful application of the physical theory. In Carnap's account, the meaning and interpretation of the theory is in no way dependent on the application of models. His whole project was not geared towards considering heuristic or didactic values of anything. The general outlook is made explicit in Reichenbach's 1938 distinction between the context of discovery and the context of justification, a distinction which aims at the separation of logic and psychology. For him, it is not a permissible objection to an epistemological construction that actual thinking does not conform to. This interest is not in thinking that the context of discovery, but in a relation of the theory to the facts, independent of the man who made the theory. Logic, correspondingly the chosen tool of logical empiricism, is promising with regard to the question of justification, not of psychology. It supports the notion of confirmation in the form of deductive inferences of clearly stated laws and universal applicability. Carnap also thought that the In modern theoretical physics, such as relativity and quantum physics, approaches based on intuition would play a lesser and lesser role. Once the project of the logical empiricist is identified, their limited interest in modeling is no longer surprising because, as Reichenbach put it succinctly, the actual thinking process is, for them, not a legitimate subject of epistemology. The disinterest in models is especially plausible in the light of assumptions that it is the actual thinking, imagining and cognition, the psychology, and their role in scientific discovery, precisely what the logical empiricists are not interested in, that becomes central to later uses of scientific models, and is those uses that turned scientific models into a widely discussed topic in the philosophy of science. The logical empiricist project is more prescriptive than descriptive in any modern science studies of sense, with the chosen outlook of rational reconstruction of science in terms of logic. There did not appear to be any space for the consideration of scientific models. When in the early 50s, scientific models began to take center stage, at least for a few philosophers of science. These philosophers were motivated by concerns and interests that were not predominantly those of the logical empiricists at the Vienna Circle. The question posed concerning science moved noticeably closer to scientific practice and to the use of scientific theories rather than their semantics or logical reconstruction. For instance, the question of experimental testing arises and has the air of a concrete applied practical problem in similarity with the issues of how new terminology develops, how to explain creativity in scientific theories, discovery, and how theories change. Ironically, this choice of issues and the style of approaching them, emerging mainly in Britain, is again British in the Doooovidian, though not in his negative sense. The British move towards models seems to have been formulated as a reaction to Russell's view of the theories of Ramsey's criticism thereof. Critical issues were, for instance, whether electron being unobservable yet displaying observable behavior is a theoretical or empirical concept, and how the empirical and the theoretical component in it are linked. Russell furnishes an answer suggesting that it is possible to exhibit the way in which electrons are logical constructions out of observable entities. This is criticized by Ramsey and also by Braithwaite, because to treat theoretical concepts as logical constructions out of observable entities would be to ossify the scientific theory in which they occur. There would be no hope of extending the theory to explain more generalizations than it was originally designed to explain. Thus, the need for the development from static to dynamic understanding of the theory that allowed for the theory development was felt strongly in the British context of discussion. Let me now review the motivation of the early proponents of the uses and benefits of scientific models in Britain. Richard Braithwaite, Mary Hess, and Ernest Hutton evidently developed their views in a similar research context. They all regard scientific theories as hypothetical deductive systems, and they address some of the same issues concerning scientific models, though with different emphasis. Of the three, Braithwaite was most committed to a formal reconstruction of scientific theorizing. He considers scientific theorizing as a task of deduction, whereby calculus formally represents the deductive system of the theory. The calculus itself is uninterpreted, which has the practical advantage that the calculus is clearly laid out and deductions from it are not confused by individual examples, but can be carried out merely in the form of symbolic manipulations. On the other hand, the difficulty rises of how the calculus can be interpreted. Interpretation means that the symbols of the calculus are giving meaning in the light of the empirical data, the occurrences of which the theory needs to explain. The underlying image Braithwaite employs is the following image. Imagine the development from premises of the calculus representing a deductive system to inferred conclusions as a movement from top to bottom. At the bottom, one finds directly testable lowest level generalizations of a theory. In other words, observational data stands at the bottom of the logical chain of reasoning. The actual construction of theories, however, takes place precisely in the opposite direction, namely from the bottom to the top. It starts with observational data at the bottom, from which the premises or hypotheses at the top of the logical chain need to be found. Although the premises are logically prior, they are epistemologically posterior in the actual development of the theory. Observed events are known before any higher level hypothesis can be known. The theory formulation confronts an epistemological problem because the logically posterior consequences, the observational data, determine the meaning of the theoretical terms of the logical prior hypothesis in the calculus representation of the theory. To be able to work from the logically prior to the logically posterior from top to bottom, provisional or hypothetical interpretations of the calculus and to the premises in particular required. These, according to Brightway, can be provided in full by models because models have different epistemological structure from theories. A model, in contrast to a theory, is an interpreted calculus. In the model, the interpretation of the premises is fixed, even if hypothetically, well, the model can still have the same structure as the theory. To illustrate the epistemological difference between model and theory, Brightway uses the metaphor of a zip fastener. The calculus is attached to the theory at the bottom, and the zip fastener moves upwards. The calculus is attached to the model at the top, and the zip fastener moves downward. Because the model is fully interpreted, whereas the theory is not, the model is more accessible way to think about the structure represented by the calculus, which makes the model an alternative way of thinking about the theory. For Brightway, epistemological advantages establish the role of models. The need to provide an interpretation of a calculus, or at least hypothetically, the framework of Brightway's argument and his conception of model is largely formal, very much in the logical empiricist tradition, and he envisaged epistemologically is akin to Reichenbach's, of which actual thinking is not a subject. Hess and Hutton departed from this. They developed their conceptions of scientific models more closely from scientific practice and from the actual needs of scientists, also actual needs for thinking, even though they remain committed to theories of hypothetical deductive. For Hutton, it is no good if accounts of scientific method differ hugely between scientists and philosophers, and model is just a term that features in scientific understanding of scientific method, yet is totally neglected by philosophers. Hutton advises it is obviously best to follow the scientist here as closely as possible, at least in the first instance. We may hope in this way to avoid forcing science into a preconceived scheme, as philosophers have so often done. Part of this endeavor is to take an example of modern theory and discuss actual laws instead of illustrating scientific method by means of old-fashioned and very simplified examples. He himself discusses, among others, the model of an oscillator applied to a specific heat of solids and other areas of physics. With this, Hutton anticipates the importance of case studies and examples for an exploration of scientific models that takes its lead from scientific practice. Hess' 1953 paper does in fact contain a case study to illustrate her claims about models. The case Hess discusses is the development of various 19th century models of the transmission of light in the ether. Such a case study introduces a new element within the philosophical discussion and carries much weight in demonstrating the need for the study of models in the philosophy of science. Another important change is that Hutton views scientific models as particular interpretation of theories in the sense that models do not aim to be a copy of the theory nor of reality. There is always some element that is changed or left out of the model as compared to the thing of which it is a model. This means that models can be misleading. Moreover, their status is that of being neither true nor false, and there can even exist multiple models of the same thing. We may have many auxiliary models within a single theory. Usually they overlap and are mutually compatible, though on occasion the models are alternatives. In Hess's article, Hutton's notion of partial interpretation is paralleled by the claim that models cannot be regarded as literal descriptions of nature, but as standing in relation of analogy to nature. The point is here that the model only describes certain aspects of something in nature, but not others. The model may even misdescribe certain aspects, disanalogies to nature. This is why Hutton says that models can mislead and why they are neither true nor false. Hutton in particular makes several more different points about scientific models. While he may not elaborate them in great detail, they are precursors of later areas of investigation, and he is a valuable source when looking for mentioned upcoming issues concerning the study of models. I shall omit the details of his philosophical position here in favor of listing general issues that motivate the discussion about scientific models. For instance, Hutton is one of the first to talk explicitly and positively about a psychological function of models. The heuristic or pragmatic use of models is based on the fact that model provides a visual representation of something. They do so either in 3 dimensions or in 2 dimensions in the form of pictures or diagrams. A further practical issue in constructing scientific theories is making available appropriate vocabulary. The model prescribes a context or gives a universe of discourse, and it supplies primary terminology. Being confronted with a new situation, orientation comes from comparing this new situation with a familiar situation. In science, we merely want to explain a new and unfamiliar phenomenon, and so we try to account for it in terms of what we already know or describe it in a language that's familiar to us. That is, the model is used to provide an interpretation referring back to the familiar can be viewed as a strategy of actual thinking. Hutton also compares models with metaphor. Models function like metaphor because they're used when, for one reason or another, we cannot give a direct and complete description in the language we normally use when common ordinary terminology fails us. There are some hints that models are supposed to serve as a link between theory and experiment. According to Hutton, theories are explained and tested in terms of models, although he does not specify how. Slightly obscurely, he states that model is not an application of the theory, although the theory is applied with its help. Hess, in turn, endorses the link between models and experiment with a slightly different emphasis. She says progress is made by devising experiments to answer questions suggested by the model. One aim of Hess's article is to expand the concept of model to go beyond purely mechanical 19th century models. She argues that mathematical formalisms can be scientific models and that no sharp line should be drawn between the two because they function essentially the same way. This is an important step towards a wider use of the concept of model, later taking effect in the notion of theoretical model. Like Brightwaite, Hess considers theories as hypothetical deductive, that is, they consist of hypotheses which may not in themselves have any reference to immediate observation, but from which deductions can be drawn with correspondence, which correspond to results of experiments when suitably translated into experimental language. While this indicates a framework of discussion similar to Brightwaite's, Hess highlights an entirely different point arising from the situation where inferences are required from bottom empirical data to top hypothesis of the theory. The main point that emerges from such a description of theories is that there can be no set of rules given for the procedure of scientific discovery. A hypothesis is not produced by a deductive machine by feeding experimental observations into it. It is a product of a creative imagination of a mind which absorbs the experimental data until it sees them fall into a pattern, giving the scientific theorist the sense that he is penetrating beneath the flux of the phenomenon to the real structure of nature. Hess here anticipates her own future philosophical concerns, exploring procedures for scientific discovery and creative imagination in which models become central players. Moreover, she makes explicit reference to actual thinking, the mental activity of scientists. To summarize, the move away from approaches in the philosophy of science that purely rely on the concept of theory was sparked by the need to tie the theory language with observational language. Attempts to fasten the link between theory and observation or experiment are found in all the pre-model authors discussed. Besides this, they have additional motives, some shared, some individual. Brightwaite aims to address the issue of theory change, and I shall discuss in the next section. Hutton studied theory construction and emphasizes that models serve to develop new scientific terminology and analogy to existing accounts. Moreover, he mentions a psychological function of models using visualization, just like Hess emphasizes a heuristic role of models and that she identifies them as pointers towards further progress. One of Hess's major motivations to explore models is this issue of scientific discovery, inducing her to bring up the issue of creative imagination. So in a nutshell, the factors motivating the inclusion of scientific models in an account of scientific method are the issues of theory construction and theory change, as well as scientific discovery. With the appreciation of these factors, the shift away from disregard or models become firmly established. The shift was accompanied by a turn towards the study of the actual scientific practice rather than purely to reconstruct scientific method logically. Hutton, Hess, and Brightwaite's papers of the early to mid-50s turned scientific models into a topic worthy of study. The question of linking theory with observational language was soon to be revolutionized by Hansen in 1958, elaborating on the theory-latedness of observation. The discussion of theory change was further sparked by Kuhn's 1962 concept of scientific revolution, and the related issue of scientific discovery and creative imagination continued to be important concerns. The argument that models as analogies or as metaphors bridge the gap from the unfamiliar to the familiar has also remained prominent until more recent days. In Hess, Haar, and Genter, by voicing such central themes, the discussed papers from the 50s prepared the ground for not only the second and third shift, but also for models to enter a phase of great popularity, as documented by the enormous proliferation of articles beginning in the early 60s, Ahar 1960, Apostille 61, Sup 61, Freudenthal Achenstein, 64, Hess, 1966. By then, a distinct shift of interest from theories to models had taken place for growing numbers of philosophers of science. From formal accounts to functional characterizations of models. Duhem pointed to the dichotomy of theory bias and model need. Even if models could no longer be disregarded, theory bias could still take the form of a formal theoretical treatment of models. Mathematical model theory, for instance, proved to be an attractive candidate to provide formalized account of what scientific models are. Others, as we have seen, favored characterization of models inspired by scientific practice. This resulted in the tendency to characterize models in terms of their function and the role that they play in science, and more specifically for creativity, discovery, and theory development. Positions formulated in the literature of scientific models can consequently be characterized as pursuing two competing goals: establishing within a formal framework what scientific models are, much in logical empiricist tradition, assessing the pragmatic role, the function of models in the scientific enterprise. Goal A points towards a general universal application conception of a model, while goal B leaves the option open for a diversity of conceptions corresponding to diverse functions of models. It will become evident that proponents of either goal could not entirely ignore the other competing goal, departing from tradition of theory bias. This helped to establish the function of models as something that had to be taken into consideration. Some examples from either side of the divide will illustrate this. Patrick Supps in 1961 promoted a formal model theoretic account of models. This model theoretical position allows one to accommodate models in a systematic manner and to give them a central role with regard to theories. The model consists of a relational structure satisfied by the sentences of which the theory consists. The important point is that the structure of the models is such that it does not lead to contradictions or inconsistencies within the theory. Thus, models are integrated with the formal concept of theory, in contrast to some early logical empiricist positions like Carnap, where models were seen as of little relevance, let alone be accommodated systematically. According to Supps, a theory is a linguistic entity consisting of a set of sentences, and models are non-linguistic entities in which the theory is satisfied. This is the formal account of models, which Supps admits can have its difficulties. The reason for the conceptual difficulty is that it is an attempt to investigate models disregarding their function, also despite their function. For Supps, however, this is merely the difficulty of how one is to explain the meaning of a concept without referring to its use. The aim here is explicitly to overlook potential functions of models and consider them from a purely formal point of view. Supps is nonetheless convinced that the standard notion of model, as defined in mathematical logic, can be applied without distortion to models and disciplines as various as particle systems, electrodynamics, and mathematical statistics, or social sciences. Supps believes that there can be one universal conception of model underlying all the different uses of them, and that this conception coincides with model theoretical conception of a model. He's aware of the fact that many physicists treat models as a very concrete physical thing built on analogy, but in his opinion, this view is not incompatible with his view based on mathematical logic. To define formally a model is as a set theoretical entity, which is a certain kind of ordered tuple consisting of a set of objects and relations and operations of these objects, is not to rule out the physical model of the kind which is appealing to the physicist, for the physical model may be simply taken to define the set of objects in the set theoretical model. In other words, while Supps is fully in favor of the first part, he thinks the requirements of the second part can be satisfied automatically. Leo Apostel, in turn, is fully aware that we cannot hope to give one unique structural definition for models in the empirical sciences, that carrying out the A presents severe difficulties. In other words, a formal account of models generally applicable to empirical models, such as the model theoretical one, is hardly feasible. Apostel reasons that there is a multitude of different functions that models address, as a B approach suggests, because scientists use models in different ways. Each model is ambiguous in that it can aid the scientific progress in a whole variety of ways. Interesting, despite this diversity, Apostel attempts an adequate rational reconstruction of models, taking full account of the diverse uses scientists make of models. He expresses the hope that a unification of the different types of models could be achieved if these are studied in terms of their function, thus in effect aims for a compromise between both goals. Like Supp's, Brightway provides a formal account following A, but feels that he needs to follow for theory change in his account because the theory change is observed in the practice of science, thus accepting a consideration from B. In Brightway's terms, if one thinks about a theory in terms of a model, one needs not think about the language in which the theory is expressed, or rather the interpretation of the symbolism. This is why Brightway reasons that the use of models positively affects theory change. In a model, all symbols are given direct meaning, and the calculus can be interpreted in one piece. Because the model is hypothetical, the definitive interpretation of the theory is suspended, and by simply swapping one model for another, the theoretical entities of the theory become easily adjustable to new interpretations. In his attempts to accommodate theory change, Brightway remains restricted, however, by the formal requirements of his account, and only permits theory change that preserve the structure of the theory, no radical changes in the Kuhnian sense. Thus, a compromise between both principles is here achieved at the cost of not accommodating radical theory change. Hess, 1966, belongs to the other side of the divide. B, aiming to assess the contribution of models to creativity in scientific discovery. She argues that formal hypothetico-deductive accounts of theories lack the tools to accommodate this important issue. This is why she suggests that scientific models are metaphors, viewing theoretical explanation as metaphoric description of the domain of the explanandum. This claim supports the hypothetical character of models and their propensity for suggesting further theoretical development. When a primary system, the domain of the explanandum, is viewed in terms of the secondary system, then this inspires creative imagination and provides perfect grounds for an extension of the model. It points further research in direction of further investigation and experiments which researchers may not have thought of without the model. Clearly, analogy has an important share in devising a model. Billiard ball and ideal gases have to have something in common for the model to be fruitful. Neither linguistic metaphors nor scientific models are chosen at random. Yet if creativity can be claimed for metaphors, then according to the analogy between linguistic metaphors and scientific models, metaphorical features of models can be held responsible for guiding research and supplying researchers with creative ideas for future development. Hess points out correctly that any metaphor approach to models evidently depends on one's view of metaphor. She adopts and elaborates Black's interactive view. According to Black, the primary and secondary object, A and B, of the metaphor A equals B, interact in our mind. Each is viewed in light of the other. In the metaphor, our granddaughter is the sunshine of our lives. The notion of granddaughter is, for instance, filtered through the notion of sunshine. Our notion of the granddaughter adopts some features of sunshine and the reverse. Consequently, the claim goes A and B shift in meaning because they have been applied to each other. Interpreting models as interactive metaphors aims to explain the creative potential of models for scientific development. This involves, however, employing a fairly formal account of the metaphor. The interaction view strategy for these purposes. In other words, Hess's project remains dependent on both strategies. In sum, the struggle for various philosophers to strike a balance between both strategies, between formalistic and pragmatic functional approaches, indicates that even when one of the goals of either strategy is pursued single-mindedly, traces of the competing goal remain. During the struggle, however, it became increasingly accepted that models were needed in scientific methodology. Thus, functional approaches effectively gain ground, even if they are hard to systematize. From the role of modeling in science to their role in human cognition. Of the diverse function models can serve, one stands out: explanation. The explanatory advantage of theoretical models are frequently linked to the use of analogy. Achenstein states analogy are employed in science to promote understanding concepts. They do so by indicating similarities between these concepts and others that may be familiar or more readily grasped. His examples are analogies between an atom in the solar system, between waves and light, sound and water, nuclear fission and the division of a liquid drop, between the atomic nucleus and the extranuclear electron shells. The metaphor approach to scientific models also relies on the potential of analogy. With metaphor, a cognitive perspective on scientific modeling was introduced, according to which models or metaphors creatively mold the ways of thinking about an object or phenomenon, and therefore have a lasting effect on the ways in which their users think. The cognitive already anticipated in Hess's 1953 article, a mind which absorbs the experimental data until it sees them all fall into pattern, is a natural companion to explanation. Explanations are viewed as providing understanding, where understanding is a cognitive activity. In this context, it is interesting to observe that more recently, analogy, which is viewed as central for explanation, has become a closely investigated crucial candidate for patterns of human reasoning in cognitive science. It is not just analogy, however, that contributes to the cognitive function of certain scientific models. Even if an analogy is central, Ramhari also focuses on the illustrative and creative functions models have for the development of scientific theory. Creativity is particularly needed when we lack a detailed account of a scientific problem and when there are gaps in our knowledge of the structures and constitution of things. While models fill the gaps in theories and are putative analogs for the real mechanism, modeling is also a crucial asset in the process of developing a picture of mechanisms. Hari claims that scientists in much of their theoretical activity are trying to form a picture of the mechanisms of nature which are responsible for the phenomenon we observe. The chief means by which this is done is by making or imagining of models. Models have a creative function as progenitors of hypothetical mechanisms but their importance does not cease after discovery. Models of known objects continue to be used, serving a cognitive role. Generally speaking, making models for unknown mechanisms is the creative process in science by which potential advances are initiated, while the making of a model of known things and processes, generally speaking, a more heuristic value. It is a one thing to think of the atom in terms of the solar system in order to develop a model of the atom, an entirely different thing to use the image of the solar system in order to reason about or to teach ideas about the atom. Both creating and using a model are processes involving cognition, but not necessarily in the same way, and having a picture of a model may be crucial to using it. The issue of using a model, even for known things and processes, and of forming a picture of how these things and processes might work, point in the direction of mental model research. This type of research has developed quite independently of philosophical concerns, even though it slots in well where the relevance of models is not just considered in a discovery-related context, but where models are thought to have a more permanent function for human reasoning. In Gertner and Stevens' 1983 collection of articles on mental models, the emphasis is on knowledge representation. A typical piece of mental model research is characterized by careful examination of the way people understand some domain of knowledge. While it has practical advantages for teaching and instruction to know how people represent and process their knowledge, the research presented in the collection of papers has a more fundamental concern, and that is understanding human knowledge about the world. Obviously, the inquiry into human knowledge needs to be restricted to domains that are easily tractable. This is why the investigated examples are mostly simple physical systems, because they stem from such domains. An impressive illustration of a mental model is a simple physical system, is Gertner and Gertner's 1983, who explored people's reasoning about electrical circuits. Two central analogies were employed, water flow and moving crowds, which are suitable for solving battery and resistance problems respectively. The success of solving specific reasoning tasks can be shown to depend on whether the batteries or resistors are involved and on the choice of the mental model. Other related work has been done by Clear and Brown and by Williams, Holland, and Stevens, 1983, just to mention a few. In view of such studies in various areas of cognitive science, it's not surprising that drawing from mental model research has become an attractive path towards examining the role of scientific models for human cognition. Another line of argument for the more pertinent, not purely discovery-related use of models in science that relies on a cognitive component comes from science teaching. According to Thomas Kuhn, certain paradigmatic patterns of thought guide scientific thinking and determine the direction of scientific reasoning and investigation at a time. The idea is particularly prominent in the formulation of a Kuhnian concept of a paradigm, and according to a later specification of an exemplar. Exemplars, according to Kuhn, are concrete problem solutions accepted by a group as, in quite a usual sense, paradigmatic. A student of physics learns these problem solutions, and an important step in his cognitive development is to be able to solve other new problems by recognizing their similarity to the paradigmatic case. Kuhn claims that the student discovers a way to see his problem as like a problem he has already encountered. Once that likeness of analogy has been seen, only manipulative difficulties remain. The skill involved is that of thinking about something in terms of something else, of the problem solved, the known, the paradigmatic problem solution. Kuhn argues from some common experience of learning physics. Gary, 1988, takes a similar line and studies undergraduate textbooks. Both approaches have their problems, but independent research from physics teaching exists that suggests that actively and deliberately encouraging the use of modeling strategies can greatly improve the success of physics teaching. In the context of mental model research, it is commonly assumed that scientific modeling is subject to the same cognitive processes and ramifications as all other areas of human reasoning. This is why it's tempting to turn around the question and ask instead of what role can cognition play in scientific modeling, what scientific modeling tells us about human cognition. In a way, this is just what has happened with the advent of mental model research. Moreover, looking back on philosophy of science, the shift toward the cognitive importance of models adds an interesting twist to the current discussion because it circumvents the dilemma between the tidy formal account and a functional paradigmatic characterization of scientific models. It does so by no longer viewing models exclusively in terms of their role in science, but in terms of their role for human cognition. This is a significant shift in perspective. Conclusion. Taking these three shifts together, the study of scientific models has developed from disregard under logical empiricism to a situation where cognitive aspects of models has become a well-established topic of research. Scientific models can now not only be considered an important tool of cognition, they can even be used as a source of information of how scientists reason. The move towards actual thinking in the exploration of science involved more than one step. First, it needed to be established that models are used, and for this, the actual scientific practice needed to become a criterion for the study of science. Second, it needed to consider what models are used for. The second shift of interest illustrated the investigation of a function of models led to the tension with more formal theoretical approaches to models aiming at a very systematic and general applicable accounts. The third shift towards cognitive considerations regarding models, keeping in mind the function and explanation and the provision of understanding, led to an encouragement from independent developments in cognitive science. Although not simple in detail, it has now become possible to challenge or to support philosophical claims about modeling by employing empirical results from cognitive psychology, mental model research, and research into human reasoning, into visualization, into diagram use, and science teaching. In some, only through a shift from formal to functional approaches in the study of scientific models has become possible to approach at the question of actual thinking, which Reichenbach so fiercely rejected as a subject of epistemology. The result is a study of scientific models as part of a humanized or naturalized epistemology centering on the cognizing scientific research. Okay, so God bless. Keep at it a little bit. Got a few more to look at. So it's like Kevin's live. So God bless Kevin McCarran. Happy Christmas to him. So let me pour a quick drink, the little tangerine juice, and then we'll keep going. I got 3 more. I'll probably just do 2 of them. Okay, this one's a little bit random. Oh, yeah, Mr. Boston, God bless. Thanks for being there. Thanks for being active in the chat. So I've had this one for like a few years, and I wanted to read through it kind of for my own benefit, to memorize it and just get down. I wanted to do like a whole program just on thermodynamics. Back like close to a year ago, I was covering the history of science, and I was talking about the unification of science under the conservation of energy, and the neo-Kantians and logical empiricism, and thermodynamics, entropy. So here's a nice brief history of thermodynamics as illustrated by books and people by Gregory Girolami from University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, where my parents are alumni from. The history of thermodynamics is briefly reviewed with a particular focus on phases, phase equilibria, and the three laws. These themes are illustrated by tracing some of the books and people that played important roles in the development, including Robert Boyle, Sadi Carnot, Charles Cagniard, de la Tour, Emile Clapeyron, Julius Robert von Meyer, Hermann van Helmholtz, Rudolf Clausius, William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, Thomas Andrews, James Clerk Maxwell, Joshua Wilbur Gibbs, Johannes Diederik van der Waals, François Marie de Rocoux, Emile Hilary Amagat, and Walter Nernst. This paper is intended to be of use for those who wish to learn about or teach the history of thermodynamics. In addition, the paper may be of interest to those who wish to consult or collect the original documents that first announced important thermodynamical discoveries. So just putting together some of what I was talking about, let's look at the history of thermodynamics. This one actually has a lot of good pictures too. So the purpose of the current paper is to give a brief survey of the early history of thermodynamics with a particular focus on phases, phase equilibrium, and the three laws. The approach will be rather unusual one to follow these themes throughout. Some of the books and people have played important roles in the development. I hope that this paper may be of use for those who wish to learn or teach the history of thermodynamics. In addition, the paper may be of interest to those who wish to consult or collect the original documents that first announced important thermodynamic discoveries. Boyle's Law. Some of the oldest components of modern thermodynamics are the ideal gas law, the first of which was discovered in 1662 by the Irish natural philosopher Robert Boyle. Boyle's Law, which states that the pressure and the volume of an ideal gas are inversely proportional, was announced in the second edition of his books, New Experiments in Physical Mechanical Touching the Spring of the Air. Interesting, the apparatus Boyle used to discover this law was made by his young assistant, Robert Hooke, who was later to make a number of important scientific discoveries of his own, such as Hooke's law for springs. With Hooke's help, Boyle took a J-shaped glass tube, sealed it at the end of the shorter leg, and then gradually filled the longer leg with mercury. Boyle found that the volume of the trapped air in the shorter leg became progressively smaller as more mercury was added. Figure 2 shows the page in the spring of the air that contains his original data. The two columns labeled A gives the volume of the trapped air in different units. Column B gives the height of the mercury. Column D gives the pressure after adding the pressure of the atmosphere. And column E is 350 divided by the volume as given by the second column A. The agreement between the experimental pressure and 350 divided by V is excellent. Boyle comments that column E is what the pressure should be according to the hypothesis that supposes the pressure and the expansion to be in reciprocal proportion. The discovery of Boyle's law was followed some years later by the discovery of Charles' law relating gas volume to temperature at constant pressure, and the law of Montan's and Gay-Lussac relating gas pressure to the temperature at constant volume. Together, the three laws formed the basis of the combined ideal gas law, PV equals nRT. Observation of critical phenomenon. In 1822, the French engineer Charles Cagniard de la Tour became the first to observe critical phenomenon by listening to the sound of a rolling quartz ball in a sealed, heated vessel containing some alcohol. At a certain temperature, the ball seemed to rebound at each percussion as if it were no longer surrounded by fluid. He then carried out more detailed studies in glass U-tubes, published his results in a two-part journal article entitled Presentation of Some Results Obtained by the Combined Action of Heat and Pressure on Certain Liquids, such as water, alcohol, sulfuric ether, and rectified petroleum spirit, by sealing air in one arm of the tube and the sample to be studied in the other, separated from one another by mercury, and placing only the arm containing the sample into a hot bath. Cagniard could follow the pressure inside the tube by applying Boyle's law to the diminution in the volume of the trapped air. He noted that pressure and temperature necessarily for the sample to be homogeneous with no separate liquid and gaseous phases. Carnegie thought that heating had destroyed the liquid phase. We now know that he had discovered the critical point where the difference between the liquid and gas phase disappears. For a diethyl ether, Carnegie found that this phenomenon occurred at around 200 Celsius and 38 atmospheres versus modern values of 194 Celsius and 36 atmospheres. Carnegie's value for alcohol 36 degrees were 259 degrees Celsius and 119 atmospheres versus modern values of 290 degrees Celsius and 120 atmospheres. His results were not so bad, especially in view of the fact that he had to take care to charge his glass apparatus with enough liquid to reach the critical pressure, but not so much that the apparatus exploded when it was heated. As far as I know, there are no known portraits of Carnegie de la Tour, and images purported to be of him are actually of other people. In some cases, the false portrait is that of French painter Marquis Quentin de la Tour, no relation. In others, the false portrait is that of Englishman Henry Benedict Strauss, Cardinal Duke of York, who not only had a different last name but was not even French. The first book on thermodynamics. In 1824, the French military engineer Sadi Carnot wrote a highly important treatise, Reflections on the Motive Power of Fire and on the Machines to Develop this Power. Carnot was prompted to write a book out of a desire to improve the efficiency of steam engines. In his book, which he published at his own expense, he considered two principal equations: how much work is available from a heat source and how much work can be obtained by replacing the steam with a different substance. In answering these questions, Carnot developed a general theory of heat as a motive force, in which he assumes that the transfer of heat from a warm body to a cold body was analogous to falling matter and therefore produced mechanical work. Thus, he concluded that the motive power increased with the difference in the temperatures of the two bodies, although he did not give a formula for this relationship. He further stated that the results were independent of the nature of the working substance. One key invention of his concept was the Carnot cycle, a series of isothermal and adiabatic expansions and contractions of gas. The cycle provided an upper limit of the efficiency of any heat engine. Carnot's arguments were mostly non-mathematical, which made his ideas less precise, but they contained important new ideas that founded the science of thermodynamics, much like Gregor Mendel's paper on plant genetics. Carnot's book remained unappreciated for many years, and in fact was so scarce that many later scientists never saw a copy. As we'll see in the next section, largely because of Kleiperian, Carnot's book later had a great influence on the thinking of many early contributors to thermodynamics, including Helmholtz, Joule, Clausius, Thomson, and others. The introduction of mathematical thermodynamics. In 1834, the French engineer Benoit Pierre-Emile Kleiperian published a journal article entitled Memoir of the Motive Power of Heat. This paper is notable for four main achievements. It brought Sadi Carnot's 1824 work to the attention of the scientific community. It was the first to use pressure volume plots to describe Carnot's engine cycle. It pioneered the use of calculus to describe thermodynamic principles. Kleiperian's use of differential expressions set the tone for all later work in thermodynamics. It contained the first explicit equation for the combined ideal gas law. In addition, Kleiperian's paper showed that the latent heat of a phase transition was proportional to the slope of the coexistence curve separating two phases in a pressure-temperature diagram, a relation now known as the Kleiperian equation. Rudolf Clausius derived an equivalent equation in 1850. 16 years later, the equation is strictly true only when the vapor obeys the ideal gas law. The heat of vaporization is temperature independent, and the volume of the liquid is small compared to that of the gas. The symbol Q for heat and the symbol R for the ideal gas constant were invented by Kleiperian in his paper. Most likely, the letter Q was an abbreviation for quantity, and R was an abbreviation for rapport, the French word for ratio. The ideal gas law appears in Kleiperian's paper in the form PVR times 267 plus T, where P is the pressure, V is the volume, and R is a constant, and the term 267 converts the temperature T in degrees Celsius to the absolute Kelvin scale although the latter was not actually invented until 1848. The first law of thermodynamics and the mechanical equivalent of heat. The German natural philosopher Julius Robert von Mayer was the first to calculate mechanical equivalent of heat in a rather unsound hand-wavy paper in 1842. He did not give a derivation, only a number. Although some references claim that this paper contained a statement of the first law of thermodynamics, the claim is incorrect, although Mayer said that energy, which he called force, could be converted into other forms. This statement is not equivalent to a conservation law. It has been said of Mayer's 1842 article. This is the sort of paper no scientist would look at twice unless he were in search of reasons to deny priority to someone else. Mayer's follow-up work in 1845, Organic Motion in Connection with Nutrition, a contribution to natural history, displays a far better grasp of physics, but was rejected by the journal he sent it to. As a result, Mayer published it privately. Here, Mayer stated that work and heat are different forms of force, which can be converted into other forms but not destroyed. This statement, which is perhaps the earliest explicit enunciation of the first law of thermodynamics, shows that Mayer's view had matured since 1842. In his 1845 paper, Mayer gave his derivation of the mechanical value of heat, which was based on the heat generated upon compressing air. He found that 1 kilocalorie equaled 367 kilogram meters. The modern value is 427 kilogram meters. The first law of thermodynamics was independently formulated by at least 4 people: Mayer, the German physician and physicist Hermann von Helmholtz, the Danish engineer Ludwig Kolding, and the English engineer James Joule. Second to publish after Mayer was Helmholtz, who announced his ideas in the 1847 book on the conservation of force, a physical treatise. As a young man, Helmholtz had wanted to study physics, but the only way he could afford to attend university was with a scholarship given to medical students who promised to serve in the army after graduating. As a result, in 1838, Helmholtz entered the medical school in Berlin. In 1842, he became an army surgeon in Potsdam, where he continued studying mathematics and physics on his own. It was partly as a result of studying physiological issue, the heat generated by muscle action, that he was led to write his 1847 book. His medical training also led him in 1851 to invent the ophthalmoscope, a device physicians still use today to inspect inside the eyeball. Helmholtz submitted his results on the conservation of energy for publication in scientific journal, but it was rejected, much like Mayer's 1845 book on the same topic, because of its non-experimental character. He therefore decided to publish it in 1847 in book form. Helmholtz's derivation of the conservation of energy was based on the possibility of perpetual motion and the Newtonian model of forces, but he went well beyond just articulating the conservation principle. He also showed how to apply the principle to real phenomenon. Thus, he applied the principle to deduce the mechanical equivalence of heat, to understand how irradiation with light can produce thermal and chemical effects, and to analyze the work that can be done with electric current. In all, Helmholtz's book gave the first comprehensive statement of the first law of thermodynamics, that all modes of energy, heat, light, and electricity, and all chemical phenomenon are capable of transformation from one to the other, but are indestructible and cannot be created. The second law of thermodynamics was formulated independently by 2 scientists, the German physicist Rudolf Clausius and the Irish physicist William Thomson, also known as Lord Kelvin or Baron Kelvin of Largs. Clausius published first, stating in 1850 that no process is possible whose sole result is the transfer of heat from a body of lower temperature to a body of higher temperature. In addition to emphasizing the equivalence of heat and work, Clausius pointed out that in the operations of heat engines, part of the heat is converted into work while the rest descends to the lower temperature body. Thus, work is produced not just by a change in the distribution of heat, but also by the consumption of heat. This paper is also where the equivalence of heat and mechanical energy is first given the name first law of thermodynamics, and where the inability of heat to pass by itself from a colder body to a warmer is first called the second law. In 1865, Clausius gave the name entropy to the thermodynamic quantity that had previously been called the equivalence value of the transformational content of body. It has been speculated that Clausius chose the symbol S for entropy in honor of Sadi Carnot, but this seductive and increasingly promulgated conjecture is almost certainly untrue. The given names of scientists are rarely, if ever, used in this way, and Clausius himself never gave a reason for his choice. A few months after Clausius' 1850 paper appeared, William Thomson expressed the second law in equivalent form, now known as Thomson or Kelvin statement. It is impossible by means of inanimate material agency to derive mechanical effect from any portion of matter by cooling it below the temperature of the coldest of the surrounding objects. Thomson's formulation is 1851 paper on the dynamic theory of heat with numerical results deduced from Mr. Joule's equivalent of a thermal unit and Mr. Regnault's observations on steam. In this work, Thomson emphasized, as the title of his paper made explicit, and as Clausius had also concluded, that heat is not a substance but a state of motion. In formulating his dynamical theory of heat, Thomson asserted that in irreversible processes, some heat is converted to an unrecoverable form. It is transformed and dissipated into the energy of motion of unobservable particles, but not destroyed. Thomson stressed that the phenomenon of irreversibility is intimately tied to the directionality of heat flow. In this view, the indestructibility of energy, the first law, and the dissipation of energy, the second law, are compatible because dissipated energy is not destroyed, but merely unrecoverable. Renewed interest in critical phenomena. In the 1860s, the Irish chemist and physicist Thomas Andrew decided to reinvestigate Carnegie's discovery of the disappearance of the distinction between gas and liquid phases above a certain temperature and pressure. He published some initial results in 1861, but his first important paper on the topic appeared in 1869 on the continuity of the liquid and gaseous states of matter. The paper contained detailed studies of Carnegie's phenomenon. It is also notable because in it, Andrews gave the name critical point to the conditions under which the two phases become identical. Andrews describes his experiments on the critical point of carbon dioxide as follows. On partially liquefying carbonic acid by pressure alone and gradually raising the temperature at the same time to 88 degrees Fahrenheit, the surface of demarcation between the liquid and gas becomes fainter, loses its curvature, and at last disappears. The space is then occupied by homogeneous fluid, which exhibits when the pressure is suddenly diminished or the temperature is slightly lowered, a peculiar appearance of moving or flickering stria throughout the entire mass. At temperatures above 88 degrees, no apparent liquefaction or separation into two distinct forms of matter could be effected, even when a pressure of 300 or 400 atmospheres was applied. Andrews also described the conversion of a gas to a liquid without passing through a phase transition. I have frequently exposed carbonic acid without making any precise measurements to much higher pressures than any marked in the tables. I've made it pass without break or interpretation from what is regarded by everybody as the gaseous state to what is in like manner universally regarded as the liquid state. During the whole of this operation, no breach of continuity has occurred. It began with a gas and a series of gradual changes, presenting nowhere any abrupt alteration of volume and sudden evolution of heat. It ends with a liquid. Andrews' 1869 paper contained the first illustration of the pressure volume isotherms for conditions near the critical point. Maxwell's contribution to thermodynamics. The Scottish scientist James Clerk Maxwell is best known for his work in the theory of electromagnetic radiation, the kinetic theory of gases, but he also made important contributions to thermodynamics. He wrote Theory of Heat, one of a series of books intended for school children or the interested layperson. The book is subtitled Adapted for the Use of Artisans and Students in Public and Science Schools. Even though the book was popular, it went through 10 editions over the next 20 years. The intended use of the textbook meant that few copies have been preserved. Today, it is hard to find. The Theory of Heat contained an excellent account of the subject of heat and thermodynamics, but it also contained much new science. Among these are Maxwell's relations, which are the partial differential equations that show the relationship between the thermodynamic variables pressure, volume, entropy, and temperature. The book also contained the first appearance in print of Maxwell's sorting demon, so named by Thomson, a member of a class of very small but lively beings incapable of doing work but able to open and shut valves which move without friction and inertia, and thereby defeat the second law of thermodynamics. The theory of heat presented Maxwell's initial theory for the location of the straight line portion of the curve that describes the volume pressure isotherm of a gas-liquid system. His initial hypothesis was the position of the horizontal line maximizes the difference between the intrinsic energy of the substance in the gaseous and liquid stage. 4 years later, in 1875, Maxwell reformulated the theory in the form now known as Maxwell's construction or the equal area rule. Finally, the theory of heat also contained the first explicit statement since Joseph Black made a similar statement in 1787 of the transitive nature of thermal equilibrium, later to be called the zeroth law of thermodynamics. The presence of all of these innovations is remarkable for a book meant for non-scientists. The greatest synthetic mathematician since Newton. The title of this section is said to have been a declaration by Ludwig Boltzmann. The person he was referring to was the American scientist Josiah Willard Gibbs. Wilhelm Ostwald was similarly laudatory. He called Gibbs no doubt the greatest scientific genius the United States has produced. Gibbs spent his entire career at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut. Interesting, he worked there without pay for 10 years, living off inherited income, until Johns Hopkins University tried to hire him in 1880 for a salary of $3,000 per year. In response, Yale offered him $2,000 per year, which he accepted. In 1873, Gibbs published his first two papers on thermodynamics. One of them was entitled The Method of Geometrical Representations of the Thermodynamic Properties of Substances by Means of Surfaces. In this paper, Gibbs showed that a system at a chemical equilibrium at constant temperature and pressure, when the quantity is at a minimum. This is the first appearance in print of the Gibbs energy. What is somewhat remarkable is that Gibbs announced this theorem, arguably one of the most important in all thermodynamics, in a footnote. In this paper, Gibbs also showed that surfaces in three-dimensional entropy, energy, volume diagrams can be used to discuss the coexistence of and relative stabilities of gas, liquid, and solid phases and of a pure substance at various temperatures and pressures. Using these diagrams, he discussed in particular the critical point, which had been discovered experimentally for carbon dioxide only a few years earlier by Thomas Andrews. 3 years later, Gibbs published the first part of a landmark 320-page paper on the equilibrium of heterogeneous substances, called by some the principle of thermodynamics, in reference to Isaac Newton's great book of 1687. Gibbs' paper was published, like many of those Gibbs wrote in his lifetime, in a local journal that had a relatively small circulation, the Transactions of the Connecticut Academy of Sciences. In this paper, Gibbs introduced the phase rule and thoroughly analyzed the phenomenon of equilibrium. The paper is considered one of the most important yet near impenetrable works in all of thermodynamics. The American historian Henry Adams commented, "I have run my head hard up against a form of mathematics that grinds my brain out. I floundered like a skullpin in the mud. It is called the law of phases, and it was invented at Yale. No one shall persuade me that I am not a phase." And at a meeting of the Connecticut Academy of Sciences in 1903, a member is reputed to have said, with only a little exaggeration, "Only one man lived who could understand Gibbs' paper. That was Maxwell, and now he is dead." Fortunately, Gibbs' great work is today now accessible through the efforts of many later scientists. Ostwald was one of the first of these. In his introduction to his 1892 German translation of the paper, he said he was prompted to carry out the translation because it contained hidden treasures. The continuity of the liquid and gaseous states and the equation of a state for a non-ideal gas. In 1873, Johannes Dietrich van der Waals wrote one of the most influential PhD theses in all of science. The title he chose, On the Continuity of the Gas and Liquid State, is a direct borrowing from the title of Andrews' 1869 paper on the continuity of the liquid and gaseous states of matter. Inspired to write his Nobel Prize-winning thesis by Andrews, Results on the Behavior of Gases Near the Critical Point, van der Waals realized the necessity of taking into account the volumes of molecules and intermolecular forces, now called van der Waals forces, in establishing the relationship between the pressure, volume, and temperature of gases and liquids. From these principles, van der Waals proposed that there is no essential difference between gaseous and liquid states of matter, and that their behavior was governed by the equation of state. A second great discovery was published in 1880, van der Waals' law of corresponding states, which was reported in a paper with the title Investigations on the Corresponding Properties of the Normal Saturated Vapor and Liquid Curves for Different Fields. The law of corresponding states shows, in the form of a cubic equation, that all behaviors of all gases and liquids is pretty much the same, except for a scaling factor related to the critical point of the substance. The law served as a guide during experiments that ultimately led to the liquefaction of hydrogen by James Dewar in 1898 and the helium by Heinz Kamerlingh Onnes in 1908. Onnes wrote that van der Waals studies have always been considered as a magic wand for carrying out experiments, and that the cryogenic laboratory at Leyden developed under the influence of his theories. Van der Waals made other important contributions to thermodynamics, including his theory of binary solutions, 1890, and his thermodynamic theory of capillarity, 1893. His discoveries led to him winning the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1910 for his work on the equation of state for gases and liquid. Thermodynamic properties of solutions. The French chemist François-Marie Rouault made important contributions to our understanding of the properties of solutions, especially the effect of solutes on the depression of the freezing points and vapor pressures. The British physician and scientist Charles Blagden had been the first to show in 1788 that the dissolution of a solid in water lowers the freezing point, and that the dilute solutions for lowering it's proportional to the concentration of the solution. But Rouault extended these observations to other solvents, and by 1882 he had found that most systems follow what he called the general law of freezing. If 1 mole of a substance is dissolved to 100 moles of any given solvent, the freezing point of the solution will be lowered by 0.63 Celsius. Rouault also found that solutions of inorganic salts in water did not obey the law, but often had double or triple the effect. This anomalous behavior was explained the very next year in 1883 by Savante Arrhenius and his theory of electrolytic dissociation. In fact, Rouault's data served as some of the best evidence in favor of Arrhenius' theory. Rouault soon extended his work to investigations of the effect of solutes on solution vapor pressures. In 1887, he briefly reported his results for low concentrations of 5 different non-volatile solutions in water for 14 different solutes in 11 organic solvents. In this important paper, he found the general law that if 1 mole of a non-saline substance is dissolved in 100 moles of any given solvent, the vapor pressure of the solution will be lowered by 1.05%. Interesting, he found that in some solvents, carboxylic acid showed half the expected effect, and he concluded correctly that in such cases, the dissolved species presumably consist of 2 molecules bound together. Carboxylic acids readily form hydrogen-bonded dimers, especially when the concentration is high enough and the solvent is nonpolar. Later in 1887, Rouault pointed out that this number was consistent with an equation that the Dutch physicist chemist J.H. van Hoff had derived thermodynamically in 1886. Ideally, the fraction lowering the vapor pressure should equal the mole fraction of the solute. In a full paper that appeared the next year, Rouault revised this factor to exactly the theoretical value of 1%. The result is what we now know as Rouault's law. For his work, Rouault was considered the modern father of scientific fields of cryometry, the measurement of freezing points, abuliometry, the measuring of boiling points, and tonometry, the measurement of vapor pressures with respect to solutions of dissolved compounds. Studies of the thermodynamic properties of substances at high pressures. An extension of the work of Cagniard de la Tour and Thomas Andrews, the French physicist, chemist Émile Hillard-Agamet carried out extensive studies in the compressibilities of a variety of gases and liquids, including nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, and more, in a variety of organic liquids. His initial studies were performed in extremely tall glass or steel manometer tubes in which one arm was filled with mercury. At first, he attached his tubes to the tower of a local church and thereby was able to construct manometers as tall as 63 meters. Soon after, he attached them to the side of a mine shaft, and this manner could construct manometers as tall as 327 meters. With the latter apparatus, he was able to measure the compressibility of gases at pressures of up to 430 atmospheres and at temperatures from 0 to 100 degrees Celsius. But Agamet was not satisfied with the achievement, and in order to measure still higher pressures in 1886, he constructed a steel manometer that employed a reversed hydraulic press to generate the pressure. The press was made gas-tight with viscous liquids such as molasses and castor oil. With the apparatus, Agamet was able to obtain accurate measurements of pressures exceeding 3,000 atmospheres. Agamet was also known for his law of equal volumes, which states that when gases are mixed, the volumes of the component gases measured at the same temperature and pressure are additive. It is similar to Dalton's law of partial pressures, which states the pressures of a component gases measured at the same temperature and volume are additive. The two laws gives identical predictions for ideal gases, but Agamet's law more accurately reflects the behavior of non-ideal gases. Agamet wrote several books in which he compiled the data from his many papers. His latest book, which appeared in 1912, Notes on Physics and Thermodynamics, contains important results on the specific heat of gases and internal pressure of fluids and the corresponding states of matters. One notable aspect of this book is that it contains early photographs of liquids at or near the critical point. The third law of thermodynamics. The third law of thermodynamics, also called Nernst's heat theorem, was announced by the German chemist Walter Nernst in his 1906 paper on the calculation of chemical equilibrium from thermal measurements. The Nernst heat theorem states that as absolute zero is approached, the entropy change for a chemical or physical transformation approaches zero. Nernst's heat theorem has a number of important consequences. One is that it is not possible to reach a temperature of exactly 0 Kelvin in a finite number of operations. In addition to a theoretical implication, Nernst's heat theorem was soon applied to industrial problems such as the calculation of the conditions necessary to synthesize ammonium from atmospheric nitrogen, the chemical reaction that is the basis for artificial fertilizers. Previously, it had been possible to define only the change in entropy that accompanies a process. The actual values of the entropy in the initial and final states were unknown. With Nernst's insight, it became possible to calculate absolute entropies for the first time, so the conditions of equilibrium in many chemical reactions could be precisely worked out. For this discovery, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1920. Conclusions: the history of thermodynamics is an intricate tapestry, and this brief survey necessarily omits mention of many interesting discoveries and the scholars who made them. Additional information can be found in two excellent books on the history of thermodynamics, in an article about the history of thermochemistry, and a book chapter giving detailed information about many of the original documents that first announced important thermodynamic discoveries. Okay, so I think I'd read part of that on Week in Review of Church of Entropy, like close to a year ago. So a lot of good information there. Your little kind pull together a little of the philosophy of science, the history of science, models, think about some of these things. Thermodynamics is a really important field, pretty complicated, hard to understand. One of the fields that a lot of people get tapped out in. So good to cover it a little bit. I was going to read this paper on post-metaphysical conundrums, the problem of return to metaphysics, and Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason. But I'll save that for a different week. And actually, sorry, I gotta put that back into my Week in Review folder, and I'll finish off with one paper on sociology. Okay, Oswald, God bless. Good to see you. Merry Christmas. Yeah, I'm not sure who Barnwell is, if you told me about him, but the name's not ringing a bell right now. Okay, so I had mentioned a few weeks ago John Searle. I read through some of his works. Searle has like the Chinese room problem and thoughts on the philosophy of mind and sociology. So when I was talking about the origin of group behavior, basic sociology, and building up group social theories from smaller levels. So one of the things Searle's famous, like money as a status function. So like, what's the origin of money? What's the meaning of money? How do you build up money as a social construct from sociology, from put together from different things. So we're saying Barnwell's a Rosicrucian. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with Barnwell, but you could share that with me in Discord or something. I'll look at it at a different time. So let me see. I'm not sure if my internet. So I think my internet flashed out for a second, but hopefully it's working. Well, I think I'm working. So okay, yeah, so my internet flashed out for a second, but looks like I'm all good. So okay. So status functions, speech acts, and the emergence of money by James Catan. This is actually economic paper, but it's combining a little thing of economics and sociology and philosophy of mind. I've had this article for a while, and it's related to various things I've covered. So just another random paper. So hopefully this week and next week, I'll read through some of these random papers I've had in storage for a while and catch up. So next year I could be more topic oriented and move forward in my research. Status functions, speech acts, and the emergence of money. In order for the emergence to actually have significance for a specifically human social ontology, requires a commitment on the part of participants that they submit to a status function implied or enabled by emergent phenomena such as the participants could, if required, explicitly recognize the meaning of the status attribution in terms of the deontic powers that it generates. In so doing, individuals recognize themselves and others as members of communities submitted to the meaning of the status function. Defined in this way, we can identify Tony Lawson's notion of emergence in Searlean terms. Emergence entails the generation of states and processes in systems in a system that, when recognized by actors, endows them with rights, duties, and obligations. In the case of the Mengerian evolution of money, a status function is adopted once members within a given exchange network recognize this, that is a particular commodity or other good has become generally accepted among network participants. This order occurs by practice of exchange between members. We show how Searle has provides precedence for this interpretation of status function through his elaboration of speech acts and declarations. Okay, so Mr. Boston, if you joined my Discord. Okay, so yeah, good to see you. So yeah, you could feel free to use some of the rooms or reach out or DM or whatever. So props, God bless. Thanks for joining. Okay, so let me read through this. Is emergence a fundamental component of social ontology? The answer to this question has been a focus of a recent debate between Tony Lawson and John Searle concerning the origins of money. Lawson views John Searle's conception of money as a status function as being necessarily dependent upon processes generating emergent phenomena. His presentation of money, as a result, links the medium of exchange to some underlying value. Searle, on the other hand, delinks money as a status function from the seeming prerequisite. Both sides strikingly resemble conversations concerning the origins of money between Mengerians and chartalists, with Mengerians on the one side claiming that money must have emerged in light of use value of the money commodity, and chartalists on the other claiming that government created the first monies and that as such a commodity or commodity-backed money like gold is, as we are told by kings, a fetish. While Lawson rejects the plausibility of the evolution of money from barter He maintains money must have some source of value prior to becoming money. He argues for the simultaneous emergence of money and markets enabled by that money. Searle's framework can be used to reform the concept of emergence and therefore will be shown to be compatible with the origin theory that linked money to some pre-existing value. John Searle sees no need for emergence in his framework, as is neither necessary nor sufficient for describing activity coordinated by a status function. While this position is technically correct, emergence can and often is fundamental to the development of a status function. Money as a status function may well be discovered on accident, but once it is discovered, that status function can, under appropriate conditions, be disassociated from the initial commodity that served as money in the initial instance of the technology. Emergence of money as a category of shared understanding, however, is a significant development that cannot be underrated by a theory of social ontology that takes seriously the problem of ignorance and uncertainty. The role of emergence in social ontology. For Searle, the human social ontology must distinguish between animal and human communities. According to Searle, Lawson's definition of emergence fails to distinguish between animal and human behavior, where human behavior is defined as the ability to employ structures of logical abstraction, the fundamental prototype of which is language. Money entails a particular meaning. The deontic powers that a unit of currency secures, its owner ensures that sellers are obligated to accept the money as a form of payment for their wares. Animals do not have a conception of rights over alienable property. Therefore, they have no conception of exchange of property or medium of exchange that facilitates that accounting of ownership and measurement of value. The ability of humans to attribute status to a particular class of object or relationships between humans and objects is doing the heavy lifting that enables money's deontic power. I imagine that while many may see value in Searle's account of money, a lack of accounting for emergence is problematic if one wishes to describe the origin of money or dynamics of a monetary system. This is not insignificant, as value plays a critical role in bootstrapping new monies, whether the value is inherent or the money cost of adoption is relatively low, or the money's use curtails in avoidance of legal cost, as in the case of legal tender monopoly, thus preventing a loss of value. Lawson and Searle have discussed emergence at length, and while it appears that Searle rejects emergence, we believe that Searle is in fact rejects Lawson's presentation of emergence due to its lack of inclusion of linguistic structure. The concept of emergence can, to the contrary, interface with and provide catalysts for clarifying application of Searle's framework. Where does the status function fit in with the process of emergence? Can the causal force attributed to the emergence be better explained by status function? The divide between Lawson and Searle's presentation can be remedied by emphasis on the emergence of meaning. By claiming that meaning may be emergent, we do not discount opportunities where an institution is created by rational construction. One such case that Searle consistently points to is a corporation which in the United States need not refer to any particular object or party except for itself when referencing its existence as a legal causal entity. The corporation may be created by a formal declaration. The corporation itself is a wide term, as it is an entity recognized by virtue of declaration. However, it does not require a pre-existing ex-term. The owner or owners of a corporation, however, do not represent a freestanding wide term. There also exist institutions whose conceptions we owe to the straightforward presentation implied by the artifacts generated in the course of human interactions, often arising without explicit intention of the agents who form the new pattern that in hindsight can be identified as comprising a novel institution. These are emergent institutions. In order for the pattern that emerges to be considered an institution, cognition of it must make the leap from habitually motivated interaction to behavior motivated by the structure of deontic powers that are concomitant with the attribution of a status function to a particular object or type of object. In the words of Searle, desire-independent deontic phenomenon such as obligations can motivate desires to perform actions. Common interpretation is some phenomenon driven by mutual submission to a status function itself motivates action. Mutual submission entails legitimation of the deontic powers associated with the status function that are enabled under some set of necessary conditions. This discussion reframes the emergence of the conception of money as the attribution of a status function, implicit or explicit, to an object within a network of actors, including the acceptance of and the submission to money's deontic powers, which is likely what Lawson is attempting to convey in his description of money. For Lawson, the object needs to be positioned as a unit of account and, according to him, is likely to arise simultaneously as the market emergence. Well, is it possible that governing authorities may conceive of money and establish enforce relations that may grant a particular type of object the status of money by means of manipulating value in the form of cost, legal restrictions, punishments, obligations? The likelihood of such innovation is at best no more likely than it is unlikely, given that it is true for more institutions than just money. The concept of emergence is required for social ontology to appropriately confront the epistemic limitations of actors that are overcome by innovation that is often the unintended result of social activity. I will explain the process of emergence while staying faithful to Searle's relatively straightforward framework by using examples posited by Searle. I first dissect Searle's presentation of money, identifying emergence within the presentation. I follow by framing emergence in light of the archetypical example of sentient consciousness and comparing it to rational constructed artificial intelligence, the corollary being the distinction between emergent and rationally constructed institutions. Having compared the archetypal emergent phenomenon with its rational constructed counterpart, we distinguish between the emergent biological phenomenon and emergent social structures. For any institution, whether arrived at by emergent processes or rational construction, there is a declaration that identifies common adherence to the institution. We relate emergence to Searle's definition of collective intentionality by explication of the declaration as formation of expectation that by participants who together engage in a common practice. This moves an emergent phenomenon into the reality of collective intentionality, where a we is identified within a common belief. We close by considering the implications for understanding of monetary systems and their evolution as driven by both implicit and explicit declarations. Hey, Sandra, God bless. Thanks for joining. Emergence and status functions. Searle defines money in terms of deontology. Money entitles its owners to a certain deontic powers, namely the right to use units of the money to buy and sell goods as well as to discharge debts. Money is able to do this because it has value, which is itself the result of mutual expectations of acceptance by members of a network of exchange. In the vocabulary of economics, since money can be positively valued as a result of demand for its use in exchange, the deontological status of money is not strictly dependent upon the value that existed for an object prior to its becoming money. All this can be accepted while still leaving space for emergence within a theory of social change. Likely as a result of his belief that emergence is a superfluous theoretical element, Searle does not systematically integrate the source of an ontological conception of money among actors. However, in entering the discussion of money and any social institution that serves a fundamental economic function, he is participating in a conversation concerning costs arise due to uncertainty. Successful institutions reduce these costs often as the result of emergent processes. Although Searle eschews emergence as unnecessary, his framework leaves space for emergence as an explanatory factor. Emergence explains how status functions are discovered as opposed to being created ex nihilo. Significant to Searle's account, however, is that the deontic powers associated with money as it has emerged must be capable of being explicitly identified so that the participants are capable of making a we statement in regard to the deontic power proscribed by money. Part of the tensions between constructivist and emergent accounts of institutions lie in language. For example, Searle claims that a status function can only be attributed to the case that there is a collective intentionality. Yet one of the major claims of the emergentist paradigm is precisely that institutions are unintentionally created. Consider Manger's account as it is translated by Francis Knock. Law, language, the state, money, markets, all these social structures, and the various empirical forms and in their constant change are to no small extent the unintended result of social development. The prices of goods, interest rates, ground rate, rents, wages, and 1,000 other phenomena of social life in general and of economy in particular exhibit exactly the same peculiarity. Also, understanding of them cannot be paradigmatic. In the case considered here, it must be analogous to the understanding of unintentionally created social institutions. At first glance, it appears that the Mangerian and Searlean accounts of institutions are inherently opposed. In her comparison of the presentation of Menger and Searle of money, Tiefenbach makes precisely this surmise. There's no such thing as acting together unintentionally, according to Searle, and if there's no such thing as acting together unintentionally, money is an institutions that cannot be both unintentionally brought about, as Menger claims, and requires collective acceptance to become established, as Searle claims. Speaking for the opposition, Tiefenbach attempts to cast doubt on Searle's such view. A serious consideration of the two perspectives, however, will show that they are complementary. Institutions are often discovered by emergent processes, can be explicitly identified by participants in regard to their own practices and their expectations of other participants, and are capable of explicit rational descriptions as a whole given sufficient resources for such analysis. Searle expresses a similar conclusion in identifying the requirement for collective intentionality. Searle describes the evolution of an institution in terms of the evolution of collective intentionality. A stroke of genius occurs when somebody figured out that we can increase the supply of money simply by issuing more certificates than we have gold. The next stroke of genius came when somebody figured out, and it took a long time for people to figure this out, we can forget about gold and just have certificates. The process of the creation of institutional facts may proceed without participants being conscious that is happening according to this form. The evolution may be such that participants think, I can exchange this for gold, this is valuable, or even simply this is money. They need not think we are collectively imposing a value on something that we do not regard as valuable because of its purely physical features, even though that is exactly what they are doing. With a deeper read, the two accounts do not seem so far apart. The distinction, according to Searle, if there really is one, is that the Y term must assign some new status that the entities named by the X term do not already have. And this new status must be such that human agreement, acceptance, and other forms of collective intentionality are necessarily and sufficient to create it. Rousseau might find his description distinct from the emergentist. He includes a description of emergence of social institutions in his discussion. When meaning of practice within a community is acknowledged abstractly, thereby indicating a status function, an institution has emerged. It is sufficient that the emergent process described by Menger occurs so long as participants are able to recognize the special status they ascribe the object acting as money. The achievement is crowned by imposition of vocabulary that indicates the new function ascribed to the object. In the words of Searle, object with the label money are partly constitutive of the fact created. Emergence and declarations. Searle notes that the concept of emergence developed from the British emergencists who considered consciousness a phenomenon that emerged from the brain. The features of consciousness represent an archetypal case of emergence that will prove useful for considering the role of emergence in social ontology. Consciousness exists as a result of arrangements of physical elements and processes, but is not contained in any single one of these. An astonishing fact about consciousness is that it can act upon the physical processes that generate, for example, self-destruction, or by choice to ingest elements that promote the ability to concentrate. Consciousness can even act upon its own structure, as occurs when one pursues a PhD to completion or adopts a religion with the goal of internalizing beliefs provided by and compatible with the faith. Characteristics of emergent phenomenon: it is possible for the structure of consciousness supported by physical processes to be emulated absent the physical elements that comprise consciousness. Although such an artificial construct cannot perfectly describe and embody consciousness, artificial intelligence provides a window into the rule-based structure of cognition. Cognition that provides a basis for coherent action depends not only upon the rules for making decisions pertaining to action, but rules about selecting these rules and rules about selecting the rules that select these rules and so forth. But by the structure, a system of intelligence is able to act upon itself by transforming the rules that guide its decisions Insight into the structure of human intelligence, logic, significantly predate the earliest artificial intelligence. If we trace our understanding of logic at least back to Aristotle, even understanding of a hierarchical rule-based intelligence predates artificial intelligence by half a century. With the appropriate structure of rules and scope for creativity in transforming the rules and their structure, artificial intelligence is able to duplicate and even outperform human intelligence in completing a variety of particular tasks. It is difficult to imagine that the creation of artificial intelligence would be possible absent the initial emergence of sentient intelligence. Unlike lower biological components, humans have freedom to choose. This freedom makes necessary the collective intentionality stressed by Searle to sustain collective generated phenomena known as institutions. It also makes necessary the integration of the concept of emergence into one's theoretical framework. Like institutions generally, emergent institutions express causal efficacy, meaning that not only can they be generated and affected by more basic components, but they are also influenced activity of the basic elements that sustain them. For example, those appropriately positioned in political institutions possess deontic powers that enable them to transform circumstances, form behavior of those subject to the institutions. The feedback between emergent structures and their constituent components can be quite strong. The attribute may allow an institution to transform in light of a changing environment, including changes in preference of members subject to an institution. Although the example of consciousness lacks Searle's collective intentionality, as the elements that generate consciousness by their interaction are not themselves self-aware. These same causal characteristics of emergent phenomenon are exhibited by institutions, whether formal or informal. Searle provides several examples of emergent phenomenon that fit his perceptual schema. In these examples, the declaration that affirms the status function is itself implicit. Searle is quite open about this, saying that often the status function declaration can be inexplicit. For example, two people can become involved in a love affair without anybody declaring this is a love affair. Before an event that would affirm this to be the case, there may be social facts generated and shared between two parties involved that confirm shared intention. Once a status function is recognized, there may be significant disagreement over the meaning of the very status function, especially if the status function has not been an object of explicit conversation. In the case of an implicit declaration, meaning of the status function is necessarily embodied in the conversation of speech acts that systematically confirm the existence of shared status function. Without explicit identification, however, the details of the meaning must be negotiated between parties through a mutual dance by which common meaning is generated and attempted to be confirmed. Searle's framework facilitates such emergence by way of speech acts, including implicit declarations. A lack of emphasis on emergence by Searle has left analysis of the evolution of institutions underdeveloped. As Searle notes, if you have a community of people talking to each other performing speech acts, you already have a social contract. Elsewhere, Searle develops metaphor of this sort with similar clarity. He argues that members forming an institution can make the status function of an ad hoc basis. We just count somebody as our leader, for example, and as you remarked earlier, you do not have an explicit speech act of declaration. A set of representations can add up to a declaration in cases where they change the word by representing it to be so changed. For example, a tribe might just treat somebody as their leader with all sorts of speech acts in such a way that he acquires the deontic status of the leader. Their linguistic representations create his status as leader. It is by conversation of speech acts that community members may converge on mutually acceptable meanings. Given that such a process is necessarily comprised of speech acts where shared meaning is being mutually transformed among participants, the deontic structure, including in Searle's social ontology, is an integral part of the description of events, even if not explicitly stated. At a later date, the deontic power of the shared conception object of the leader or chief can be explicitly delineated in a formal declaration. In providing a dynamic theory of social contract, Searle facilitates emergence of meaning in his theory, whether or not he explicitly recognized it. Returning to the metaphor of a love affair or more generally a romantic relationship, each party's conception of the deontic power entailed in the shared identity may differ despite the existence of a we, indicated by a significant and affirming speech act that provides at least some mutual correspondence of meaning. This is true even in the existence of formal declarations In a marriage, both partners engage in often implicitly bargaining process that, if successful, allows them to live peacefully with one another in a supportive relationship. Of course, there is the possibility for failure, in which the case of formal we may not be accompanied by a corollary statement of an informal we. This is called an unhappy marriage. To add to the complexity, although those who are technically part of the marriage are, in Western societies, two individuals, the meaning of the marriage is also subject to a conversation of speech acts within the community in which it is embedded. The larger conversation is effect similar to a formal or legal declaration, in that both partners are aware of the explicit commitments entailed in the identification of the we that is married. Compare this to the marriage of two strangers who marry one another in order to facilitate access to citizenship for one partner, but where otherwise no substantial informal relationship exists that we might think of as substantiating marriage. In this case, the formal institution is employed in a manner that likely does not align with the initial meaning of marriage as an institution that supports the integration of pair bonding partners into a larger society. In this case, the partners are unlikely to treat the marriage with the same deontic powers as one would normally expect to associate with marriage. The dynamics that would be present in this sort of marriage differ significantly from the patterns of behavior that correspond to the form of marriage described in the first case, and that often emerge prior to formal declaration. The emergence of money. Using the criteria of implicit declarations developed by Searle, we have created space for the emergence of money. To reiterate, Searle argues in regard to money that the process of the creation of institutional facts may proceed without participants being conscious that is happening. What Searle does not provide is a description of the series of speech acts that may lead to this outcome. For this, we might turn to Mangle. Money is an innovation that can occur in the game of exchange that is enabled by a social system that secures alienable property rights. In the exchange game, there must exist a double coincidence of wants in order for exchange to occur. Over the course of barter, an agent may obtain more marketable wares for the purpose of acquiring other goods that he ultimately desires. In other words, in Mangle, nothing may have favored the genesis of money as much as the receiving of eminently marketable goods for all other goods, which had been practiced for quite a long time on the part of the most perspicuous and ablest economic subjects for their own economic advantage. The most prospective entrepreneurs discover opportunity to improve their well-being by virtue of experience using relatively marketable goods. In the early development, money does not yet exist. As with any successful venture, entrepreneurs discover a means of exchange that lowers transaction costs, thereby positively impacting profit. Others learn from this practice of the relatively successful traders and attempt to duplicate these efforts. Lawson denies the evolutionary view presented here, instead preferring a view of simultaneous emergence of markets and money. He acknowledges the similarity. Whatever the historical record, a common system of value accounting would not have emerged without there being some prior or simultaneously emergent notion of value to measure, just as a general form of value would not have emerged without there being some prior or simultaneously emergent basis of a system for assigning common units to a value of value to different value items and obligations. Searle and Lawson's description of money as deficient because it lacks declaration and denies the need for treating money in linguistic terms. It is not enough that simply due to a pattern of behavior, individuals in a community happen to use a particular good as a convenient medium of exchange. Only once trading agents develop a confident expectation that the object will be accepted as a means of payment, the meaning of money is shared, does money exist. With this recognition, the object acting as money is attributed to a status that enables deontic powers typically associated with money, namely that the object will be universally accepted as a medium of exchange, and consequently that prices agreed upon for payment will be denominated in terms of the medium of exchange. It is at that point that the participants in the network can think, at least among themselves, that we use X object as money and that X object has special characteristics compared to the other goods because we use it as money. Mangle in 1892 recognizes just such an occurrence. In this way, Searle defines money as follows. What we were trying to analyze is the fact that we use about the units makes them money. There are two aspects to the analysis. First, what is it for the community to have an institution of money? Second, what is it for an individual within the community to have a specific amount of money? No individual can have money unless there's a collective practice of money within the community. The analysis must be given entirely in non-monetary concepts. Since we're trying to analyze money in terms of its deontology, we can use the deontic concepts because they are quite general and have no special reference to money. Here are the statements we need to analyze. A community has money measured in units. A person or subject in a community has money to the amount of units. I will give an so in this way, practice and habit have certainly contributed not a little to cause goods which were most scalable at any time to be accepted not only by many, but finally by all economic subjects in exchange for their less saleable goods. Although habit plays a significant role in developing consensus, the leap to universal acceptance of goods indicate collective intentionality of all community members. Money now exists as an institutional fact. Not coincidentally, Mangle notes that the relation of gold to Gelten, meaning to pay or to perform, thus indicating such a collective intention embedded in language. Only an informal declaration implied by mutually formed expectations is required to attribute this status to X object. Iterations of trade mentioned by a particular commodity that acts as money represents a series of affirming speech acts that assign the status of money to the commodity acting as a medium of exchange in the minds of trading parties and observers. In the case that the status function of money is collectively imbued upon an object that would otherwise have no value, there must be involved a declaration distinct from the declaration that would be associated with an emergent money. In the former case, an authority can simply claim that a typical object is money, thereby generating the matrix of payoffs associated with legal tender or as legal tender monopoly. In the case of emergent money, the declarative statement may follow from an initially unintentional practice where individuals accumulate a particularly saleable commodity without having recognized the special status of money implied by practice. As the commodity is recognized as useful and low-cost intermediary good, agents begin to form the expectation that not only is one likely to find a buyer, but rather any seller of goods within the network will accept the commodity that has been afforded the status as money as a means of payment. Such a set of expectations is part of the collective intentionality that is required, at least by Searle, for a status function representing an institution. Money is a monetary system. Just as the meaning of formal declaration of marriage, depending on the circumstances that generated the marriage, so too does the significance of money depend upon the context. It helps to frame the problem as a question. What is the purpose of object X being analyzed? As in the case of marriage, the purpose of integrating a pair bonding couple leads to very different outcomes than the purpose of marrying to obtain a particular legal status. The purpose of money appears to be to serve as a medium of exchange that, as a consequence, allows for the formation of prices denominated in units of that money, a standard of deferred payment, and so forth. How is money from quality and quantity to be regulated such that it promotes these functions? What sort of components are required to allow the object X that receives the status of money to optimally function as a medium of exchange? Searle's system is capable of integrating these concerns. A money that has emerged naturally in the course of social development necessarily confronted these questions, or else it would not have emerged as money or would not remain as money absent a binding legal declaration that increases the cost of switching away from the currency. In an essay comprising the first chapter, The Ontology and the Function of Money, Leonidas Zelmanovich considers competing theories purported to explain the origin and essence of money. At the end of the chapter, the author adopts the distinction proposed by Ludwig Mises that divides theories of money between catalytic and acathalactic theories, that is, between theories pertaining to exchange and theories pertaining to meanings outside of the context of market. At issue is the function or purpose of money. Purpose exists in the minds of acting men and women and is embodied in the institutions that navigate and develop. A Mengier in view ascribes the purpose of money as implied the nexus of exchange that comprises a market whose exchanges are mediated by money. A similar attitude towards money expressed in analysis enabled by the equation of exchange. According to Mises, catalactic views that saw money as an expression of state power or company money to blood or to speech, and boiled the meaning of money down to a juristic concept that Mises described as a draft by everybody on everybody else. Searle's theory attempts to straddle this divide, viewing money and all institutions as fundamentally linguistics, however, maintaining that the primary function of money is to act as a means of payment that consequently enables calculation of prices and units of the money. His insistence that emergence not play a fundamental role in analysis appears at first glance to place him closer to the chartalist who proposed that money is a creation of state. The preceding analysis has shown that is not the case, and that despite denial of the theoretical significance of emergence by Searle, that his theory of speech acts and implicit declarations grounds a theory of institutional emergence. Money defined as a commonly accepted medium of exchange does not require an official declaration from the state in order to exist, as implied by the narrative of Mangle and noted by Lawson. The final step of analysis is to explicitly link the theory of emergence to market mechanisms. Searle avoids this step as he defines money entirely in terms that are not particularly to money. The definition, however, is static. The analyst hitherto has developed the emergence of money in distinctively Searlean language, that of speech acts and declarations. It will be used to frame an evolutionary view of the monetary system. Speech acts are fundamental to the emergence and legitimation of monetary dynamics that arise over the course of the evolution of the monetary system. We take Searle's definition of money as a starting point. Money serves as a medium of exchange and consequently as a store of value, medium of account, and standard of deferred payment. While it may be true that a particular object operates as money, this institutional fact is enabled by money's ability to reduce cost of exchange. If, for example, using an object that could be money increased the cost of exchange, then it would not be adopted as money absent an exogenous shift in payoffs such as legal penalty for a lack of use as money. Otherwise, if the object that did not sufficiently reduce the cost of exchange to compensate adapters for the cost of accumulating the intermediate good, it would be unlikely that it would not be adapted to intermediate exchange. An object can only be adapted to operate as money so long as the following condition is fulfilled. Accumulation of object for purpose of intermediation of exchange reduces or expected to eventually reduce the cost of exchange. Note again, the cost can include an enforcement of penalty for lack of use or similar exogenous imposed terms. So long as the condition holds, then individuals can engage in speech exchanges that influence perception and beliefs of their trading partners in regard to the use of the object as money, that affirm the attribution of the object's money status and promote adoption of the good as money within the community. With the appropriate incentive structure, an object may be attributed to status of money amongst the community over the course of engaging in commerce with and learning from one another. The story does not end here. Evolution of the system must continue to be described in terms that are incentive compatible. The adoption of a particular object of money indicates implicit approval of the processes governing creation of that object. In the case of commodity money, adoption drives up the price of the good acting as money. The initial increase in demand for the commodity increase is its average price fetched in exchange. This itself would make adoption of the commodity as money more difficult, as prices take time to adjust to changes in the price of the money commodity, thereby promoting a distinction between the quantity of money demanded and the quantity of money supplied. Producers of the commodity inherit a position of the institution that was not initially intended. If they respond to an increase in the price of the money commodity by increased in production, they profit and offset monetary disturbances that affect many, if not all, other markets in the economy. Likewise, producers of the commodity will slow production if a fall in price and therefore naturally offset monetary devaluation. Searle takes for granted that money is a store of value and has little to say in regard to the unit of account. The status function attributed to money enables a dynamic monetary system where the deontic powers assigned to different actors can promote monetary stability by offsetting discrepancies between the quantity of money demanded and the quantity of money supplied at a given price. This supports money's role as a stable store of value and medium of exchange. This may seem like a mundane economic detail, but the provision and use of money requires participants in the market to incur cost. The greater the cost, the less benefit individuals receive from using the money. In markets where the government has tended to devalue the currency, individuals may avoid use of the official money if it is all possible. They may respond with a speech act, adapting to a different object as money, such as Bitcoin or the US dollar. The greater the cost incurred by the users of the money, the more likely they will begin to acquire substitutes and use these as a medium of exchange. The more individuals participate in this manner, the more effective each speech act of rebellion against the official monetary system becomes. In some countries, the result of such a pattern of behavior has been dollarization, where an official declaration, also a speech act, integrates the meaning by the unofficial declaration of market participants who have ceased to use, in part or in whole, the official national currency, or official policy may develop further in opposition to implicit declaration of market participants, thus decreasing the fit of policy to local practice and knowledge, and increasing microeconomic instability in the process. In either case, speech acts drive the evolution of the monetary system and systems of institutions in general. Conclusion. The preceding argument suggests that there is much space for the development of Searle framework for understanding of markets and other institutions. This paper is written partly in response to Searle's recognition of this potential. This development is significant in confronting long-standing debates, not only between Searle and Lawson, but also rather extensive conversations concerning the origins and functions of money. Searle's framework provides a precise tool set for evolutionary theorizing. Here we have marginally interfaced different perspectives with the framework and hope that this may serve an example for further development. Okay, so there you have it. Yes, Sandra, I don't know, like McDonald's or whatever. I like veggie burgers. I go to a few local vegan restaurants, but I don't think I've ever done McDonald's. Although I worked at McDonald's when I was a teenager, one of my first jobs when I was like 15 years old. But I haven't had McDonald's for like 25 years more. Okay, so that was interesting on Searle. I wanted to read through that. A lot of interesting things, tying together a bunch of different concepts. So, I have a pretty wide net of my research. So Wednesday, I'm going to do my philosophy of science series. So I have out here scientific objectivity, scientific explanation, the incommensurability of scientific theories, computer simulations, and mathematical explanations. I've already went through 3 of these, and I'm halfway through the other 2. So hopefully look forward to that. I reached out to Jennifer and asked her if she wanted to do a year in review, and Jennifer was interested. So on Saturday night, 7 p.m. ET will be the year in review of Church of Entropy, and I'll probably also do a week in review and read through more papers next Sunday. So I appreciate Pilleater and Wesley for coming on. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Mr. Boston, thanks for joining the Discord. So you could put something in any of the rooms, or DM or whatever. So you'll get more involved. Appreciate you following my research and being active in the chat. Oswald, always blessings. I'm not sure if you appeared on Chronoule, if you were just helping set Claire up with some people to be on the show, or if you were actually planning on joining. Also this week, I should be back to Stephen James. He had like some sort of work or some sort of personal thing that he was doing on Thursdays, so we didn't stream for the last few weeks, but hopefully we'll be back to streaming again Thursday. The war in Israel, so you'll keep up with the updates, and following that I give my long interpretation and analysis. Sometime over the next few weeks, I'm going to do a deep dive into all of the major cognitive architectures. We're going to look at, I have more research on the science of expertise. I'm going to look at certain models that include like talent, and holistic models that look at multifactorial approaches, including genetic. I have some of the the psychology of creativity. We'll look a little bit at giftedness, education, and talent, defining talent, the genetics of talent or development of talent. And then hopefully I'll pivot back. So I read from the Ramana Trees book of the major models of expertise. So hopefully also in the next few months, we'll pivot back and cover the major theories of the science of expertise. And also I'll probably at some point do a few weeks on chess, and I'll read through a bunch of chess papers. I read through like a few weeks ago my chess essay, and I want to do more work on that, and hopefully I'll publish that on my blog sometime soon. Here in Detroit, the chess was canceled for the holidays, Fridays this week and next week, but chess will be back at the Detroit Institute of Arts on the Friday, next week Friday, not this Friday, but the week after. And so, God bless. Wish everyone happy holiday season. Success in all your paths, blessings in all your way, peace on earth, good things for everybody. And appreciate everybody who follows my week in review, involved in my research, active in the chat, create a little intellectual community here. So good to be able to pop on the computer and speak to some interesting people. And next week, Saturday, the year in review. Hopefully we'll find some good guests to come in, share some updates. And with that, signing off. God bless Oswald, Sandra, Mr. Boston, anyone who lasted this long. And we'll see you in the next stream.